performs like fallacy and try to disrupt the room,
I didn't
and I
call you a
can't
liar.
respond to
I
it.
called you a derailer.
Derailer, so he can accuse me of derailing and I can't respond to Alpha. Is that how it works?
I'm just saying, dude, we were all the way over here talking about bottom-up obscuration when we were talking about Eratosthenes. I didn't want to change from Eratosthenes.
I didn't talk about who brought up Hayes. Did I brought up Hayes?
Yeah, but we're talking
Yes.
about bottom-up.
So stop derailing Alpha. Grizzly, Grizzly, why is Alpha derailing?
Let me remind you how it got
See
brought
here,
up.
Alpha is just derailing all over again, Alpha.
How can I remind you? We were talking about measurements and calculations, and you were basically beaten and done like a steak. And then you switched to, but boats, but back then, they knew it was a globe because boats went up, bottom up. That's what you switched to, remember?
You did switch to it.
No, that didn't switch to it. That is literally how they knew. That's a part of how they knew why the Earth was a globe.
That's how we got the heat haze, because of you.
Yeah, because you said that was the only thing that could happen over a curve.
But if you don't like the arguments for a globe Earth, then that's your problem.
Yeah, because it's not an argument. It's just saying Earth globe because curve, that's all. So I'm showing you right now that it's not just Earth curve. There is optical phenomena that take place in the distance that can cause obscuration. And you're running away from it now because you want to talk about other things.
But they can't account for the.
They're accounting for it because the definition talks about it, dude. It's why people know this optical phenomena takes place, and you're denying it right now because you want to run back to the globe, and I'm not letting you. I'm showing you that there's another reason or explanation why that this phenomena of both disappearing from the bottom up
running away.
Yeah. Both disappearing from the bottom up.
I thought I was accused for derailing, and I wanted to get back on point.
Now you're interrupting. So I'm telling you, the reason why people are talking about boats disappearing from the bottom up, and they're like, well, the only thing could be Earth curve. No. Heat haze can cause an obscuration of distant viewers from the ground up. So on the water, it can cause an obscuration.
But you see when there's heat haze, right? You see when there's heat haze.
You know when there's heat haze because you know what it's causing. It's causing an obscuration from the ground up.
Yeah, and then you see the obscuration, and it's not always obscuration.
What do you mean? You don't see the obscuration. The obscuration
happens
to obscure. No, you don't. It's causing the shimmering effect. The shimmering effect is something
and the shimmering you can see.
Okay, so when you look at something that disappears from the bottom up, can you not see the shimmering effect that's happening on the water?
There is shimmering. There could be shimmering on top of the water. There isn't always.
There you go.
There you go. There isn't always. There isn't always.
I know.
There you go.
And so sometimes.
So when there is shimmering effect, when there's not shimmering effect, and it's still cut in half.
And
then why is it cut in half?
Dude, no. That you just added that caveat. No, when you see the boat and the far distance, the shimmering is not happening as much. But when you see the boat being obscured, then the shimmering's happening. So that's the way that you should have said it. You didn't say it that way.
Where's the shimmering here? Tell me, where's the shimmering here? Tell me.
Right there on the water's edge. Look at the water's edge.
In the shimmering here.
Yeah, at the water's edge, bro.
What? See here, let me show you an example of shimmering, and then I'm going to tell you, show me the difference between the two. You can't sit there with a straight face, man.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can I just chat with the
No, you're just talking, you're just sitting here accusing me of shit. So you're not contributing anything. You see the difference between the two, Alpha?
Okay, let me ask
the two images I posted. Which one is shimmering and which one is not? Can you tell me the difference, Alpha? Alpha.
I'm gonna wait till Grizzly gets what he needs to get out.
Oh my fucking god!
I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna wait till he's done.
I'm not gonna answer Grizzly's question. You can talk to somebody else, Grizzly.
He's scared now. He's scared.
No, you're just here to derail.
You know, my question is going to be so poignant. It's going to make you.
I don't know what the hell you're going to talk about, but I'm not going to answer.
I know you're afraid. My question is going to be.
I'm going to answer it after Alpha answers my question.
I can't do it until Grizzly gets
that slapstick stuff, and he knows.
Yeah, then we're locked. Maybe Grizzly should leave the conversation.
Nah, he's allowed to be here. He doesn't have to leave.
Okay, then we're not going to move anywhere. You're just going to let him disrupt the conversation. That's fine. If you want to
like anything, man. I'm interjecting because of your slapstick that you just posted.
Yeah.
Slapstick?
Yeah, that shit you posted is slapstick.
All right. So can you show the part of the bottom of that the first oil rig on the left hand side? Look at the bottom where it meets the water. Can you do that? Zoom in.
I can't zoom in.
Well, you need to. Increase the image, like
I don't need to zoom in on the other image to see the shimmering.
The image potential.
Shimmering is crystal clear.
No, crystal clear. Look at the water line, right where the oil rig is. Look at the water line, dude.
I have to look at 1 pixel and see if there is.
No, I want you to see the shimmering on the water line because you're being a fucking weasel.
There is no shimmering.
Yes, it is, dude.
You can't just say, "Look at it, look at it." You see
the
difference
water
between
line, you fucking numpty.
How can you say there is not shimmering in the? How can you say is there shimmering in the bottom image?
Do you want me to fucking draw like a line where you could see it? Like
yeah,
I could put
point
2
at
lines,
it, please.
one right above and one right below, because you're such a fucking weasel, dude.
No, but dude, you can't sit here with a straight face and say that there is shimmering in the top one and there is
dude. No,
you see a clear difference between the images.
It's not the fucking
shimmering
top of
is
the
causing
image, you dumb ass. No,
and then you even ask me to show. You even ask me to tell me where does it happen according to the definition, and then I looked up the definition, and nowhere did it mention ocean. It just mentioned asphalt
on the ground, you dumbass.
And concrete.
It happens on the water that you also said just not only 5 minutes ago. Oh yeah, it's on shimmering happens on the water. Does it not happen on the water?
Not as much as asphalt. It's not a typical place where you get.
Wait a fucking minute. You just said not as. Wait, you just said not as much. So that means it does happen, doesn't it?
Is that your argument that it can happen?
Answer the question, you fucking weasel. Answer the question.
Yes.
All right then.
You know, dishonesty is. He's so dishonest.
There it is.
He knows that.
Is that the argument? Heat haze can happen 1 out of 1,000 times over ocean. Therefore,
so now that you've conceded that heat haze does happen, shimmering does happen underwater. Yeah, you've conceded. Now we can move along to say that shimmering.
And then I also said you can see when it happens.
What do you mean you can see when it happens?
Like the fucking image here.
Yeah,
like the image I posted. The fucking airplane.
Yeah, so one of them could be more extreme than the other, but it doesn't negate the fact that it's still happening. Right?
The one explains how extreme it is.
You answer the question that I just gave you, right? It's one example that you're showing is extreme. The other one's showing that it could happen, but not as extreme. They're still happening, right?
There could be distortion, yeah.
Okay, then. Fuck's sake. We're getting somewhere now. So
no, we are not.
Yeah, we are. Thank you for conceding, because now we know it's not curvature. Thank you very much.
There are other options.
Are you saying there is not curvature because there can be haze?
You're cooked, bro. You're fucking cooked.
Are you saying there cannot be? So wait. Is your argument that you're saying it cannot be curvature because there can be haze on some days?
I'm saying that when Aristophanes looked into the distance and saw a boat disappear, he knew it was multiple options, not curvature.
How does haze block like kilometers of a mountain?
Oh my god, dude!
Aristophanes didn't do the first geodetic survey, did he? You want to take that back, don't you?
Don't say "oh my god." You can't explain that.
He just did, dude. It wasn't a geodetic survey, and you already know it.
No, I'm not talking about that. How does a mountain? How does like half a mountain get blocked?
Are you not laughing anymore? Are you?
Guy, you're dealing with the best re-railer on Discord right
it's
now.
Kind of funny.
Bro, you're dealing with the best re-railer on Discord, so Aristophanes thing, you got that really wrong.
I'm not going to talk with you, Guste. You're just accusing me of shit.
Yeah.
Typical.
You didn't. Your bottom-up obscuration has been solved. Your idea that you think that Eratosthenes did measurement is debunked. Everything's all. You're done, dude. There's nowhere to go.
So why? What is deciding whether a lot of the mountain is cut off and a little bit of mountain
that's some
is
bullshit you're doing right now.
Why isn't the airplane gone? Why isn't the airplane gone when I can see it and there is haze?
You know, this is
why can't I see the airplane?
This is important because what you're doing now is grasping at straws.
No, I'm trying to hear. I'm trying to understand.
Wait, 1 second.
Why
did he say he can see a plane through haze? So when it's foggy and cloudy, you see through shit? You're Superman, man.
No, shimmer. It's shimmer. It's not 100% obscuration.
100% obscuration.
A guy that photo
the image, right? Why is there shimmer over the asphalt?
Hold on a second. You just said 100% obscuration. Was that ever the claim?
No, that wasn't the claim, but he proposed it. The other guy, Merrill, proposed it.
No. Nope.
Merrill, you talked to Merrill about
100% 100% obscuration was that's a side note for you that you're trying to bring in here. And why?
You need to tell Merrill about that. I don't care about that.
He wasn't talking about heat haze. He
yes,
just
he
mentioned.
did talk about that.
No, he didn't. He said
No,
fog,
I didn't see
dumbass.
Thanks, man.
You're not even paying attention, guy. You're so far off the reservation.
Obscuration. You said 100% obscuration.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with heat haze. Other things can obscure the viewer. Yeah, other things can obscure a viewer from seeing something in the distance, like fog. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Fuck's sake, dude. There's nowhere to run, dude. Everywhere you go, you're gonna find a trap. Everywhere you go.
Yeah, but we are talking about heat haze now, not fog.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yes,
every instance of seeing something in the distance and not being able to see something in the distance could be answered by optical phenomena. Yeah. It could also be said that if something goes behind something else, you could say, well, it's physically behind a mountain or physically behind a tree or something. But when it comes to saying that something can be obscured by optical phenomena, we'd say, yeah, it's possible. And there's another answer instead of saying, well, the Earth is a curvature. Yeah. That's the only thing it can be.
But is it possible that there could be haze and there also could be curvature, and therefore part of it is
because you have
why isn't that possible?
Because you have to first demonstrate that the Earth is conforming to 8 inches per mile squared or whatever drop over distance you think is going on. You have to demonstrate that being the truism. You haven't done that.
So earlier you said you didn't have to demonstrate how much haze was blocking. It was just the fact that haze might exist. Therefore, it explains it.
No,
then I asked you,
heat haze explains the fact that you're talking about that Earth curvature is the only thing that can cause obscuration. I said no. Heat haze is the thing that can cause
it. It explains it or can explain it.
It does explain it because if you had Earth curvature, you'd be able to demonstrate it, which you can't. Right?
Well, how do you demonstrate it with haze?
Okay, now give me some drop over distance measurements because we're going to test your claim that the Earth is curving. Go ahead. Let's start there.
The drop over distance measurement is the image that I showed you.
Tell us about these. Tell us about
the oil rig image.
Surveys. Tell us about this progression of geodetic surveys.
Which you claim is haze.
Which you mentioned started with
Aristophanes, right?
Can you please elaborate on those claims? Okay.
I'm talking to Alpha right now.
I know, but I want to just derail this.
You want to derail to something else?
He said re-rail.
I want to re-rail this.
You want to derailing.
Survey first began with Aristophanes. So can you just elaborate on that?
I'm not going to elaborate on anything. I'm going to talk about what I'm talking about with Alpha.
Alpha, just ask him that question, brother, and then he'll answer it.
No, he's talking about what kind of how much haze can affect.
Dude, I got a flamethrower. I got a flamethrower.
What kind of bottom-up obstruction, right?
Dude, I got a flamethrower at the end of that image you just posted. I want Grizzly to answer what he's asking.
Yeah, okay.
You want him to derail for you,
bro?
I'm re-railing, brother. Come on.
I mean, you can restate it.
Brother, come on, man. Don't let the cricket
if you want to talk with Grizzly, you can do that, Alpha.
Oh my god!
And then we can get back to the conversation.
Guys, stop wincing and stop waiting for the cricket to arrive. Just answer.
Grizzly.
I'm not going to let you derail.
I'm re-railing. Come on. Now.
Mod is allowing that, so I don't know what.
I'm not
other people are in this convo, man. I mean, we gotta allow them to come in.
You can allow them to derail?
No, he's not doing that.
Yeah,
we're still talking. We're talking about the same subject. I mean,
no, we are talking about flat Earth is the only thing we have in common with this conversation. Right now, we are talking about haze.
Yeah, but the only reason
you said earlier, right? Haze. I don't know. I want to know how you can demonstrate that haze is blocking all that view.
I can't do it just yet. I want Grizzly to finish his point.
Exactly. This whole conversation started when we asked him, how would you know the Earth is a globe? He said geodetic surveying began with Aristophanes. Right. He mentioned that. That's what he said.
I mean, I'm happy to go back.
The whole crux of the whole argument relies on now that he can demonstrate that haze is blocking all that view. because he said it's an explanation to it. It's not just a proposed explanation even. It's just this is the if you have haze, this is it's what blocks the view in this oil rig image.
Talk to him real quick, and then we'll jump right back to it.
Just answer my question, guy, and then you can continue with your heat haze and lava.
Okay, what do you want us to ask again? I'll listen to you this time.
I don't you remember? It was literally less.
I don't listen to you, to be honest. Oh, really? Just ask again.
Surely you can remember what happened 2 minutes ago. Come on, guy. Prove me you're not a goldfish.
I didn't listen to you. Seriously, I didn't listen to you.
I think that's not just with him.
It's just weird. Yeah. So when you said that Aristophanes did the first geodetic surveying, can you elaborate on that? And how
I didn't say he's the first geodetic surveying. He measured the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, so you mentioned Aristophanes, geodetic surveying, and how that proved the Earth is a globe. Can you explain that more?
Yes, he measured it. Prove is like a different question. But...
You're becoming a goldfish. We already explained to you what calculations are.
Yeah.
He calculated it, not measured
it. I don't disagree with your definition of calculation.
Tell me what you think geodetic surveying is, and how do they go about surveying the Earth?
Geodetic surveying is like dealing with like measuring and like knowing the shape of the Earth.
And how would they go about doing that?
Today?
In Aristophanes' day or today, whichever one you want.
In Eratosthenes' day, I don't think nobody did that stuff. Eratosthenes like measured the circumference one time, but that's all it is. I think nobody did a lot more on that for like hundreds of years.
Fair enough. So we already explained that Aristophanes calculated. Okay, what about the modern day? How are they doing geodetic surveying in the modern day?
Today they use like satellites and GPS and shit like that.
Have they measured the Earth to be a globe?
Yeah, they also measure it with more precision. Yeah.
All right. Can you show those measurements? Where are they? Where can I find those?
I think you need to look at like datums that use that are like the data points for the Earth. I think they're called. There are many different datums, and there are local datums that are more precise for like specific continents. I think there's like one global one which is called VGS or VGS 84 or something like that. Yeah.
So you're telling me they use satellites and they use datums, and through data they
are the datums are the actual.
I know. How do they do? Yeah. What's the direct measurement they do to measure it, or do they calculate it?
It's a lot of. I mean, of course, there is. I don't know what you mean by calculation. Of course, there's a lot of math in it.
Calculation means they're using assumptions without the direct measurement.
I don't think there is. The only assumptions I think that exist in that case is like the speed of light or something, because that's what they use to calculate the position of the satellites.
Did they measure the circumference of the Earth or the radius of the
Earth? Yes, that's measurements that they do. Yeah.
Okay. What's the method for that? Where's that? Where can I see the experiment and the measurement procedure for that?
I don't think there is like a single procedure. I don't know what procedure. Yeah, this is something that is like a continuous process. I don't think there's like, let's measure it and then they do it and then they're done.
If it's a continuous process, even better. There should be lots of data and websites and links and videos. Where is it? Where's the measurement data?
You can Google like the different projections and the different datums. I think it's called EPSG.io has like a lot of these datums, and then from there you can find like what a lot of the you can start with a global datum, which is called VGS84, and that one is I think is using a lot of local ones as well, which are like.
Do you know where I can find these datums and these projections for these measurements?
Yeah, EPSG.io.
Am I going to find the methodology for how they took that direct measurement?
I think. If you're gonna look up like the methods for how they measure using satellites, and that's like, I think it's a more complicated matter.
But you know about it, right? You know all about it.
I know like loosely the concepts. I'm not like I don't work with this.
You know the loose concepts, but then
yeah, I mean I know more than the average person.
No, I don't think so. I
haven't worked with. I worked with not the positioning system, but like different projections.
Yeah, Grizzly, I don't get how a guy like this guy would know so much and yet at the end know so very little about the topics that I don't get it.
He knows so much and says so little. Isn't it funny?
It's weird.
What? I told you what site you could go to from like my head. Jesus Christ, what the hell do you want me?
All right, well, I mean, he's kind of bankrupt in this area. I mean, I don't know what he's not really
strange. It's strange because like it's so weird. Usually, if you come to someone with knowledge on something, like for example, if I went to a car mechanic, let's say, who's been working on cars his whole life or something, and I brought him a photograph or something, I said, or I asked him a question. I said, look, something like I either asked him a question or I made a statement. I made a proposition to him about something.
You need
about
to poison the well to make
Let me finish. Hold on. And if I asked him a question, he'd answer it in like 3 seconds, and you'd give me lots of examples, and you'd point me in the right. If I said to him, "Well, why is it that answer and not that other answer? Where are you getting that from, Mr. Mechanic?" He'd be like, "Mate," and he'd pull out a book, and he'd be like, "Look," or he'd pull out a photograph, and he'd say, "Look," or he'd pull out some manufacturer's manual, and he'd say, "Look," straight away. He's like, "Mate, this is how it works. This is why it's like this." But when I ask a guy, how does geodetic surveying work, how does Aristophanes, all the stuff we went through, how to measurements and calculations. This guy is the equivalent of a mechanic saying, "Yeah, I'm not sure where the car keys are, man. I'm not sure I open them."
He doesn't know.
Oh, yeah, it's in there somewhere.
Yet he's claiming he's a mechanic. It's weird. That to me is like, that's very odd. You can't do that. You either are and you know what you're talking about, or you're not and you don't. That's the way it goes.
Yeah. Exactly. So when you're finished gas, poisoning the well.
Well, there's no poisoning, man, because
yes, there is.
There's just such a lack of pertinent information regarding our questions, regarding his own propositions.
Yeah. It's important because
what kind of projection do you want to look at first? Tell me that, and then we can start there.
Well, first of all, I want you to stop your own projection. I want to stop projecting.
No, not that type of projection, man. I'm talking about like a type of a coordinate system that you want to start off with.
Nah, you don't know any of this.
That's called projection.
It's weird. No, but look, I don't want to. No,
I understand you guys are confused because you don't.
No, but you're derailing again, right? So let's go back to what we were talking about, because I want to take you back to show you some examples.
Alpha, right? Grizzly wanted to talk about this. You wanted to stop talking about what you talked about earlier because Grizzly wanted to butt in.
Yeah, but you
didn't. And I said. Then I said,
what he was asking.
Want Grizzly to derail? And now you're saying I'm the one who's derailing?
No,
when I'm fucking here an open book for Grizzly?
I know. All I'm saying
seriously,
is that he
Alpha, how can you be such a piece of shit with a straight face?
Can you at least understand that he already asked you the questions and you didn't have the answers? So now we're going to move to another point because you were bankrupt and he basically exposed it.
I told him we can talk more in depth about one single projection.
And I asked him not to project. Wait a minute. I asked him not to project, and that's exactly what he did. Then everything he said about you, that's true about him. He's been disingenuous. He's been a liar. He's been keeping a straight face.
I'm not saying you're projecting. I'm just saying it's called projection. Yeah. It's called projection.
You literally just said it. You accused him of. It's true about you.
Sorry, it's called a Mercator. It's a Mercator is a projection. For example,
can we
understand what I mean? Said about AV is true about you, bro.
Yeah, and the important thing, the important thing right now is I wanted to take you back to the point where we left off, because you still are confused about heat haze, right? Or that any distortion can take place within the optical range of somebody seeing something in the distance. Now I want to take you to 40 minutes after the hour because it got lost.
So
in the
we're
sauce.
Not going to talk about. So it did
I got some
derail.
examples, dude. I got some examples, and I want to show you. That's what I want to do right now. So if everybody's
What did you get out of Grizzly's derail the last 10 minutes?
Can you just go into what I want to show you? Because it's important.
Oh, I want you to answer. What did you get out of Grizzly's derail now?
We're not here to talk about that. We want to talk about this.
So you're just going to let Grizzly derail? In 5 minutes, you're going to do the same thing again.
Stop with the meta, bro. Just stop with the meta. If anything, I re-railed it because all this is about Aristophanes.
I warned you, Alpha. This is what happens.
And your statement about geodetic surveying. So there's two parallel conversations. Your snafu about Aristophanes, and now you're talking about heat haze. Well, check out what he posted, bro.
Yeah, just
we are talking about projections and geodetic surveying.
No, we're not. That was your red herring that I didn't want to go into. All right, so look at what the previous conversation.
So Grizzly was red herring.
Hey, guy, you didn't have the information to support what he was asking. It was clear. Right, he made that very clear. You don't have it, so let's. So
I didn't have the information for Grizzly's red herring.
No, it's not a red herring. He was just telling you about.
You said you called it a red herring just now.
No, you're red herring.
What? And I'm red herring when Grizzly is asking me points, which I'm desperately trying to avoid to answer.
No, look at this.
How can I red herring when Grizzly's the one?
Right.
Jesus
Can you stop talking about that for a second and just look at what I posted?
You guys look so stupid. Jesus Christ.
He's just look at what I posted. Well, man, everybody's respectful here towards you. Nobody's calling you names or cussing you out or calling you retarded, even though we could on a constant basis. So why don't you please be more respectful in this debate?
Yeah, so can you look at these
images?
But
derailing is disrespectful.
Hey, guy, come on, man. You're making this a lot harder than it has to be.
Yeah, but Alpha, look at the derailing is disrespectful.
Can you at least look at the images I posted at 40? They're going to get lost by the time you look at them. They're going to keep moving because people are typing and putting stuff in the text.
We're going to move to a different topic. Okay.
It's the one you and I were on.
I have 5 minutes left.
All right. The one you and I were on prior to you going to the conversation with Grizzly. All right. So go back to 40 minutes after the hour. I got 2 images.
40 minutes after the hour?
One of them says atmospheric refraction and it has like distortion happening. The other one's
there's
definite.
So many memes there.
I know. That's why I said look at them while. That's why I was saying look at them.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
Scroll.
You got one at 40 minutes after, and then there's like Muriel, and then mine's again. All right, so the one on top, can you see the peninsula in the background? This is at Skunk Bay, and there's undulation happening in the distortion. The distortion that you see is causing you, the viewer, the observer, to see the peninsula in the background at a very different way. It's like throughout the course of the day, you can start to see that there's undulation that takes place within the observation. So can you see this effect?
Yeah, it's very easy to see when it's happening. That's what I said earlier. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and I know, but listen.
It's very easy to see when it's not happening.
Guy, 1 second, bro. Listen to me. This is happening over a time-lapse photography or video. Time-lapse is what this is. Time-lapse is what's happening here, right? So that's what we know is happening with this image. Now, the one at the bottom is a demonstration of heat haze, as you can see. Can you see the road and, the shimmering? You can't literally see like shimmering, but you can see like that obscuration that happens when the camera angle gets lower on its angle of view. The angle of view is lowering down to the ground, which is the reason why that the angle alongside heat haze is causing that obscuration. Now, as the camera angle is on a higher level, it could see more of the ground farther away. But as the camera angle lowers to the ground, the obscuration starts to occur more closely. As in, you can start to see the obscuration. So it just depends, right? It depends where the camera angle is in accordance to like where the angle of view and also the optical range that they could see where the obscuration is. Now, here's one thing I want to say. Could you see, if you zoomed in from the lowest angle, when the camera's down to the floor, could you zoom in past the obscuration or no?
No, not that. You probably couldn't do that because it looks like a reflection of the sky.
Correct.
Basically.
No, I agree. Now, what I'm saying is the obscuration that's happening causes a distortion between the air and the angle of view, and you can't see beyond that. And it's happening from the ground up. So you can't see what's on whatever's beyond that obscuration, you can't see what's back there. You can only see the obscuration. And if you zoomed in, you wouldn't be able to see any more other than more obscuration, shimmering. Right. Therefore, when we're talking about ships and what you see in the distance and the heat outside and everything concerns like the angle of view, the optical distance that you see something, everything in concerns to like how you see something in the distance could also be an explanation as to why people think that their mindset is always on curvature and not this phenomena that's taking place in accordance with how we see things in the distance. So I showed you
what you said, haze is an explanation, not it could be. Now you're saying it can be.
No, depending on the air clarity of the day. So like that image that you showed, now I'm going to go back to the image, the one you showed of the oil rigs, right? So there's a couple of things happening there, which of course to you would be Earth curvature. Now there's a lot of things on your side.
I don't see any shimmering there.
Yeah, there's a lot of things on your side that you can't explain. But like you took a still image of something that's considered distortion, right? So distortion is what we see happening in the time-lapse footage in Skunk Bay. Do you see that? The time-lapse footage in Skunk Bay. So let's just take, for example, Skunk Bay. If you were to take a photo of any time during the undulation, let's say you took a snapshot in the middle of the video of that undulation, you would capture a moment in time where the peninsula looked like it was like underneath the water line. And another
but I've seen the real footage
of that. Bro,
okay.
1 second. And then another time you can take a snapshot of something where it looks like the whole peninsula is able to be seen. So depending on the air temperature outside and what's being distorted, you can see more or less of the thing that was in the background in the Skunk Bay video, time lapse.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So
I get what you're saying, but you're sounding like this is some black box problem which you have no idea to control for.
In this case, you're using the Black Swan, the oil rigs, and then you're saying I took a still, and what's happening here is Earth curvature. But if I was to take a still of the Skunk Bay footage, or when you can't see the peninsula because of the distortion, then you would also claim that it's Earth curvature, when it wouldn't be. At the still image that you took in a moment in time, you were claiming that it's Earth curvature. But if you were to do a time-lapse footage of that oil rig, you would see exactly what's happening in Skunk Bay, exactly what would be happening over there in those oil rigs. You would be seeing undulation. Listen, bro, I'm trying to tell you this is what you don't understand.
I have to go. You're using too long time to explain.
Well, this is what it is.
You're repeating your point over and over again.
You need to realize that it's not your Earth curvature. It's not.
Okay,
it's
thank you. You could just say that. Just say what you want. You'll be done with it. Okay. Yeah. So I've seen this.
No, you've seen it, but you haven't really comprehended its.
No, I have seen the YouTube video of it. The full. Okay.
Yeah. The implications.
Can I please talk?
Huh?
Did you
understand? Yeah. Did you understand what I said?
Yes, I understand. You're saying your point is that if I were to take like a snapshot of that GIF you posted, if I were to do it at a certain time, you could have like parts of the island, bottom of the island hidden. Yes. And it could be due to refraction, or miraging, not a curvature.
Go on.
Yeah.
That's it?
That's what you said.
Oh, voila. I mean, have we not achieved the explanation point where you...
Yeah, but you're omitting the fact that we can control for these things.
Whoa.
You're acting like the atmosphere is a black box. Like I said to you earlier.
What?
I said to you earlier.
Are you serious?
You can control the air.
No.
You can't control the air. You can do measurements on days when there is not an open sun.
You're off the reservation, bro. You're off the...
Okay, whatever. You guys don't... Can I please say what I want to say?
You can't control the atmosphere between you and the thing you're seeing, dude. What are you, crazy?
Yes, you can measure the fucking the air.
No, you can't.
If the sea is 20
there's pockets
degrees
of air between you and the thing you're seeing in the
Yes,
distance. There's pockets of air that are different temperatures. Do you understand? You can't control for that.
Not on every day.
Every fucking day.
Every fucking minute of the day, dude.
Oh, so
all day
long. There is like insane mirages everywhere.
Listen, it just depends on the temperature outside.
Yeah, it depends, right? So we can know these things. You know the temperatures and shit like that.
Bro, you can't.
You say it depends on the temperature, and then we can actually measure the temperature. And then you're saying we can't not know anyway.
You need to shut your damn mouth.
What the hell
cannot
are you
determine.
talking about?
Fucking hell, dude. You can't determine the distance. You can give an approximation as to how far you think a person would be able to see. That's what the weatherman does. Well, today you could see about 11 miles away. But
I have a temperature gauge in my
dude,
phone.
in reality, you could probably see 20 miles or probably 7. It doesn't really, like, it's just they're just telling you more or less. But when you go outside, you probably see less or more. It doesn't really give you like he says 11 miles. It'll be, I'll see 11 miles. That's not going to happen
I can
way.
tell you when there's going to be a lot of refraction and when there's not.
Nah, there's no way you can. No,
yes, I can.
Really?
Yes.
For what? And what's you're gonna be having? Like, listen, if I was to go to a specific place,
if there has been cold days and their sun is heating and the sun is strong, and there's warm temperature coming in suddenly, I know there's going to be a lot of refraction.
So everything has to do with the weather. Yeah, the fact is weather's causing things to be having obscuration and not Earth curvature. Thanks.
No, they can be, but they don't always are.
So weather's causing obscuration.
You're saying they always are.
Yeah, the bottom up obscuration is not happening due to Earth curvature. Thank you.
There is blocking up, bottom up when there is no like miraging and shit like that going on.
That's bullshit. When? Tell me when. When does the atmosphere ever give you a specific way that you can gauge a distance to the thing that's bottom up obstruction? Because now you're claiming that geometry is able to be garnered from just a simple observation. Really? So tell me.
It can be.
Yeah, it can be? How do you do it?
Yes.
How do you do it then?
You would do these measurements on day when you know there, for example, there have been cloudy days. If you're going to do it over ocean, you measure the ocean temperature that it's similar to the atmospheric temperature, and do it on cloudy days. You're not going to have this insane refraction that you showed in the GIF.
No, and then how do you know the drop over distance for the curve of the Earth? Because that's what you're saying. You can
because at that point you can rule out fucking refraction.
You can rule it out?
Yes.
What the fuck? Okay, so tell me how it's done.
Yes, it's not a black box.
Tell me how it's done.
Yeah, it is.
I told you how it's done. You do this measurement on these days.
Well, how?
I told you how you do it.
You're just saying some obscure.
These are like literally in like geodetic survey manuals. They tell you when to do these measurements. It says so. Do it like, for example, not at dawn or dusk, or do it at cloudy days, etc. It tells you when to do these measurements because that's when you have less refraction.
You literally got it backwards.
Yeah, that you fucked it up.
Yeah,
the exact opposite.
Is dawn or dusk that you can do it at the best time?
Yeah, you're clueless.
You clown.
Yeah, you're completely clueless.
It's if the sun is been up all day. Sorry,
I think it's during
dusk. Hey, you fucked up, dude.
Not good.
I'll post a graph of measurements.
I can show you the quotes from the.
I can show you actual measurements. Actual measurements.
Yeah.
You fucked up.
So are you saying these surveying manuals are lying or something, or what is it?
What do you mean lying?
Are they
saying wrong though, right? They can be wrong.
Is it wrong? The survey manuals are wrong. The geodetic surveys are
wrong.
Well,
they don't say what you think they say.
So it says so specifically. It's written in layman terms, like when to do these measurements.
Yeah, you're not a layman. You're a numpty.
Thank you. I'm an expert. Thank you.
You're a numpty.
Thank you.
Below a layman.
Pretender clown.
Above a layman. Yeah. Anyways, I have to go now. So.
Oh, we got more of this shit, dude. Where are you going?
I have to go to work. I have a meeting.
Just tell him to wait. Fucking, we gotta hash this
shit out.
It's my boss. So I posted a graph with other.
I'm not gonna sell my boss. I'm gonna chat.
Just look at this real quick with Indio. It takes about a minute.
Yeah. So the graph, the top one is the deflection of the vertical angle. It's in MGON, right? So 1 MGON is 0.009 degrees. Okay. So the greatest deflection they measured is 0.4.
So it's better when there is no radiation. So when the sun is down, it's better. Is what I get from this, right?
Yeah. They think the air is more mixed.
Yeah. So when there is a lot of wattage.
So here's the funny thing.
Yeah.
The deflection that they measured, it's 8 feet and 25 miles. 8 feet, dude. Doesn't give the amount of refraction that you need.
Where did you get this drawing for? It was a good drawing.
It's a graph from. Hold on. It's a graph from influence of atmospheric refraction on terrestrial laser scanning at long range. That.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah, come back.
So you can see most of the time there's no refraction.
Yeah.
At all.
I agree. There is little refraction most of the time. I thought you disagree. I think you were going to disagree with that, Alpha. I said so earlier. I said most of the time there are no
You said that you could control for it.
We got something like
you
can. Black Swan. So
you cannot control for this shit, bro. What the fuck?
You have the fucking drawing here. If you know when the sun is out,
you're not controlling for it.
That is a control.
You know when it's gonna happen, so you adjust accordingly. The control that you have to change anything
do
in
the
the
measurement
atmosphere
during the time when there is a lot of refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a control.
Yeah, so you're missing the forest through the trees. There isn't the refraction you say exists doesn't exist. Sorry.
Okay. Anyways, I have to go now. Okay. But
next time I go, tell us about geodetic surveying. Okay. Thanks.
You will. He'll just make it up on the fly.
I was just having a bit of fun. That's all. I wanted to paint my Rembrandt on a numpty canvas, so I just used a guy.
See, they claim they're empiricists until you bring up empirical data, then they run away, or they go back to this story, or they talk about models.
Dude, we've been at it since 6 o'clock. It's 8 now.
Right. Earlier on, a guy said that Aristophanes did the first geodetic surveying in history, and that he could prove and could measure the Earth with a globe.
You did geodetic surveying before they had the word geodetic?
Yeah, Grizzly had him on a barbecue, man. It was like slowly simmering. Just roasting him over and over.
They'll just say anything. I'm at the point where I'm like, they'll just say anything. It doesn't even matter. They're just like.
I think like you and me and maybe Grizzly, we're addicted to this shit, dude. Like just shellacking these guys. Like I don't know what it is. I have to like you get your fix like every day, just shellacking it. I need to shellac somebody. I need to hear someone spiral out.
Goes in the buffoonery.
His boss is McToon and Professor Dave. They're doing a Zoom meeting right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get him? He's like, yeah, I got him good. Good job, son. Weird.
It's like when you catch your kid doing something, man, and they're like, you're just saying just like random words to try and get out of it, and it don't make any sense. That's what the Globers are like. They're just saying random words that don't make any sense. And they think just like, you're like, well, you didn't answer. Well, yeah, I did. No, you said a bunch of words, but you didn't actually answer. Like you think a reply is not the same as an answer, right? You can reply and just like grunt and groan. Like that doesn't mean it's an actual answer to, problem.
Yeah, I like it because the optical phenomena that take place on the Earth that have already been described by even the Globers give them an answer as to what causes obscuration. And they tend to want to gravitate towards things that only lean them towards the Earth being a globe. And it's interesting because it's like, well, if there's another explanation, why won't you at least attempt to think about it in that way? It's like, well, there's no other option. And like, yeah, there is. Has nothing to do with curve.
I had a Glober trial in this rhetoric. It's not the horizon. It's not the geometric horizon. It's the effect of the geometric horizon that we're seeing.
That's dumb as shit. Dude.
Yeah. And then he tried to like shoehorn it into gravity too. It's not the cause of gravity. Gravity's not the cause, but it's the effect of gravity. Like, dude, what you just said makes zero sense. You're just trying to like use a bunch of rhetoric to cope, just to cope.
Why don't we get one of these Globers to come in here and
causes gravity? Gravity.
Yeah, what causes gravity? Gravity. That's not circular
what they
at all.
say, man. You know that's exactly what they say. Something falls. What's the cause? Okay, what's gravity? Drop something. Okay, what causes that? Gravity.
Yeah, we had him Eratosthenes. Oh, actually, it started off with the celestial sphere. He lost that one. Eratosthenes, he lost that one. Grizzly got him on that one. Then I shifted him to heat haze because he wanted to answer about disappearing bottom up ships that happen, or the reasoning behind Eratosthenes as to why did Eratosthenes think that? Well, we saw disappearing ships from the bottom up. Okay. And how did they couldn't come up with the answer for something else? It was just the curvature of the Earth? Nah.
Yeah, I know that guy from. I've spoken to him many times. That guy. Yeah.
Yes, Funk. It's his old account name, Funk.
This place.
That old fart left a bad taste in my mouth. The guy who was in the politics and religion server, the guy earlier, Indio. No,
which dude?
That old man that he wanted to challenge AJ.
Oh, the drunk.
Yeah, dude. We unmuted him and he was like he wanted to do a 2-on-1, me and AJ against him. I was like, dude, I don't fucking need people on my. As a matter of fact, you need 2 or 3 on your side.
That's what I'm
fucking
saying,
make
man.
it even.
That's what I was thinking. Like 2-on-1 him. Like
Fuck's
he's got an
sake,
extra
dude.
guy.
No, I was like, yeah, there's no way, dude. I would say, dude, it's unfair as it is for you because he was bringing up Encyclopedia Britannica, bro. Like this is the kind of shit. The level he was at, fucking, I couldn't even. I have to step down leagues below me just to like fucking address this guy. Like, there's no way. He didn't know shit.
Bro, to them, Encyclopedia Britannica is a good source. They grew up quoting that in their younger days, writing.
We didn't even ask him yet, but I know he didn't know shit about. Like, basically, this guy was one of those types that he was just saying shit that he didn't know anything about. I fucking guarantee that shit. He's one of those guys that says shit, and if you were to quiz him on any of those topics that he brought up, he wouldn't know anything about it. Because I know
because they appeal to authority and consensus, and that's a perfect example. Britannica would be authoritative enough for them to feel. Yeah, I can stand with them. You know, it's okay to quote them.
Well, if I was to ask him, well, what did it say in Britannica specifically about the Earth? And he was like, well, you're a fucking asshole. I was like, that's not an answer. Like, fucking, he was just diverting. He didn't know shit. It was apparent. And you just once you call them out and you see that they don't have the answer to substantiate the claim, it's all downhill. All downhill.
I think the best thing is for them to understand the difference between calculations and measurements. And that example I gave him, remember with the if you're like a distance away from me, and how could I measure you, or how could I calculate you in terms of how far away are you away from me? That example I gave him. If you work through that with people, then they start getting the difference between the two concepts is because they don't get it still.
Well, he was cooked, man, because he couldn't get it out. He couldn't get out of it. He had to agree with the definitions. Anyway, it was over.
I was thinking. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm saying these people still think that people are measuring something with sticks. Forget.
Just ask Brenda. Is calculations the same as measurement?
Oh, Lord.
It's a double standard thing that they do. You know, it's like a calculation is a measurement for globe. But if you calculate for flat Earth, well, that's just some sort of misunderstanding. You know?
Well, just ask Brenda. Brenda, is calculation the same as measurement?
I was going to say, I was thinking it'd be interesting to get a NASA fanboy or girl in here that could agree that NASA only sends the best of the best into space, but also
the right stuff, they call it.
Yeah, but also believes in public space travel. So if they send the best of the best only, explain to me how Mr. and Mrs. Jones are going to space.
So waiting on the answer, Brenda.
What?
Calculation the same as a measurement.
It's just sophistry.
Oh no shit.
Is it?
Yeah, it's an art. It's just a made-up distinction that you guys made up.
Made up. And now,
for fuck's sake.
Brenda, can I ask a question?
bro?
Wait, let's try this. Hold on, Brenda. I'm going to give you an example. Imagine we are some distance apart from each other. It's an unknown distance, but we want to find out that distance, right? Imagine we're standing. It's a normal. It's just not a normal place. Hold on. So we don't know. It's an unknown amount, but we can see each other, right? Now, imagine if I want to. Let's go. There's two. Scenario A, we're going to measure, and scenario B, we're going to calculate. So just to show a distinction between the two, because you're saying there's no distinction, right?
Grizzly,
let's look at it, right?
Hey, Grizzly, real quick, stay on the side of TOS, okay? No talk about identities or anything, okay?
Yeah, I understand, brother. You know me too well. It's okay, but so we're gonna look at measuring and calculating, right? So I would say measuring would be here's some methods I would think of how to measure the distance between us in this example. If I get a bit of string and I either throw the ball of string to you, or I walk over to you and I give you the string, then I walk back to my original position. Then we can make the string tight, and we can then measure the string with a ruler, or we could have like some sort of laser technology where I could fire a laser at you, and then that would detect the distance. Or we could maybe I could maybe walk towards you and put sequential meter marks in the ground, and then just count the marks to work out what the distance is between. So these would all be measurements, because I'm taking a direct measurement of the distance between us, and then I'm measuring it. Calculating would be, for me, if I, for example, took a photograph of you, and then from the photograph I said, oh, look at the slant of the sun's rays over the tree, so it forms a shadow, and that must mean that you are 17 degrees away from let's say that fence over there. So that would probably be, I'm going to calculate a distance based upon the objects around you and the sun's shadow and the tree behind you. So I'm going to use all the objects in the photograph to calculate a distance. So can you see the difference between measuring and calculating?
No, because they're all pretty much the same. In order to find the length of a tree or the length of a string, you have to calculate.
I want to work out the distance between us in that example.
Yeah, you have to calculate.
I know, but in the first set of scenarios, we were measuring because we were using string, having direct interaction with that distance, right?
Yeah, but you had to calculate that.
No, we had to use some mathematics, some arithmetic to add up some stuff, but we were directly interacting with the subject matter, which is the distance, and you in the distance, right? Whereas in scenario B, there is no direct interaction. I just took a photograph, and then I'm
doesn't matter.
I'm assuming the angles and assuming a scale measure, the scale around you.
Addition is calculation. It's math. Addition is calculation.
Right, but in the B scenario, we didn't interact directly. In the A scenario,
it doesn't matter. That's why I said it's just something you guys made up. It doesn't matter if it's direct or indirect. It doesn't matter.
But
you're just finding the amount of something, right? You're finding the length of the string or the height of the tree, and you're using calculations to discover that length.
Hold on, but it does matter, because if you directly interact, then you're going to get a more accurate estimate of that distance.
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
No.
If we were to do this, if we were to do this experiment, right, we go out in the field, we pick a random number for a distance, and then we try and do scenario A, measuring, and then scenario B of calculating. Every single time, the scenario B would be inaccurate compared to scenario A.
No, it won't be. Scenario A calls for calculation anyhow. By measuring, you're calculating something.
The distinction is whether we're directly interacting with the distance itself, you see.
Yeah, I'm saying that doesn't matter. That's why I think it's just a artificial distinction it's a difference that doesn't make a difference.
Well, it clearly makes a difference because it raises the accuracy of the estimate.
No, it doesn't. No.
It does, because if I threw you a bit of string,
Yeah, it does.
I
You're
would know that
validating.
distance.
Yeah, you're
I would know
validating
that
it.
distance. Hold on. If I drew a string from me to you or a laser from me to you, that would be very precise. Whereas a calculation with photographs, that would be prone to error and subject to assumptions. So that would be less accurate.
Yeah, the string is prone to error too.
No, it's not. No.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, no, direct validation is what trumps at the end of the day, measuring something, knowing, interacting with it in a way that you understand that from one place to another, you're actually getting a known value. Whereas the other way is not known. It's basically an assumption until you actually validate it. So yeah, there's a big distinction.
It's not an assumption. It's not an assumption. I know.
Yeah. No,
I have knowledge. I have knowledge. If I calculate, I have knowledge, right?
Yeah. So how are you gonna validate that knowledge?
There's no such thing as validation.
Yes, there
that's
is.
That's a logical fallacy.
Yeah. How do I know that the thing that I'm using with this calculation comports over to something that I can test and verify?
How do you know the string? How do you know that? How do you know that a ruler does?
You would test it, Brenda.
You test it. Yeah.
Yeah. You test the calculations too. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they turn into measurements, don't they?
No, it's the same thing.
No,
they're the same thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, they are.
Wait,
I'm explaining. I'm trying to explain to you how it's the same. It's because they both involve calculations. Whether you're putting a ruler up to something or measuring something by sight, you are calculating.
Brenda, what you're referring to is just arithmetic and adding up numbers. We're talking about direct interaction. That's the distinction. Okay.
Addition is calculation, dude. Addition is calculation, isn't it?
Let me finish. The distinction here is: do you want to directly interact with something to estimate, or do you want to avoid directly interacting because you think it doesn't matter? And clearly, it does matter because the accuracy goes up by a significant margin.
Yeah. So
is addition to calculation or not?
I can give you an example, Brenda.
Can you just answer the question?
Yeah. No, but it's simple. I don't have to
go answer the question. Is addition to calculation or not?
Yeah. So hold on a second, because you just
I have a question out there and you're just ignoring it.
Yeah, because it's not as important as what.
It's my entire point.
The point is interacting with the thing actually validates it and makes it true. So if you're saying that you're if you calculated that your foot is a certain size, that's wonderful. But you won't know until you actually go to the store.
No, I do know.
Hold on. The guy puts a ruler down and says, you know what, your foot is this big. And then you can find a shoe that actually fits. But if you're going by calculations, you might be wrong. Because until you validated and tested it that your foot fits in a shoe that exactly matches the numbers that you came up with, you won't know.
You could be wrong measuring too. You can be wrong measuring.
They're putting a ruler down next to your foot.
Yeah, but you could still be wrong.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So then when you go look for a shoe that just fits your size, how is that wrong?
That doesn't make your question doesn't make any sense. I'm saying.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? Yeah. So he measured your foot on that little ruler that you put your foot down on.
Yeah, the ruler could be wrong.
How the fuck is a ruler wrong, dude? It's measuring.
It could be, couldn't it? Could it be wrong?
Yeah. How is it wrong? How?
Is it possible that it's wrong?
How? How is it possible?
It's just wrong. It was manufactured wrong.
Manufactured wrong.
Yes.
So all along, the people that are buying shoes from this store, I got a ruler that's manufactured wrong. Is that your argument?
Well, it's out this ruler. Yes, they could be wrong.
Yeah, how?
I'll give you this.
How do you know any ruler is right?
Brenda, who's the sophist here?
Please.
Who's the sophist
I'll give
here?
him this with the shoe store scenario. I'll give her this. If the measurement was wrong, the shoe wouldn't fit, and they would get a correct measuring tool, so the shoe would fit.
Yeah, and if the calculation is wrong, the shoe won't fit.
No, but the whole point is when you measure something, you're interacting with it, and that's the point.
That doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any. That's my argument.
No, I know that's your argument, but it's bogus because you're laying down your foot next to the measuring device, right? The ruler, and so when you're interacting, well, hold on a minute. So when you're interacting with your foot and the ruler, you're actually putting it up against something. So you're testing it. Now you're seeing the distance between the size of your foot and the ruler next to it. When you're calculating, you're not doing that. Do you understand, Brenda?
When you measure something, you put a ruler up against it. You are calculating.
What?
You are looking.
What's the difference between a calculation and a measurement?
Well, one second. They're two different words. Hold on. Brenda, let me ask you a question, Brenda. Right? Imagine this example.
Hold on, man, because I'm cooking right now. So, Brenda, what's the difference between calculation and measurement?
Well, I don't think there is one. That's my point.
So, why are they two different words?
We have lots of words that mean pretty much the same thing.
Stop diverting. Answer the question. Why are they two different words?
We have lots of words that mean the same thing.
Different words. Why are they two? I don't care about them being synonymous.
I don't care either. Ways. It's not important. It's not It's not my problem.
Yes, that's the whole point. You have to understand that there's a difference between a measurement and a calculation.
No, I don't, because measurement. Here's what I understand measurement to be. Measurement is the process of finding a number that shows the amount of something, like weight, length, height, things like that.
By what?
Right.
By what?
A method.
No, interacting with it.
No.
Yes.
No. Yes. That's not in the definition.
You bet your ass it is.
No, it isn't.
Oh my God.
You don't have to interact with something in order to measure it.
Brenda, let me ask you a question, right? Because you're saying it doesn't matter whether you interact with it or not. So let me ask you a question. Imagine you wanted to buy a new wardrobe. Hold on. Imagine you wanted to buy a new wardrobe from IKEA for your, let's say, house that you live in, right? Now, there are two methods. You could either take a ruler, measure the size you want, that you need for whatever room, go to IKEA and spec it and make sure you get the right one and it's going to fit. That's option A. That would be the measuring way. The calculating way without the interaction, because you're saying it doesn't matter. So if we don't interact, if we just say, right, well, my room is average size, so let me just go and get an average size, commode or whatever, furniture for my average size room. But that's not going to fit. That's very likely it's not going to fit, isn't it? That way, if you just calculate.
I actually think that an average size. What is it you're buying?
A dining table.
Yeah, an average size dining table is going to be average size, and your room is average size. It's going to fit.
Average size. Yeah,
right. So
what's more likely? So what's more likely?
10-seat table, and you only need a 4-seat table.
One thing, Brenda, but what's more likely going to suit your needs when you measure it and interact with it, or when you don't do that and you just pick something that's approximate?
You would calculate. You can, if you calculate.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit right there. You're not calculating. You're measuring.
No, if you calculate the size of the room, then you're
not calculating the shit.
You need to let me. You need to let me finish the sentence at least.
You're saying bullshit. You're not calculating shit. You're measuring it.
Measurement involves calculation. Calculations result in measurements.
You're conflating the two words and making them seem like they're synonymous, and you can just interchange them. That's what you're doing. You're conflating and you're interchanging them like you can just switch them on and off.
I'm saying that there's no difference in the end between them.
Yes, there is. In the end, yes, there is.
Stop with the words, man. Forget the words.
Well, the main problem.
Fuck that, dude. It's a word. She just mixing it up, and that's fucked up. You can't do that.
Wait. Brenda thinks it's okay. It doesn't matter if you interact or not. And we're saying,
yes, correct.
What do you mean correct? Fuck that, dude. No, it does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, and I'm gonna say that all the time because when you put something in a jar and you see a little measuring how much amount of liquid that you're putting inside something, you're interacting with it most definitely. And when you put a ruler down and you put your foot next to something, you're interacting with it. It's always an interaction. When you're calculating something, you're not interacting with it. You're just estimating. You're thinking.
That's wrong.
Here, even when break it down.
Even when you're interacting with something, you're calculating.
Well, let me break it down to Brenda's education level. Okay, what Miggy's saying, but talking way past your education level, is that one is a verb, the other is a noun. One's a thing, the other one's an action.
It doesn't matter.
They are not interchangeable. They're two completely different things.
They are because both result in knowledge.
Now we're stopping.
Right?
We're stopping. No, here's the thing. He laid it out for you. But here's what you got to do. Give us the definition for both.
You see, one is a verb, the other is a noun.
Do that now,
completely different things.
The definition for both right now.
Well, I told you that measurement.
No, definition, please.
I told you.
No, you didn't tell me.
I'm telling you now.
From Brenda's definition, we don't need that.
I'm telling you now.
No, you go to the
I get to decide what I mean by my words. Yes, I do.
The agreed upon definition is the decision. The agreed upon definition is the deciding factor, not you.
So measurement is the process of finding a number.
Bullshit. Not going to take
it. I'm reading the definition. I'm reading it.
From where?
Measurement is the process of finding a number that shows the amount of something. Calculations will also show you the amount of something. Therefore, they're the same.
What's the definition for calculation? Read that. Read the two definitions out loud next to each other, please.
Brenda didn't do it. There's silence.
The fact is, we should interact in order to measure it.
You're thinking about rewording it.
We're not measuring it. That's the point, Brenda.
You can't reword it.
This is fifth grade. This is really fifth grade level.
All right. Here's I'm reading it to you.
College.
You asked me the definition of calculation, a mathematical determination of the size or number of something. That's identical to the definition I gave you just now for measurement.
No, read it again in the side chat. Read them again.
A mathematical determination of the size or number of something.
Right.
That's what measurement is.
Right.
No, that's calculation.
No, it's not.
That's calculation. That isn't measurement.
Brenda, a mathematical determination is not an interaction with something.
That's a calculation. You just said, not a measurement.
You see, and look at the definition in the side chat. It says an assessment of the risks, probabilities, or effects of a situation.
What do you mean? Yeah.
We're not talking about risk.
The point is, calculations are estimates.
To distinct different things.
No, they're the same. They're the same. The size, length, or amount of something is the same as the mathematical determination of the amount of something.
Bullshit. No.
Well, you could just go nuh-uh, but there you go.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you. There you go. Nothing. The measurement is the action, like Crit was saying not only 2 minutes ago, the action of measuring something. Action. That's what you're doing. You're interacting with something, aren't you, Brenda?
It doesn't matter.
Yes,
it ends up in the same place.
No, it doesn't.
A mathematical determination of the amount of something is the same as the size, length, or amount of something.
Here's the hill that you're never going to recover from. You're going to dive on this hill. So it is the action of measuring something. That's what causes a measurement to be validated or true. The
calculation is also an action.
It is not an action.
Of course it is.
It's a determination of the amount of something as a mathematical determination.
Through an action.
What
calculation involves an action? That's what your computer does. It's an action.
Oh my God,
Brenda, you're being dishonest.
That is just epic levels of
the bottom line here. The bottom line here is that by interacting with something, you get a more accurate measurement. See, and you're saying that
keyword interacting.
Exactly. So the point is, it does matter because we want accuracy, Brenda. We're not happy with approximations and beliefs.
You can't get away from this. It is all over the wall. You know it. Measuring something is interacting with the thing, and you're determining it by that way. Calculation.
Right. So if you're gonna interact with me, you have to allow me to finish sentences and to make my arguments. So stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting.
No, don't say wrong things, and I won't.
No.
How about that?
No, I don't agree to that. I don't agree to that.
Well, then, if you keep saying wrong things, and what else can I do? Because
you could shut your mouth and let the other person talk. That's what you could do.
I'm gonna let you do that if you keep saying that a calculation and a measurement are the same thing. How about that?
Yeah, I don't agree to that. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye.
Go on now, get.
Go on, get. Cha. That's bullshit, bro. Hell no.
It's like the whole idea of just brain farting verbs and nouns. Like if you were to explore Brenda's epistemology, what other verbs and nouns do you think are completely interchangeable? She would say nothing. There is that you can't do that. It's like stupid. But yet you make an exception here. Why? Because they need to. Because their globe isn't a measurement, but they need it to be a measurement.
Yeah.
Now, you can't tell a whole bunch of critical thinkers that you have to accept them being synonymous. Therefore, that you can conflate interchangeably. Just use them whenever you please. I don't think so. Measuring something is an action. You're doing something. A calculation is you're estimating. You're thinking about like what it could be. You're assuming. You haven't done anything. For fuck's sake, dude.
Bro, the example I gave, like with the if you're someone in the distance and there's measuring tools and there's calculating methods, right? Like that's the best example. Well, they really do see the difference then, but they have nothing to say, so they just start flailing.
This was the persistence of Brenda's invincible ignorance, trying to move forward and plow through and say, "I'm gonna do what I want." No,
exactly,
not definitely not.
Exactly, because remember that for them, the determinations of authority through their calculations are just as, for them in their personal lives, are just as secure and just as assuring.
I mean, people do this every day. We do it every day. When we measure something, we know what we do, right? We pour stuff in a container that measures how much liquid we need. We're, putting our feet against things, and rulers are used, protractors. Like we use measurement all the time, everywhere. How are you going to say that a calculation of something is the same as a measurement? That is so crazy to me.
Because they need it to be, you see.
Because the conflation of those two terms, what happens is if you let them get away with that, they're going to go back to Eratosthenes and say that he measured the earth. That's why they needed to be that way. It's called greasing the skids, ladies and gentlemen, and they need to grease the skids so that they hopefully get you on board to say, well, yeah, perhaps calculations and measurements are the same. So they're saying, well, let's go back to Eratosthenes. Well, calculation, measurement, basically the same thing. There you go. Measure the earth. And you were like, yeah, they got you because you just agreed that calculation measurements are the same fucking thing. So they got you where they want you. And so you fell for it. And Brenda was just saying that was a, no problem. You don't have to worry about it. It's the same. But they're only doing that because they know exactly what they want to do, where they want to take it.
And the proof is in the pudding, because think about it, right? If we did live on a globe, how would they have measured it? So imagine we did live on a globe, hypothetically, right? Well, how would you measure that? Well, you'd measure it. You'd go into space with your fucking satellites or whatever, and then you'd take like high resolution photos, and then you would literally go chunk by chunk and measuring like the circumference, whatever. And you could easily do it with a satellite, like taking a side view. That could be done very easily to scale, just like they do with long distance photography or stuff. You can estimate distance, and they would calculate it, like they would measure it, quote unquote, like that, and then the measuring tools would get more and more precise with lasers or whatever. But that's what they would be saying from day one. We measured the Earth like this. Like, in other words, when they first reached space, the first announcement should have been, guys, we've measured Earth now, because now they would have like done it all in one without having to stitch together a bunch of like laser tests or whatever. Now they could just do it all in one.
Yeah, it's one of the part of one of the reasons why they try to get like level is curved, measurement and calculations are the same. Like all this shit, they have to make these things happen in order to make the globe Earth, the imaginary globe Earth, happen. They have to.
Exactly. Yeah.
So all of this is just Brenda's charging me with being a sophist, by saying that measurements and calculations are different. That's just sophistry. And yet, at the end, it was all sophistry to conflate the both. So Brenda was charged with that, actually, being a sophist.
But you know what you should do? The next time you should do? You know what you should do? Like you should say, call it a man, and then say there's no difference.
Fucking grizzly, dude.
What I call you.
Yeah, I know you had to get it in there.
Dude, just this one time.
So I was, I was watching, I think it was Jim Bob or maybe Andrew Wilson. So Brenda goes over into those types of debates, right? The atheist versus God debates and all that. And when Brenda enters the chat, they say that she's there to end debates. She's just there to like basically fill in a space so that any constructive debate does not happen. And like they're not in the flat Earth thing, so they're not even involved in this. And I was like, wow, dude, that's so true, man. They see it right through her shit.
Brenda's reach has gotten into other areas.
Oh, she's. This is why she's against flat Earth. Because she's a hardcore atheist. You haven't figured that out? Brenda debates atheist versus God before flat Earth. That's what she did.
But it's all to confuse. It's all to confuse and distort the truth and get the listener to like, oh, maybe Brenda's got a point. And no, dude.
That's not it. She'll go on panels, right? And so there'll be someone debating the panel. Brenda will jump in. You know what I mean? Basically, clock block. That's what she does. She goes in and she makes sure the debate ends with her nonsense.
I'll be honest with you, because I've never seen a gender bender who believes in God or objective morality or any constant.
Of course not. Of course not. They can't.
Crit's hovering
over
the button.
How could they?
No, I'm not being rude. Okay.
No, he's good. You just kind of refer to it. You're like, yeah, that's close to without touching.
They're hypersensitive in this server about that shit too.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying.
It's not even just YouTube.
Okay. No, guys, I get it. No, guys, I get it.
Trying to keep you in the fray, dude, not out of the fray.
Yeah, like you can talk about it without talking about somebody. It's like that's like the line. As soon as you misgender,
I don't want to affect your shit in any way. In this room, definitely zero of that shit from now on. I swear to God. Don't worry.
Well, it's not even like us, the mods that mod this chat. It's the server mods that have a problem with it.
Yeah, I'll hit the other room.
The people in here will snitch on you in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah, like, you came from that room.
I was talking about the Holocaust, dude. They fucking snitched on me, dude. And all I was asking was for them to define it. Define Holocaust. Apparently, that was too much.
Yeah, and the ain't wrong, though.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
I got a message. Oh,
there you go.
Can I go? Okay. Yeah, I got a message because some dude just kept calling me a woman and I'm a whatever, a pussy and all these things, and then went and reported it that I was not modding misgendering. And I was like, they were talking about me, right? Like what the hell?
What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, like somehow. So he came in here and started calling me a woman and started calling me she and Mrs. and all this stuff because they were upset by the modding. I go, that's some meta shit, dude. Holy crap.
That's some crazy shit, bro.
Yo, so this measurement versus
calculation.
Yeah. That, like you said, that's the sophistry.
Dude.
Because they're trying to conflate, right? So a measurement you actually have to do. A human being has to go out and physically do that. But they want to conflate that with calculation because then they can pretend their model is something that happened in the physical world. When it just happened. Yeah, it just happened in your head. That's the only place that happened. You thought of a bunch of ideas in your head, and you played pretend that you made a model of reality in your brain and thought that was reality, and then tried to just say, this is a measurement, to try and just like export your freaking fantasy into the physical world.
So I said the very same thing when you're on Defen. I was saying the same shit. I was like, they're just greasing the fucking skids, bros. That's all they're doing.
They're trying to conflate the two.
And so, So the next thing you know, if you listen, it's all these contracts, these verbal contracts. Well, what do you think? It's the same thing, right? I mean, it's synonymously can interchange them. Calculation, measurement. It's the same. They use math. They're both the same. Really, don't worry about it. And you're like, well, fuck, maybe, right? And the moment you fucking co-sign that shit. Well, let's take you to Eratosthenes. Let me show you some. Oh, sorry, Earth's a globe. And you're like, fuck, dude, I just co-signed that shit.
Literally calculate anything, though. You could calculate any made-up shit you could make in your head. How many dwarves live in Middle Earth? I mean, so, like, how many dwarves? Like, let's do the calculation. There's 5 or 6 in the Mines of Moria. There's like 12, and we know this because we know that there's this many dwarven swords, and we can come up with variables for all the equations of made up bullshit in our head. and then come up with a calculation. Like, okay, Itar said this. Okay, Itar, the astrophysics guy. He's like, we did a calculation that showed that of all the star systems with planets, 2% of them, the plane of their orbits is parallel to our line of sight, so that we can see the planet go in front of the star. I said, where'd you come up with that 2%? Well, you can just calculate it. Yeah, calculate how. Like there's infinite variations of how the planets could be, like the plane of the orbit could be oriented, because it's like how many possible great circles around its sphere, like an infinite amount. So it could be oriented anyway, right, relative to their star. How did you come up with 2% of those orientations are out of an infinite possibility?
They're pulling these numbers out of their
I don't know.
Bro.
It's a complicated thing, but it turned out to be right. I'm like, yeah, sure it did. Sure it did, man.
That's what
it's like Venus, right? Just turned out to be right.
That's so Weasley though, bro. Like all this. Oh, just the math checks out. It turns out to be, dude. What math? What checks out? Like nobody asks these questions because it's like that's the kind of way that people speak, you know, in colloquial speech. So, like, well, dude, you know, we figured it out. Like,
so everybody just so you know, when you're looking at a star, 2% of those stars, you're looking down the plane of the orbit. You're looking at it's from the side. Okay, perfectly.
Damn, dude.
2%. We know this because we did the calculation.
And that's how, like, I'm telling you, man, the Globers that come in here, like, okay, before you guys were in there, I don't know, a guy that I was talking to, he said that you could triangulate 2 fucking stars, bro. He was saying that earlier. I don't know if you guys were, triangulate 2 stars. I was like, dude, the celestial sphere doesn't deal with linear distance. Oh, I know that. And I was like, okay, so you know that much, right? Because his whole argument has been the celestial sphere. And I was like, dude, over the past couple of weeks, I've been using this argument. So I know that it doesn't say anything about the Earth being a terrestrial sphere. So how are you using this in any way to find out distance? Well, it's real easy when you get 2 observers. And he went on. He's like, but it's difficult when you add more observers because then the math doesn't work out, you know, to find out the distance. And then he's like, but if you have 2 observers, and then he showed me an image of what it, you know, I got the angle distance to it, and you use the 2 observers, and then you get the triangle like made from those 2 observers, and then to the ground position of the star. And then he's like, well, you got some known distances, and then you're going to be able to just calculate the distance to the star from there, and then it's measured. The distance is measured. I was like, distance isn't measured, dude. And number one, you don't know. Like, it's unknown to the star. And he's like, well, we can use that. It's somewhere, like he said, 2,500 kilometers, I think he said, away to the star. Dude, it was like, I was like, oh, so now the celestial, and I told him, think about this. All the stars, say you and your friend are doing these little you know, star distances, right? What would the celestial sphere turn into if you got all the points to all the stars? You say you stayed out all night long, you started to point out to the stars and get all the distances in that. You put them on a piece of paper. That celestial sphere that you're using that has an infinite radius would now become finite. You would start to have a known distance to all the stars with the dome that you see in the sky, right? Because you see it as apparently as a dome above you. That dome would have an actual, like, particular finite shape. You could then start to figure out what the radius would be, because now you have distances to the stars, concentric to the Earth, and then you'd be able to say, you know, radially from the Earth, you'd be able to start giving a radius to know how big the sphere of the celestial sphere is.
Well, guys, do you believe there's a celestial sphere above us? Do you believe that? Still there, Evie?
Yeah, but that's the argument. Sorry about that, guys. I had to leave for a little bit.
Yo, Avi, good question, bro. Do you believe there's a celestial sphere above us, bro?
No, that's a conceptual tool. There's not a real celestial sphere. It's a concept. It's an abstract.
Is that just because they're mapping? Like, think of a sphere but unraveled, and they're mapping that as a sphere, but like talking about the stars, yeah.
Yeah, it's not. That the sphere doesn't denote shape. It's talking about a concept. So a radius of unknown size or infinite size is not a sphere. So if you say that the idea that you're looking at the inside of a sphere doesn't denote that you actually are looking at a sphere, it's just the projection of a sphere of an unknown radius. You don't know the size, so it's not finite. You can't define it. Shape is defined by its radius and circumference and diameter, not by something that it can't be defined by. It's a distinction. It's an imaginary.
By the way, but assuming there's a dome, we have to know the convexity of the dome or the shape. You know, it could be very shallow, it could be very tall.
Yeah, it appears as points of lights on a dome, but its dome is transparent and not known as far as like a way to measure the dome. There's no way to do that.
Well, there would be if we had availability. We would be able to go to one end and touch the barrier, and then go to the other end and touch the barrier.
That's why it's imaginary. It's not a real sphere. It's a concept. It's a concept. That's all.
Well, theoretically, it's got to end somewhere. In other words, imagine you went south for X amount of miles, 1,000 miles, another 1,000, another 1,000. Surely, at some point, you would hit a hard barrier, or would you just keep going? It's got to be an end. See?
To the celestial sphere? Is that what you're saying?
In other words, the barrier which is holding everything in.
So the celestial sphere doesn't have that. It's the definition or the outline of what it is. It's not anything to do with an actual real sphere.
Well, the idea is if we're like in a snow globe, imagine we're inside of a snow globe, right? And then the middle cross section is the flat Earth. Well, we've got to be able to walk and touch one of the barriers on one side.
I think you're getting too far into because we're only going to go so far as to look at the definition as to what's been proposed as it being something concentric to the observer and not something that's an actual real sphere. And that's the only thing we're looking at right now. What is being said?
The Earth it can't be a sphere, but like the ultimate structure, quite possibly in terms of its content.
Yeah, but that's looking. But that's looking too much into like what it. Like speculation is more involved here, and then actually defining what it is, because it's not defined as an actual sphere, so it can't be used as one.
No, I understand. I mean, currently the dome looks like it's a semicircular, like half ball.
Yeah, I get you, but it's only concentric to the observer, so every observer has their own dome of perspective. So you couldn't say that as an assurance, as the whole sky is a dome, because if you were to say that it actually is one, then you'd have to verify that it is.
But it's got to be a barrier contain the gas pressure, brother.
Yeah, but we're not so far as to say what the constituent parts of it is. We just know that it has to be contained. So there's a lot of things that we can say, and there's things we can't say that goes into speculation and like a verification. So if somebody was to say, well, then what are the constituent parts of the dome? Then you'd have to be outlining what that is.
I know.
So there's things where we can say that things can be antecedents to other things, but we can't say as far as like what is the the composition of it.
Well, it's definitely moving. It's definitely solid because it's got to keep the air in and supposedly the water out. But that's speculation now. That's like maybe not, right?
Anyway, I'm gonna get going, so I gotta catch you guys later.
All right, take care, Maggie.
being a fucking bitch. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was an accident. I was in another chat arguing. Sorry. I'll just show myself out.
I'm gay. Right.
falling off the side of the earth because it's flat, you know.
Whoa, we're tipping. It's tipping. You holding on?
Oh my
You buckled
God,
up?
I'm falling.
Yo. Relaxing at home. What about you?
Just talking to ChatGPT.
About what?
The different avenues or political maneuvers different characters could have done in the Game of Thrones that could have changed the ending.
Cool. How's it going so far? How's it looking out, panning out?
Yeah, for the most part, right now I'm talking to it about the High Sept and the High Scepter's conflict with Cersei, and how like just like the hubris that he thought he had the upper hand, that he was untouchable, to the point where he also was threatening Marjorie, however you say that.
Got it.
And just kind of making a parallel with religious leaders, especially mega church in America. I'm not sure if you're American, but kind of like the hubris that mega church preachers have, that they really think they're untouchable.
You ain't wrong about that. Did you watch the Three Body Problem by any chance? I started watching it yesterday with my brother.
Yeah, I really don't. I mean, this might sound kind of counterintuitive for this debate and stuff, but I really don't give a fuck about space at all. The only thing I like, the only thing I use space for is for like space opera, like sci-fi fantasy, where you can like take a problem and put it on another world so people can defuse and take their personal identities and ego out of the conversation, because it's something that's happening over there. You can go into Star Wars and talk about gang pressing or forced labor or free speech or rights or certain things, because if someone's going to bring up, say, a Wookiee's right to vote, people are going to be okay, yeah, that makes sense, instead of a federal, like if you talk about federal disenfranchised, because then people have a like ego attached to it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. When it comes to like sci-fi stuff, back in the day when I was
sci-fi.
When I was a Globie.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I thought you had asked the question. Go ahead.
No. So back in the day when I was a Globie, right? Sci-fi was your Doctor Who, Stargate Atlantis. That was my thing, right? And even the Three Body Problem, I only started watching because my brother was, come on, let's watch it. I don't watch movies or shows anymore. It's just too much predictive programming and shit being thrown down your throat, right? I really can't see what's the benefit of the whole space paradigm for humanity, wise.
Well, I used to use it when I was involved with the peace movement and the whole concept that there's an Earth out there or something similar enough where it would almost be undistinguishable. The universe is so big, it's so large, and you got the multiverse, that somewhere out there there's an Earth where they got it right. They were able to nuclear disarm. They gave peace a try. So and after a while, after getting involved with the peace movement and seeing that nothing changed, the same psychopathic, deranged crackhead freaks who are telling you that space is unlimited and they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity are the same ones pointing nuclear weapons at each other if they don't get their geopolitical positioning, if they don't get their way. So I was like, at some point, I just noticed a contradiction. We live in a model where if space is true, outer space and whatnot, we'd be living in a model where anything is possible and nothing is possible at exactly the same time. It's a contradiction I couldn't square. So I said, obviously, even if space is real, no one gives a shit. No one cares. They don't even bother to take the day to contemplate what it would be. So we live on a small and stationary world where nothing changes around here. And which model does that match? Flat Earth.
Yep. Do you guys have like a separate VC or a time in the week where you guys go over like your theories or ideas and what?
Yeah, Sundays are speculation day. Other than that, it's kind of like just guess and check. Depends on who's around.
We also have the original server, which is not this VC. We have the home base that we go some.
What's home base? I'm confused now.
It's the 24/7 Flatter Discord 2.0. That's home base. Isn't it great?
Yeah.
Wait, let me see, cause what's the logo of the server? Is it a FE? Is it the FE word like FE, or is it the Flatter?
It's a voice channel in a server that is the politics server.
Yeah, just type in like the gg.discord/flat earth and it should take you right to it.
I'll send you a DM.
Thank you. Yeah, got it.
Oh yeah, I got you in my DMs already. How you do? There you go. I sent you a link to the.
Yep, got it. Thank you. I'm really fascinated. I don't know, like, stop me if it's not the time. If there's globe earthers that want to talk now, go ahead. But I'm really fascinated with the whole cosmic turtle thing right now for some reason.
Yeah, that's Terry Thatcher. That's like another sort of instead of sci-fi fantasy, it's medieval fantasy. The whole cosmic turtle. It's kind of like a Middle Earth, like another version of what's that called with Middle Earth? Lord of the Rings. It's like another version of Lord of the Rings.
Well, you can look at the Book of Earths, and there's many cosmologies from many places across the world. So the turtle will be one of those, and then you have others.
Yep.
Many cosmologies.
So that is true. I was looking at a video today, just going over like the myth behind it, where it comes from. And even, for example, in India, right, they have varying different depictions and stories and like depictions of what it looks like. In some cases, there are 4 elephants on the turtle. In some cases, there aren't. Even one, I think, is the legs the turtle will cut off to support the earth or the heavens of the earth from Vishnu or something like that. So
the image that I sent you in the DMs, that they call that Lord Ganesha.
One sec.
Remember the DMs I sent? I don't know why I sent you that, maybe a long time ago, but that's just maybe a later piece of more information. But you mentioned the Indians and the that region of the world, India, and someone from over there, he said that this thing right here, it's Lord Ganesha, basically. So yeah, that's part of. Go ahead, continue what you were saying, my bad.
No, go ahead, man. I'm chill with listening. I love listening. Go ahead, man. Finish what you had.
That's what I had to add. You mentioned that cosmology, and I'm just adding what I sent you in the DMs before. For some reason, I sent it to you. That's Lord Ganesha for them, basically. So yeah, it's part of that cosmology.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I saw some I saw some documentaries briefly, just looked through some, and there's actual like living ecosystems on the back of turtles as well, right? So I don't know, man. That's pretty cool. It's just it's a weird theory because we can observe lights that appear to be underneath water above, and
Yes,
hey,
you also have ecosystem living on top of trees, inside of trees. You have ecosystems living, in inside bodies, people and animals and whales. So you have ecosystems in the bottom of the sea, right? Also outside of the waters, you have ecosystems. So just because you have, the turtle is an interesting idea because also you can speak about, the turtle, the shell of the turtle. It has like
yep, 28 and 13 around it.
so it kind of adds up to the movement of the kind of like the cycles of the moon. I don't know how exactly accurate that is, but I've seen it
Um,
before.
I actually did some research on that, and if you do change the months into a 13 months or lunar cycle system with 28 days per month, right, with one extra day of rest. From Aries, so from March, if you put the 22nd of March is going to be the first full moon, and if you started with that system, every um, following new moon will always land on the 22nd of a month, always in
And
that
how many
system.
days is that? 28 days? Every 28
Yep, with
days?
one extra, so 28 days of 13 lunar cycles plus one extra day for the day of rest.
Yeah. So is it so see the input from that observation of the luminaries doing those cycles, and then we see kind of like expressions of sorts that we can connect down here, like the shell of a turtle that has the same kind of cycles described in a depiction of a shell in a shell. But what what does that even mean, right?
Well, mm, I can go down the esoteric route with you, but again, that's again esoteric. That's not something that
But
you can
we see
mathematically
we
or.
just don't see that just in turtle shells. We see it everywhere. It's like a
Yep,
fingerprint that is everywhere.
very
So
true. That is very true. Yep, we are we are fractals of an infinite system. We're infinite, right? That's the way I look at it.
well, the vessel that we're operating, right? This is just a grain of sand of a bigger place.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, bro.
It is a construct. It is a construct with a lot of pieces. It's not one piece doing everything. It's a lot of things doing a lot of things.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The cool thing is that the microverse actually perfectly reflects the macroverse. Um, that's why they do say as above, so below, and all that stuff. Um, heart, ether, and earth are anagrams for each other. Ego and geo are anagrams for each other. Egocentric, geocentric, um, unique position, right? We are unique, special in that context. Um, even the chakra systems, they're just metaphors for the seven central nerve centers in your spine, right? Because, and I think me and you can agree that the body doesn't possess a soul, the soul possesses a body. We are that experiencing creation through the body. That's the way I look at things right now, for the moment at least. If I come up to some new information, I might change that quite rapidly. But for now, that's the most congruent thing that I found within all the different esoteric studies as well as mythologies and religions. They all either hint or directly point towards that direction. What is this? Let me see. Oh. Let me get Gemsy, right? That's correct, Gemsy.
Oh yeah. I was listening, just checking out this stuff.
Let me send you something from a YouTube channel. I don't know if you've found this channel before or not, but this is what I'm currently getting most of my studies from, right? Well, when it comes to FE topics.
Oh yeah, I've been to this channel. Yep, he has some good stuff.
I'm going through all of his videos from day one now, and just checking what he has to say and what I've gathered up until now, and some other people.
I haven't seen this one. I'll check it out. I'll give it a listen. 8 minutes, not too bad. He has long videos shocked too. He has like a way longer video.
Yup, I was like 8 minutes. I watched that on my way to home, and I was like, okay, this is quick. It's usually 30-40 minutes.
Yeah, he has some decent videos. Haven't heard. I watched like a long one he had explaining the toroidal field and kind of like that's pretty interesting talking about that stuff. It's not for everyone.
Yup, definitely. The two videos that I've been watching on repeat for like 2 days straight now, or 2 topics at least, is Sun, Moon, North and South Star, as well as what are the North Stars and the South Stars, what are they actually, and why are they the way they are?
Well, I sent you you see the infrareds that I sent you?
1 second.
Those images are observable in the whole of the spectrum: radio, thermal, infrared. It's like a spectrum of all the visuals, so even sound and heat. These can be observed at the center of rotation of the luminaries, right? So when you talk about the rotation of celestial north and celestial south, when you look at the top of this thing, this is the north toroidal. It's called the north toroidal radiant, and then the bottom of it is the south toroidal, and then left is helio. So the sun, the region of the sun, that's the helio radiant, and anti-helion, the other side of that, is the opposite side of the sun. So when you're asking about the north, the celestial north and celestial south, this is basically let's say an image of the whole of that thing put together as the celestial sphere, what we call the celestial sphere. All of the luminaries revolve in this celestial sphere.
Would you agree with me then that the southern luminaries, all of them, are a reflection, a mirrored image of the north?
You could say that. Yeah, you could describe it as that. There is the yeah. There is something to that effect, because there is that happening, but there is way more happening than just that.
So, of course, yes. So, he goes through all the different scriptures, right, as well, and brings up the esoteric knowledge into this stuff when he's talking. You've seen that a bit. One thing I found interesting, he was referring to a certain verse. God, what is the verse? I know roughly the paraphrasing of the verse. It's God spread the north stars in a vast stretch and then hung the earth upon it, right? And he was talking about that, and he basically said that our reality is a 3D projection of a 2D realm, right? And it all comes to existence through the sun. because everything is then enlightened, and he makes the claim or says basically that the moon is a negative 3D projection of the sun, which gives us magnetism, the depth to this reality, right? And within that hyperboloid, the unseen part of that's in the middle, the path that the moon does with waxing and waning, it makes like an S, and so basically that's the S from Superman, if you will, son of Krypton, Kal El Elohim, luminaries, right? I don't know. The more I look into it, the more it seems plausible.
Well, if you're connecting all that to Elohim and the Most High, then you're gonna see these kind of like, how do you say, geometry that is up above us, observably, and part of the mechanism in place that allows for the construct in place to even work in the first place. So when people look at this and even align the ground, ground positions are aligned to the movement of the luminaries. So when people down here experience this and can observe and put one and one together and two together, it's obviously that it's a designed environment. And when you talk about, you mentioned Elohim and all that, the Most High, you can look up and see design up above us.
It's
like you're looking at a clock, a very complicated clock, and some people are saying, yeah, that has to be designed.
I agree with that, man. The way that I look at it, right, when it comes to that is, first, if you look at the way the planets actually move, right, how they travel, and you project it or display it upon a geocentric Earth, so FE model, they all start creating sacred geometrical patterns as they retrograde and all that stuff. Which correlates to a lot of frequencies you can find studying semantics, so which is just the vibration of sound being actualized in physical form. So I don't know. Even there's a giant temple in India. I believe it's in India. Massive temple, right? And when you look at it from a bird's eye view from the top down, it actually, the way the patterns it forms and everything correlates to a certain frequency that you can find in cymatics. If you overlay it with that, it's a perfect replica of each other. So mirror image, if you will.
So the structure is a replica of the cymatics observation, like that.
Yeah, let me find. There's a guy on TikTok and YouTube who covers everything about cymatics, frequency, all of that stuff. He even has a book on it. He talked about it.
That's pretty interesting because that even the sun has a tonality. I mean, the ground has. There's some that whole thing about tones and the cymatics. Yeah, that's interesting stuff. And you're saying that there's a temple that has it's constructed in that way. That's interesting, actually.
Let me see. Is it this? I think I found a video.
Because the image that I sent you in the DMs, right? And you were talking about North Road and South Road. I think that is kind of like the source of a lot of this that you're talking about, and that is a temple. It looks like a pyramid.
Yep. Well, so basically, what I've come to understand from looking at all this stuff and all these ancient structures and all of that, right? A vast majority, if not all, ancient structures, holy sites, right, were built on specific
landmarks. Not just that; those are landmarks as well.
Yep, landmarks, but they were also specifically like placed in certain regions where the electromagnetic field and the frequency of vibration of Earth was stronger, right? So like ley lines. And if you look at old cathedrals that still have organs inside them, it was even those cathedrals themselves, if you look at the patterns they make and all the decorations, quote unquote, they're all sacred geometrical patterns, and they're perfectly symmetrical, right?
There's towns built around them.
Yep.
Cities.
So what I found through some talking with some other people, right, is basically back in the day they would use these organs when people would do out of body experiences or astral projection and see the unseen world, right? You can actually get lost if you go too far in. So they would play the organs, the frequencies and vibrations that would pop up, like bounce off the building and everything. You would be able to hear them still, even if you weren't physically there. I'm gonna just do this. So I'm gonna give you his link to his stuff so you can look at it, because he has like literally hundreds of videos. I can't find it right now.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
He even shows videos of how, for example, if you take the sound a chimpanzee makes and you slow it down, you get the sound of a whale. If you speed that up, you get the sound of birds chirping, for example, and it's just a never-ending cycle of different animal sounds being sourced from one sound just by speeding it up and slowing it down.
I've never heard that before, actually, but yeah, sounds interesting. Get the same sound of animals, just from different animals, but just by the speed of the sound.
Yeah, let me see if I might have actually saved it on my phone. One sec.
That's cool.
Here it is. I'm gonna put this in the side chat. This is really cool. I'm putting it in the side chat. Here you go, everybody. Yo, Jamesy, when you got time again, hit me up when you've done some research on the stuff I sent you. I got a dip. I have to do a reading for somebody.
All right, man. Have a good one. Later. Take care.
You too.
use the curve calculator?
Didn't use a curve calculator. I used a sphere to figure out where the intersection of my lines of position were.
Okay, and what measurement was the curve?
Just asking a different question that has nothing to do with what I was doing.
Yeah, but where did you measure the curve?
I didn't say measure the curve. I don't know where you're getting this from.
So you've not measured the curve on the curved Earth?
I already said that I didn't measure the curve. Why are you asking me that for the third time
So
after I said
you're supposed to be measuring your position.
measure
You're supposed to measure your position between two angles and the reflection of the water in between two angles, but you didn't need a curve on the curved
measure
Earth.
my position. I figured out what should be my position for those two angles.
So you figured it out. Did you figure it out? Hang on a minute. Did you figure it out or did you measure it? How did you figure it out?
They didn't measure my position.
No. So how did you figure it out if you didn't measure it?
As I just said, by treating Earth as a sphere, there's an answer for where you should be to reach those.
Yeah. So when you treated
for that question.
Okay, that's great. You've got two angles. You've got the reflection of the water.
You gotta let me finish.
You're trying to get your position. You're treating Earth as a sphere. When you treated Earth as a sphere, at what point did you do that in the position?
You're not gonna get the answer of any question if you start asking another one in the middle of my answer.
Yeah, but what point did you
get to the end of my answer if you want your question
to answer? At what point did you treat Earth as a sphere? At what point in the calculation?
I was trying to figure out the intersection between the two lines of position that I got from the two readings.
So what was the rate of the curve at that point?
What is what?
What was the rate of the arc of the curve at that point at point 3?
The rate of the arc of the curve?
Yeah, what point was that made?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you're measuring the curve of the Earth, yes?
No, I said no to that question 4 times already.
So you're not measuring the Earth curve? So you're not measuring the Earth curve? So you're not measuring Earth? No. Let me just get this straight in case you're getting confused. So you're not measuring Earth curve then, no?
The 8th time, no.
Sorry, mate. I don't. You're confusing me now. Sorry.
Dude, you gotta work on your memory. 9 times now. No, I did not measure the Earth curve. I didn't say measure the Earth curve. I said I didn't measure the Earth curve.
Sounds like I've got you, mate. Sounds like I've got you. Sounds like I've got you.
I never claimed it.
This is how Globers go. Yeah. It's okay. I knew where I was going, and this is where I wanted to go.
That's so dishonest.
I know. This is the 10th time now. So, how did you measure Earth curve in the first instance?
I never said I measured Earth curve. Why are you asking me that from the 11th time?
How can you measure Earth curve if the Earth is flat?
I didn't say I measured Earth curve.
So, what did you measure then?
I measured 2 angles.
Yeah, the 2 straight lines. Great. Welcome to flat Earth.
Why is a straight line to celestial body into its reflection something exclusive
Welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth, my friend. Welcome to flat Earth.
Why is that exclusive to flat Earth?
Well, 2 angles are 2 straight lines. You're using your backyard as a baseline and the reflection of the water. That requires a flat baseline for the elevation angle. And you've not one instance have you used a curve. Welcome to flat Earth.
My backyard was a baseline. I have one line of sight to the celestial body.
Excuse me, you are recorded. You are recorded. Excuse me.
Well, can I get to the end of my sentence?
11th time. People have heard you in your backyard taking the elevation angle using your backyard for the baseline. Now, your backyard as the baseline must be flat and horizontal.
I didn't say that.
I did.
I didn't say the backyard was a baseline. I don't know where you got that from.
Did. Yeah, 2 angles, 2 straight lines.
I did.
Where's your curve? Where's your curve?
Simply not what happened.
Where did you get your curve from? Where did you get the curve?
On the Earth.
Where did you get your curve from?
It's spherical.
12 times. 12 times. Where did you get your curve from?
Didn't get a curve from anything.
13 times. 13 times. Where did you get your curve from?
I just answered you.
Yeah. So 2 straight lines in your backyard with the reflection of the water. 2 positions in between 2 angles with 2 straight lines. Where's your curved Earth, mate? You haven't got one, have you?
Oh, if you if each angle was
Welcome
straight
to
lines,
Flat Earth.
14
times now. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
I didn't use a curved baseline.
You can't use a curved baseline because the Earth's flat, mate. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Measure the angle between the reflection of an
two
object.
Angles, 2 straight lines.
The
Then you use your
line
fucking
of sight to the
backyard.
object.
You use your backyard
None of
for the
those
fucking
lines.
horizontal baseline. Yes, it was an
Can I
elevation
answer
angle
anything
from
you're
your
saying
backyard.
without being interrupted?
16
Is it
times, mate.
possible?
16 times. 16 times, I've told you. You used your backyard for the elevation angle for the flat baseline. Where's your curve coming into this calculation?
Welcome to
Is
Flat
it
Earth.
possible I can get to the end of any sentence without being interrupted?
Yeah, well, we've been over it
Well, that's the
16
first.
times now. 16
No, I
times.
haven't managed to get.
over it.
I
16
didn't
You said
manage to
these
get to the
globers
end.
had knowledge of celestial navigation. I've yet to hear it.
Yeah, well, if you drop angles there, I can tell you where the position is. Don't think you can find a flat earther that can do that.
2 straight lines, mate, in your backyard, no curve.
I mean, I would be love to be
Got
proven
position,
wrong.
got an angle. Welcome to
He doesn't
Flat
know
Earth.
what an angle is. He's using triangulation, he's using angles, and he thinks he lives on a ball.
Okay. The angles I took from. Can you say where the angles is? What are the 2 lines
Just
of
ask
the
you
angle
I got,
that I
mate. I've just
used?
got.
Because I
I'm
described
not
it
being
like
rude.
2 or 3
Listen, mate,
times.
it's been really nice
And I don't
talking to you.
think
I've got to
you're
go,
paying
but I'll just
attention to it. So I
I'll just
don't
ask
think
you
you
one
can repeat
question.
back to me what
Is
I
it
said.
possible? Is it possible to have a horizon on a globe?
Let's see why not.
How can you have a horizon on a globe?
If you look up, you don't see the globe. If you look down, you do see the globe. So
Is
in
it
between,
possible to have a horizon on a
I already
globe?
answered that. I just answered it. And then you ask how. I
So
was trying to ask how. And then you cut me to ask the first question that I already answered. Can you stop
is a
interrupting me
horizon
definition
curve?
of
to ask
horizon.
questions I already answered?
Is a horizon
Can you
curve?
stop interrupting me?
Is the
stop
horizon
interrupting me?
curve? Is the horizon curved?
Can you stop interrupting me when I'm trying to answer your
Is
questions?
the
To ask
horizon
questions that you
curved?
already asked and I already answered.
Is the horizon curved?
Is the horizon
I
curved?
wasn't answering that question. I was asking answering the previous question that I
It
didn't get
seems
to
like you.
finish
It
answering.
seems like you don't want to address this question.
I'll go with I don't know.
Is it possible to have a horizon on a fucking globe,
Welcome
mate?
to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, buddy.
Not knowing
Hey, guys,
whether or not the horizon's curved is
I'm
only
going to leave
possible
you,
if you're
guys. Listen, I've got to pick my pizza up. Some of the Globers will smash you up here now. See you later, guys.
Later.
See you later, mate.
Don can handle it for a while.
Hey, what's up, Bacon?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yo, I'm getting many welcomes to Flat Earth here and many questions in the middle of my answers. What I don't get here is any Flat Earther showing they can get their position from star angles, just like I can.
Well, Bacon, you know what the answer is. It's always straight, right? It's a straight answer. The Earth is flat.
Right. Yeah, no, I
But
heard
we
that
live on
answer,
Earth,
but
not
I
the
have an
oceans.
issue. I have an issue with the answer because everyone believes that. Everyone believes that that's the case. Those people seem to be able to then get their position using those angles. And everyone that can do that I found so far do not believe the Earth is flat. So it's a bit weird that the people who got the right shape of the Earth don't know how to get their position from star angles, and the people who get it wrong, they're the only ones that can. I don't know.
At this point, you're just monologuing to yourself.
No, I'm talking to Clay. I think he was about to respond.
Well, it's, the thing is, it's just, at the end of the day, it's just important to not just believe something. What is really important is to just look at the reality for what it is and recognize that the Earth is a topographical, stationary plane that is not curving 360 degrees in every direction downwards to create a perfect sphere. Because the Earth is not a spinning, wobbling tilted ball.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, you claiming that doesn't help me much. Figure if that claim is correct.
I mean, how many Bacon? Have you ever seen a black swan? Just one.
Yeah.
So how many black swans? And you have hundreds of them. Even whole YouTube channels dedicated to them. how many black swans are like? How many flat spots are there on this perfect sphere, or let's say almost roughly a spheroid? Yeah, how many flat spots? You know,
Huh?
Black
one's not a flat spot.
Okay, let me say how many anomalies of incoherent spots on this ball exist where for some reason the Earth measures to be a plane, or at least the numbers are not adding up to the calculated sphere. How many times does this need to happen all over it in order to make you understand that it can't be that sphere?
If that argument made any sense, then the Earth doesn't have any shape, because there's no calculation that's going to always match the observations. They're always changing.
Well,
after that statement was right.
So, like, what is the number that you should expect for the distance to the horizon of flat Earth? If you give me an answer, then the Earth also won't be able to be flat. The Earth will also not be able to be flat because we can go to the black swan in different days, and you're not gonna have the same value matching those 2 different days. So then the Earth.
But yeah, you don't need to. You don't need to, put a precise meaning to it. That's okay. But to at least be honest to yourself and admit it, it's not a spinning, wobbling, tilted ball. It's not forming a sphere that is curving 360 degrees in every direction from your position wherever you're walking. That's honesty, just to, to then afterwards say, okay, but I'm not gonna say either anything, because I'm not 100% sure that's totally fine, But to agree upon the observations that the Earth is not the ball that has been taught to us to be, is at least, the most honesty that you can bring forth to your own conscience and others. Would you agree honestly that okay, no. Would you agree honestly that at least the Earth can't be a ball? Whatever it is doesn't matter. But at least we can both agree it's not a ball like we have been taught.
It's not a perfect sphere. If that's what you're saying, I agree with that. But the thing is, like, if you're using stuff like the black swan to argue that that only would lead to that conclusion.
Once like the black swans.
Yeah. Any observation. If you're using optical observation, you have to be able to take into account everything that's taking place in that observation, including how the weather conditions are affecting it.
Exactly.
If you don't, then you can get to conclusions with this kind of observation. So you can't. I would agree you won't be able to get to a conclusion versus a globe with that observation. But I can also agree. I would also say that you don't discard the globe, that observation as well, if you don't account for how the weather is affecting the observation, weather conditions and all that.
But if I have multiple observations, laser tests, and so on, optical tests, and I come to the conclusion that they, in no shape or form, come close to the supposed expectations of the spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball, then my conclusion is for 100% that the Earth is at least not a ball.
Yeah, if you have observation that show that.
And if it's
right.
And if it's not a ball, the supposed explanation of space and the vehicles thereof in it, moving and doing whatever they do. Same with the things we see in the sky must be either reinterpreted differently or must be objectively neutrally considered without any foundational belief of when I look at the moon I think this is a sphere that is reflecting sunlight, for example, because that would again have the necessity that the Earth is what they have taught us to be, but we have already made the foundation where we accepted the fact that it's not that ball, right? So everything else will also fall away at first. Not saying that it's not, in short, if the Earth is not a ball, everything else they taught us about the sky and what things do and what they do in the sky up there are obsolete. That's what I'm trying to say. But not obsolete to a point where you should disregard carrying on trying to figure stuff out. Right?
Obviously.
So furthermore, if it's not a ball, then what is it? That's what you as an individual need to figure out, I guess. I mean, I can tell you, I personally, from my observations, can be 100% sure that it is, just logically speaking, also the way the water behaves. The Earth is definitely a topographical plane, which means a flat surface that has hills, valleys, and rivers and so forth, right?
Understand you reached that conclusion yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, you wouldn't be the first one to reach that conclusion.
What?
I understand. You wouldn't be the first one to reach that conclusion, so I
Yes,
understand
that's true.
why would that happen. Yeah.
I'm just saying this because I can also accept if someone like you doesn't want to make a conclusion yet.
Right. Yeah, well, I was more just wondering why is that the case? This whole thing, people call celestial navigation, has been argued, proves Earth is flat from the flat Earth side. But also have been argued that prove Earth is a globe from the globe side.
Just a good tactic to argue.
Why is that something? Why is that something that only globers seem to be able to do? Isn't that weird?
That's not true though.
Why do you think it wouldn't work on a flat Earth?
Otherwise.
Why do you think it wouldn't work on a flat Earth, dude?
I didn't say that. I just said that I haven't seen any flat Earth that show they can do it.
Of course they can, man.
I would love to see that.
Dude, you do it every day. You live on a flat Earth. Get it into your head. Stop assuming a globe and everything's good. I don't care what you are, man. It's a flat Earth, bro. Look at the water.
Captain is a flat Earth.
Are you sure about that? Well, not the ones I know.
By default,
they use flat maps, brother. They fucking chart their course, man. It's not hard to figure out.
But I think the same captains that use flat maps that I know would understand that those are projections of the Earth. Doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
Projections of a reverse engineered map.
That's entirely possible. I'll give you that. But my point remains. I haven't seen any self-claimed flat Earth have been shown to be able to do.
That's why the solar system makes so much sense, because they've had decades and centuries to reverse engineer it to perfection.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you're agreeing that there's no flat Earth that can do it? It's just that
you just agreed that it worked on a flat Earth, dude. So how can you keep on talking the way you're talking? Just because you haven't seen anybody that has done it. Everybody that you see has done it on a flat Earth, man.
Well, I tried to do a fix using treating Earth as a flat plane.
You just contradicted yourself.
I got the wrong result. I didn't say that it could. It could work on a flat Earth. I concede that if you think that's happening, that's possible. Okay, I'll give you, but I'll need demonstration of that. I haven't seen any. All I've seen is globers doing it. Myself included. It's a bit weird. If the response is that only globers can do that because this was reverse engineered to work on a globe, that's one response.
Did you see my reply in chat there, bro?
Sorry. Who are you?
I'm Subdued. If you scroll up to 15 minutes after.
All right. Let me see. Vikings undoubtedly used celestial navigation to orient themselves when the sun went down. Polaris, the North Star, probably the most important star they consulted. Sun compass is used position of the sun's shadow to help navigators orient themselves on the flat Earth. Okay, I'm not sure if that is someone showing me they can do celestial navigation, believing the Earth is flat.
Well,
there's the claims there.
The Vikings thought the Earth was flat, right?
I don't know. Do they? Did they? I don't know about that.
Of course they did.
Okay.
So there, I just showed you somebody, so you can stop talking now.
But I don't think what they did has anything to do with the method of getting your coordinates from star angles that we talking about. First of all, because they didn't have latitude and longitude. Second, it didn't have clocks they could carry around to determine their longitude. Which is only possible
latitude,
to have. Yeah,
on
latitude you
Earth,
can
they
have.
use
That's
latitude.
fine. Yeah, you can have latitudes on flat Earth. That's fine. But can you have? Can you figure out latitude and longitude on flat Earth without
You don't
knowing
need
where
the
you
longitude.
are? Well, then that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is a method where you
You're
determine both
assuming
your
it,
latitude
right?
and longitude.
It works, brother. That's all you need to know, right?
Well, you're claiming that. I would like to see that.
You did it. You did it in your backyard, for fuck's sakes.
I did both my latitude and longitude. But I did have to treat Earth as here to get.
And I'm sorry, I'm a photographer, not a ship navigator.
It's fine. You're not forced to be the one who can do it. That's fine if you don't. But I would like to see someone that can. I can't find any.
Yeah, I've only got evidence, like visually, of a flat Earth because the oceans are flat and level and horizontal.
Okay. Understand the claim. That still doesn't answer my question, right?
I don't want to answer your question. It's a stupid question.
If you think it's a stupid question, don't answer. That's fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
me
so-
too. I think
won't.
it's dumb.
You can
I'm here to
monologue.
get an answer.
Keep monologuing.
Earth is flat though.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Earth doesn't spin. Let's be real. Okay? Not a fucking
Hey, Ron.
sphere. It's not a ball. It's flat.
Yes.
Very flat.
I guess I'll never see that then. I guess I never see the.
Well, if you keep.
You see it every day, brother.
Okay, fly a fucking rocket all across
never
the
saw
fucking world. You're not gonna do that bullshit. Okay?
I have a rocket.
Yes.
Oh, we're talking about rockets.
Okay.
I'm talking about getting our position from star angles, right?
You want to fixate on celestial navigation, by all means. Continue.
But that's my question. The question I want to answer to. Why only Globers can do that?
What do you mean?
You just said that flat earthers can do it, dude. You just said it.
No,
you said
no,
it can
I
be done
never
on a
said
flat
that.
earth.
I haven't seen that. I said. I said
I don't care if
seen
you've seen it or not. You said it could be done.
I'll give you if you say it would be done. I'm saying it's fine.
I can
show
help
me.
you out
That's all
about
like
flat
giving
Earth
you.
too.
Okay. Can you show me how you get your position from star
See,
angles?
AI say the world is spheroid when it's not, and I have a perfect AI that knows the world is fucking flat.
What does that to do with? That related to what I'm asking?
Okay, what are you asking? So I can,
Asking to see a flat earther, showing they know how to get their position from star angles, just like Globers can.
You have to do your research.
I did my research. I can get my position from star angles. Now it's you guys' turn.
Wait,
to
yes,
show
you
have done
yes
yours.
you can. You're not doing it right.
I'll drop my website. I pretty much turned all I learned into a website where you can do
Because
it.
anybody
instantly.
could like know Earth is flat by just looking like in the fucking sky. Like it's that easy.
I'm
It's
not
very
even
simple.
arguing that. I could give you. Okay, let's
The
say the
other
Earth is actually
motherfuckers are
flat.
arguing, not me.
I could
That
give
fat
you
fuck
a
is.
flat Earth. That's still not showing flat Earth as being able to get their position using star angles.
All right, let's see. Let's see what you see.
All right.
Okay, where'd the other guy go? Wait a minute.
But like you're measuring 90-degree angles, brother. Your baseline is flat. How does that not work on a flat surface?
Okay, I got my papers. Okay, there you go. Hello. Hello.
Wait, hey, 1 second. Okay, my angles were 45 degrees, 55.5 arc minutes, and 36 degrees, 45 arc minutes. None of those were 90.
You want me to agree with you that like Earth's round?
No.
So what do you think it is?
I think it is round. I think it's close to an
And what if it's not?
Oh, then I'm wrong.
And you're not gonna be mad?
Oh.
So if I give you the right papers
times?
right now, what are you gonna? I will send you my TikTok so you can see all the answers. Cause it's like kind of hard to explain because I forgot to write it on my piece of paper. But like you got the coordinates right, but like you kind of like
Hmm? You want me to follow you on TikTok? Is that it? Your TikTok has all the answers? Something like that? Hey, I heard this is being recorded. Is there anywhere I can find a recording? Do you like the old 24/7, right? It's like you live stream to YouTube 24/7.
Yeah, links in chat.
See. Oh, thanks. Yeah, to the ones in VC that were talking to me, thanks for allowing me to get to finish my sentences.
Did I miss anything good?
What?
Anything good happen while it's gone? Or is it kind of the same old crap?
Just some idiot globies. Going on about celestial navigation and flat earthers can't prove it.
Yeah, isn't that funny? If that was their best argument, why did they wait till 2023 to bring it up? Oh, because flat earthers raised the topic. It's just a big nah-uh. It's a big globalist nah-uh.
Yeah, that's all it was. A whole hour of it.
If they had celestial navigation in their front pocket or back pocket even, they would have pulled that out day one, like 2016. They wouldn't have said flat earthers are a cult, a dangerous conspiracy theory, a bunch of uneducated losers on the internet. They would have said, look at this amazing thing you can do with the stars. You can navigate the globe with the stars. And that would have been dead, and supposedly dead ass. But no, wait 7 years, and then the flat earthers bring it up, and then do a nah-uh. And they think they're fooling somebody. They think that's going to work here. Dude, people have been here since the beginning of this debate. You're not fooling anybody. You're not even fooling your own dumbass.
It's so amusing because I've only been here for like 2 months now, like in the topic.
And do you feel that your life has gotten better as a result of
Absolutely
doubting the roundness of the earth? Has that helped you?
Yep.
Yeah, it does. It adds up to a logically consistent worldview. Because now you can open the news and you realize why things are so fucked up.
Well, hold on. You remember that the Aztecs, right, when they were
Good move.
Yeah. I don't know about some ancient culture. I don't know where that's going to go, but probably a bunch of racial slurs or something.
Just sidetracking the topic, that's all.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know where that was going, and I don't care. No one fucking asked him. No one cares what he has to say. Even he doesn't care what he has to say. It's like I'm getting to the point I would rather just sit in silence and have just hear people every once in a while have a conversation than some knucklehead who can't even follow his own worldview. And just
it was like 6 a.m. I'm sitting there just trying to have a peaceful smoke.
Yeah, just kind of a base, like a base where we can just hear people. Hey, what's going on? Hey, not too much, Maybe get some new guy in here who's got a few questions of flat Earth. If you think you've debunked flat Earth, why the fuck are you here?
Yeah, you've triggered him so much too.
Yeah, if you've debunked it, why can't you follow your own worldview and just go on to the next debunking that you think you need to do? Or just take your globe and go have fun with it. Because it's all over. I mean, the doomsday clock is going to meet here in a matter of weeks, and they're going to push us even closer to midnight.
Nigger.
Oh, I missed it.
That's the guy that wanted us to follow his TikTok earlier.
Okay, I don't know what to call you. Keep changing your name. Okay, no country. If I'm an asshole, would you be muted or not muted if I'm an asshole? See, this is the part where you just explore their worldview, okay? Let's say what you say is true, and I am an asshole. Would you be muted or not muted if I'm an asshole?
All I see is a lot of blocked messages in chat.
See, look at this. They give a logical syllogism inside their worldview. All these things about me, and then wonder why they're muted. Your worldview dictates a muting. I'm helping you hold you to your worldview. If you can subjectively change your bullshit to something more workable, I can unmute your mic. But you can't have a control of your mic because inside your worldview, the logical conclusion is no. So show me a worldview where you would be allowed to talk in here. And then let's go. Let's dive into it and take a look and see where you end up. Okay, so the mods are nuts. They power trip harder than any channel. Therefore, you are muted. See, look at inside your worldview, there's no reason for you to talk. You've got a reason why you can't talk in here. So why would you keep coming back and keep trying to talk anyway? You can't even convince yourself of your own stupid shit. So I'll help you hold to it until you seriously change your worldview to something more workable. That's all it's got to take. That's all it would take. Be like, hey, I want to have a conversation about the flat earth. Okay, and are you in a spot? Are you in a safe space where you can do that? Yep. And you've got moderators who are going to mod the conversation and make sure it stays on topic? Yep. Okay, all the boxes are checked. Now you have a reason to be here, and you know that you've got something to say. Because right now, your worldview is dictating quite the opposite. And you wonder why. Dude, I don't give a fuck if you talk or not. What I'm looking at here is you coming in with a logically inconsistent worldview and expect it to be platformed. Take that shit to all the different channels where you talk about that you don't know if you're a brain in the vat or not. You don't know if you've ever eaten food or if you've got legs.
Philosophy.
Yeah, when you figure out your own shit, then we got something to talk about. Right now, you don't. You've got nothing to talk about, and that's not me saying it. That's you. You're saying that. You can just read what is typed.
He is gone, you know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, but I'm sure he's listening in.
Yeah, that's what I assumed, like, because we're streaming. I assumed he'd watched too.
Well, he's also typing in text chats. I mean, I probably should just boot him out. Huh?
Yeah, I haven't bothered watching the chat. Doesn't really matter what he says. I've had possibly the worst weather this week, this entire year. See those two photos in chat up a bit?
One more time? Sorry.
See those two photos at 57 minutes past last hour?
Oh, I'm tabbed out. Sorry. I'll get a look in a second. I'm doing something in a different window.
Oh, yeah, no worries then. Don't worry about it then.
Nothing crazy, right? Like it's not like.
No, it's just my sunset. Like.
Oh, okay,
sunrise,
yeah.
Sorry.
I wasn't sure if you're telling me like, hey,
and it looks hell weird.
Freaky. trying to make some sort of argument like, how could your life have been better once you've accepted the truth of reality? Can't be a happy, successful person if you think the earth is flat.
I don't even have a job. I'm 100% happy. Yeah, I can't wait to go to Newman. I'll be 1,000 meters in the air with 360 view all around Australia.
Yes, I used to be a flat earther.
Used to be.
Then what?
Then I went to find professional help, and now I'm a globe earther again.
Okay, so what sort of evidence did they provide you with when you were seeking this professional help?
Satellite imagery.
Satellite imagery. So basically,
Is it provided
cartoons.
by NASA?
No, it's actual imagery, like real imagery.
Okay, so like photographs.
They took me to a satellite range, and they showed me how they send rockets into space and everything.
Oh, into space, into a thermodynamics violation in the sky. So how did you verify that those pictures were taken from the location that they alleged they took them from?
Because they had a specific device that could tell them where the satellite was in the world, and
really,
it was actually quite phenomenal. We actually saw the this I don't know what the altitude was. We saw the satellite as it was moving across our sky. We identified where it was exactly, precisely.
Yeah, which satellite was that?
I don't remember the name, but
you don't know how high it was. You don't. Okay, so you don't know how high it was. You don't know what satellite it was. So
it
you
was
don't
out
even
in
know
space.
if it was in a
I think it was
location.
around 100. I think it was around 100 kilometers from like.
Yeah,
the highest.
Do you believe that in the
like
government?
the highest point on Earth. It's like
you
in space.
Okay? So you're like a tiny earther then. You think this is a really small ball you're on, because if you're only 100 kilometers out and you're taking a picture of that whole ball, that's a lot smaller of a ball than
I said when you go out into space, it's 100 kilometers from that point.
When you go out into space, can you tell me about the last time you did that?
No, I'm saying the satellite. Oh my god, my brain.
I think we could settle this. I got an idea. So those pictures, those alleged blue marble cartoons from space and so on, right? They're showing curved bodies of water. They're showing curved bodies of water all over the surface of what they're saying is the Earth. So why don't we just go down to the beach and see if the Earth actually has those, and we'll settle this once and for all.
That's right.
What do you think?
Look, buddy, the Earth's not flat. I hate to burst your bubble.
Wait. Why are you trying to avoid this?
And because I got something better for you. They found Tesla's. They found Elon Musk's Roadster in space. So there you go.
Yeah, but I found the ocean though. So I'm just going to see if that ocean actually. Stop it! I'm just going to show you whether or not the ocean actually comports with those so-called.
No, I can show you the evidence. You're not listening.
I know you're scared. You're scared. Yeah, that's what we're going to do right now. Yeah, you are. That's what we're going to do right now. We're going to check out the.
So we found Tesla's Roadster in space.
Calm down.
Oh my god.
Yeah, in space, a thermodynamics violation in the sky. We'll get to that right after we check the ocean.
Thermodynamics violation in the sky.
Hold on. You're panicking. You got to calm down. We'll get to that right after we check.
You're just low IQ and sad. It's pathetic.
You're still doing it. You're still panicking. And you're trying to talk through me so that we can't get to the conclusion here, which is not going to be good for your ball, and you know it. Oh, he left. Poor guy.
What a troll.
Oh, he had a meltdown. Imagine being that scared of looking at an ocean. Is he back? No, it's another clown who's supposed to be on permaban.
Sad Globy.
Why?
Oh, didn't do nothing, eh? Provide your globe proof.
You got any evidence of curvature?
No.
Okay.
What did I do?
We don't need you then. 1 minute.
What? I'm just coming here to listen, guys. Calm down. Jesus.
Okay, he's gone. Well, those are our candidates for now, I suppose.
2 down.
All right. Well, we'll wait for the next champion.
Any evidence of curvature?
Well, what did you think of the last guy's efforts?
Pathetic.
You weren't convinced after that you live on a spinning space ball in a vacuum chamber?
Nope.
Yeah, me neither, really. Seemed like you just didn't want to have the conversation.
Seemed a little bit scared, maybe frightened.
Poor guy.
Yeah, they made them way bigger and taller. Pyramids.
Decades ago, there was no curvature that had to be accounted for, but all of a sudden, now they have to account for it. Come on, dude.
They don't. There is no they. He can't even name who they are. He can't give us one example.
Wait. Again, it would be
it
would be the
can't
specific.
give one example.
It would be the specific
you can't give us
contracted company that
anybody who ever actually did what you're saying.
Listen, if you want the exact building schematics, that can't happen. You already know that. That's why you're asking for it.
Name the engineers, name the building,
right?
Show us
Exactly.
their work, show us who is they.
It's ridiculous.
Where did they get globe blueprint?
Then it's a ridiculous claim, dude. You can't back it. That's why the
I can back it. I'm trying to find the video that the program being used, but. That's okay.
Where did they get those from? Who made them?
I don't know who used it. Be so hostile. We can relax a little here.
Show us who used it.
I'll find the answer for you. What's the name of the program?
I don't know the name of the program. You'll have to give me a moment to find it. I mean, guys, I could be wrong. I don't have any problem with it.
You are wrong. That's the whole point of this line of questioning, just to elucidate that.
Well, I think guaranteeing you're wrong. That's what we're doing right now. We're
totally fine. Hey, that's cool. Right, you guys don't have to be so aggressive. Chill out a little, please.
Brother,
getting a little much. Like this guy's sitting here yelling and screaming and calling me names. This other guy's asking for some ridiculous things and claiming they're not ridiculous.
Brother,
let's just chill out.
We just want to know
the claim is ridiculous.
The mathematical.
The claim that they use a program to account for the curvature of the Earth is a ridiculous claim.
What's the curve?
Yes, that's why you can't prove it. Yes, that's why you can't prove it. That's why the burden's ridiculous. Because the claim's ridiculous.
Well, you're increasing the burden. Because all I have to do is show the program, because that's what I'm predicating.
Oh, that's all you're saying? A program exists? You're not claiming anybody ever used it?
No, I mean, obviously they would use it. That's why it exists.
Okay,
why
then
would
you got the claim. We got the
use?
claim. Somebody used it. You're claiming that. Now show us who.
Buoyancy and density.
Okay.
Water is flat. Water always finds its level. Plane dip, no dip equals flat. Then.
Okay, yeah, we've dealt with him many times. He can come on when there's nobody else to talk to.
I still have never seen a blueprint of a curve. Like, who made the blueprint to follow the curve of the Earth? We need to get that guy. For all these guys with all these blueprints and train tracks and buildings.
So I suppose it's. I hear him, by the way, just so we know, but I'm just interrupting him because I don't. Anyways, we don't usually. I don't treat people who call people names with respect. Sorry, if that's the case, you can mute me if you want. Sorry. So I guess it's Professor Dave Explains. I'm sure that you guys maybe have a problem with me using that source?
No, what's the software?
No,
what's the
hold on, use
software?
Dave.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
use Dave.
I don't know the software yet. I'm asking if there's any objections to me using Professor Dave Explains.
Go
Would there
ahead
be
and
some
use
sort
him.
of
Use
objection
retard
to
Dave.
this?
Go ahead and use Mophead Dave. We like Dave.
Yeah, we could point out how wrong he
He's
is.
a 3-time master flunky chemist.
I believe he's an astrophysicist. I'm not exactly sure.
No, he's not. No, he's
Mophead
not.
Dave?
He failed. He flunked like 3 times. He flunked out 3 times.
Who flunked out? Sorry. We're talking about the same
Mophead
person?
Dave.
Professor Dave
Professor
Explains?
Dave.
Okay.
Not a Professor Dave. That guy.
Not a Professor Dave. Okay. So you guys
Yeah,
don't
he's
have an
definitely
objection
not
to
a
me using him as
professor.
a source?
Well,
He's a terrible source, actually.
Okay, perfect. Then
You know, he was interviewed and they asked him why does he have that name, and he just said, just for the fun of it. You know that, right? He's not a real professor. Like, but maybe a lot of
right. Well,
Gobers
I didn't claim he was. I was just using his.
No,
YouTube name.
I know, but that's kind of like the point that I'm making. Like, you hear someone with a doctor in front of their name, and then all of a sudden they are the ones that have all the answers.
Well, that would be a
title.
logical fallacy appealing to authority. So that's not what I was saying.
agree.
I was just asking. If
That's what you're doing. You're using a professor of YouTube, a YouTube actor, instead of a real fucking astrophysicist like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who you'll disagree with when he tells you that bitch is flat from 250 miles up. See how this works, stupid? Biased motherfucker.
This guy has really. You need to go to like aggression counseling.
Just
I think.
find that program. Just find that program.
No, I think this guy needs to go aggression counseling.
I think you need to go to
serious
nerve
issues.
counseling.
Prove your fucking curve, idiot.
Well, I don't prove anything to people who scream and yell on their microphone like children. I'm sorry, I just don't do it.
Bullshit. Why don't you just go away, you fucking dumb fuck.
Yeah, so that's pretty unreasonable to call somebody who just simply disagrees with you and trying to prove your point.
Yeah,
so,
can you just find that date? I just
I'm gonna pivot here a little bit. I'm not gonna do anything until both of these guys apologize to me. I think that's what it's gonna happen.
Brush with Sensodyne.
So because look, I really don't care either way. Like if like I told you, I'm more than willing to believe the Earth is flat if it's really flat. So I don't really have any like position here.
Yeah, you're tapping out. I got it. Cool.
Well, I'm tapping out until there's an apology from both these people who called me some pretty severe names. Okay, well, that's totally fine if you think that.
I cannot converse with you until you apologize.
I've been conversing with them for like a good solid 10 minutes, but these guys have continuously called me names from separate people who are literally attacking me.
I'm sorry you can't find the curve or can't find out who had the blueprint or who found the curve for you to find it. I'm sorry. Sorry I hurt your feelings. Brush with Sensodyne.
All right, let's get back on track, man. And that one Christian guy, just chill out, man.
I was chill. I was just asking for them to not call me names. I don't know why you guys are so rude.
Divert to this. Yes, divert to your feelings.
Names.
Yes.
Names. Names.
Yes.
Names.
Avoid
Shut
the
the
claim
fuck up, names.
that you can't back
Shut the fuck up, names.
Hey, it's
Names.
totally cool. Like, look, Earth's flat. That's totally fine. Like you guys, that's fine. I don't like you're right. I can't prove my position. That's totally fine. But these guys calling me names is pretty insane. Like that.
Well done.
Don't worry about it.
Pretty crazy.
I apologize.
Well, I am already worried about it that these guys have sat here and screamed in my ear when you guys are like asking me for. Well, yeah. Well, I talk over people who are rude and call people names. That's usually how it goes. Yeah. So. Well, you don't apologize and then scream at the same. That's not really an apology.
I think the whole room is missing something, right? And ultimately, that is that if you acknowledge an ad hominem, you sound like a fucking pussy. So let's just move on.
Hey, I'm totally fine with being whatever you guys want to call me, but that's still pretty unreasonable to claim that you're some sort of superior intellectual when you're sitting here calling people names.
Here you go, friend.
For simply having a chill, cool conversation with some people that I disagree with.
Check this out, bro. Check this out. The three of you move on right now, or I ban all three of you. Those are your options. How do you like them?
Sorry, what did you say? Could you repeat it? Your mic's pretty bad quality.
He's roboting.
Yeah, now you're roboting, Overlord. Sorry.
Yeah, you're roboting AI, but he just said that he'll ban you unless you guys move on.
Okay, that's totally fine. Awesome.
Yeah, one of the main points is that you made the claim skyscrapers account for curvature of the Earth when being built by this program. Heretic pointed out that you didn't have that information, that data. That's fine. You conceded. We accept it. We know it's false information anyway.
Well, I think that's actually a straw man. And if I could just like restate my case, I was claiming that there is a program that is used to account for the curvature of the Earth when building skyscrapers.
Yeah.
And he was asking, well, give me a very specific example of a company having done that in some various way. And I said, I couldn't give that. And so if that's the burden of proof, hey, I concede. You're right.
Yeah.
Because I can't do that.
I mean,
you can't show anybody using it. Can you even name it?
I can't name the program, no, but I can continue to look it up and grab it. But again, if the burden of proof is that you want somebody using it, then that's where it ends, right? I wouldn't have to continue to look for it.
Don't know whoever used it. Okay, no.
But I mean, if I name it, is that fine? Like, is that something I can do? Is that good enough?
Dude, no, not at all. Bro, you got to be joking, man.
Did you not miss the logic earlier? Oh, go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead. I'll go after.
Listen, what's the largest footprint of the foundation of any skyscraper? Think about it.
I'm thinking about it.
The
I'm not
size,
sure what you mean.
the footprint of the foundation. So, like the base, how big is the base? Is it 100 feet by 100 feet, 200 feet by 200 feet? Like, what's the biggest one?
Like the biggest one in existence?
Yeah, the biggest footprint of the base of a skyscraper in existence. What is it?
Looks like it's in Malaysia. The Petronas Towers for 451 meters tall. Wait, that's tall. I don't know
okay, that's fine. But what is the base?
I would have to look that up.
Right. So to claim that this structure needs to account for curvature of the Earth, the only part that's going to matter is the base, because that's the only part that's going to be affected. Everything else is not going to be affixed to the surface, right? And it's a single rigid structure. It's not spanning over a great horizontal distance. So the only thing that's going to matter is the base. And I would submit to you that if you took the footprint of the base with the technology of how they actually build a foundation, you will find that the concept of accounting for Earth curvature would be so inconsequential that to attempt to do it would cost an inane amount of money to accomplish absolutely nothing. And nobody in their right mind would ever do such a stupid thing.
When you're talking about having to have like a very precise building, even if they created a program for something that could seem like relatively pointless, it would still be worth like an immeasurable amount just in case, right? So it's sort of like
it's not, dude. It's not, dude. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this, dude, for a fact. Based on the knowledge of the building materials, being steel and concrete, etc., and the way in which they create foundations, there's no technology that exists that can effectuate a field-level implementation of any accounting with those materials for the curve of the Earth at that scale, period. Doesn't exist. Can't be done. Now, if you claim I have a document here that says they did it, well, that's all well and good. The document is irrelevant. What matters is what occurs in the field. Okay? That's what matters. So, for example, when they pour concrete foundations or they set pillars, right, they do it in a particular way. For example, when they pour concrete, they pour it, and it just uses its fluid viscosity to kind of self-settle, and then they level the top off, dude. Nobody brings an atomic laser to a job site, dude, to make sure that the micron differential is going to be there. That just doesn't happen.
Well, I'm curious. Like, do you, just for curiosity's sake, because you seem like you know what you're talking about, do you have like a lot of involvement with job sites like that? Is that something that you do?
Yeah, dude, I build things for a living, and I'm telling you that based on what I know and everything that I've learned, right, and the simple facts of how they build things practically in the field, okay, and the amount of alleged quote-unquote curvature differential that would be in something with that size footprint, that it's impractical to try to actually effectuate engineering for it in the field. And the reason why is because the tolerances of the material are greater than the variance of any alleged curvature differential. So what everyone is going to do in the field is they're going to build locally in that zone according to level and plumb. And that's it. That's all that's going to happen. They're gonna level the ground, right? Before they pour the foundations or lay the pillars. They're then going to level the pillars to each other, and they're going to use the local level benchmark that they have. They might use a water level, a trough. They might use a laser, right? None of those things can be curved at that scale. That kind of implementation technology isn't used anywhere, nowhere. Doesn't exist.
What are you speaking about? Like, it makes zero sense what you're speaking about. Maybe I joined too late.
Really? So let me tell you. So if I build forms for concrete and I pour concrete into the forms, and concrete at that level is essentially, like a viscous liquid, and the concrete self-levels, right? Do I need any extra special equipment, or is the concrete just going to flow where it flows?
Did you ever make pottery?
What?
Did you ever in your life make pottery?
Oh, absolutely. I'm an officially licensed art teacher with a full education degree. Yes, I make pottery, bro. What does that have to do with a building
because
concrete,
what are you saying? Like, because it cannot be curved? What cannot be curved? I don't understand.
Okay. Yeah. Do you know what slip is?
A slip?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah.
What do you mean you guess so? What is it in the context of pottery?
Tell it to me. I will better understand.
Oh, goodness, bro. So slip is a highly liquefied clay, which is essentially pours out like a thick chocolate milk or oil, right? And you could fill cavities with it, and when you fill the cavities, it self-levels at the surface. Then you can let it dry, and then you can cook it, right? That's what happens, dude. I can't curve the surface of the slip, dude. It's just gonna lay how water lays or how liquids lay.
Yeah, and?
Right. The same principle scales up to the construction of the base of a tower, dude.
I don't understand. What is your point? What do you?
My point is, dude, that nobody is accounting, quote unquote, for curve of the earth when they're building a skyscraper, dude. That's my point.
I think he joined the conversation really late. So the proclamation is that there was a talk about measurements, and I said, well, there's a program that is used for accounting for curvature with skyscrapers, and they're saying no, that doesn't exist. So that's sort of where the conversation is. And so I'm still trying to find
what does the program do? What does the program do?
Well, the program is mostly just for building a skyscraper. It just happens to also account for the curvature. That's my claim, right?
Yeah, but what does that mean? Think about this, dude. When you say account for the curvature, what does that even mean?
Right. So again, I'd have to find it, and I could be wrong. Like maybe I'm just misremembering something. But at one point, I thought I remembered watching a video where they went over like how this program works. It wasn't even in reference to flat Earth. It was just like, hey, here's this cool program that helps people design skyscrapers and lay out foundations and things for the blueprints. And they use this, and it also happens to account for the curvature. And then they showed like how it does that. And then they were showing how the program works. Like as far as I remember, it wasn't even exactly a response.
I guarantee you with 100% certainty that whatever they claim will be subsumed by the tolerances of the effective building practices in reality, and that it's all a mathematical pipe dream. That is just that math. That's it. It doesn't exist in reality. It's just a claim within a software or within a book that can't be effectuated in practical reality. It's nonsense. It's garbage. It's useless. It's a waste of time.
Well, the measurements are used in their building, right? So that would be the.
No, it's not, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not, dude. If you design blueprints, right, with pie in the sky idealistic geometry, and you give them to the builder, and the builder goes and builds your building, right? And he finds that he doesn't have to take into account any of your nonsense because the material he's using subsumes the error anyway. And he built your building. Does that mean that he used the curvature of the earth for building the building? Of course not.
Well, right, but we're talking about like very large structures. We're not talking about like a house or a set of apartments.
Dude, yeah. So tell me how large is the biggest footprint of the foundation of a skyscraper, dude?
Well, I tried to look it up and I couldn't find it. I can keep trying to look it up, but I'm also trying to look for that video at the same time.
Well, dude, what you need to know before you start making these claims is what the biggest footprint is and what any appreciable curvature based on an ideal model would be. And if that is even appreciable in the tolerances of the building materials. Because if the building material tolerances subsume that appreciable amount, then it makes it negligible. So it makes it to where you could use it or not use it, and you'd get no different result, which means it's pointless.
And regardless over that distance, hang on a second, regardless over that small distance, they're going to level the ground anyway.
Yes.
And if there was curve, they would be benching that dirt up and stepping it up so that you have a level surface, or they would be forming up formwork to create a level surface to build on. So it's all done via surveying with elevation and depression angles to begin with. Am I right, Overlord?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue what you guys are even saying, so I'm sorry, I'm not following at all.
We're saying regardless of what people imagine the curve of the surface is going to be, the dudes are going to make it flat before they start building on the crap. That's what we're trying to say.
Well, yeah, they would flatten things out. That's what they do when they build foundations, right? That's the sort of what they do.
I was about to say, now that we know what a foundation is, can we keep going?
So they're not concerned with earth curvature. They're concerned with the topography of the local area that they're building in, which is much more.
Can I just
deviates much more than earth curvature.
Right. So can I just restate my claim? My initial claim is that and this isn't even like why I believe the Earth is round. Just so we're clear, my initial claim is that simply there's a program that is used that, from my understanding, is used when they build skyscrapers that happens to account for the curvature of the Earth. That was my only claim. I wasn't claiming that was it. That was my claim.
I think you need to update your claim, homie.
Okay, maybe I can as I look into this a little more, because now I'm just curious because I want to find the video.
No, I can update your claim for you right now. I want to help you right now update your claim right now. It's very easy. So your claim is not that this program accounts for the curve of the Earth. Your claim is that people claim this program accounts for the curve.
Well, they showed like it was pretty clear that that's actually what it does. Like if you draw the
sure, dude.
Plane.
Yeah, that's great, dude. That's just them claiming it, dude.
Well, I guess they could have been claiming that that what they were showing was doing that, but it looked like pretty clear from what they were showing. I don't know. That's why I'm
so why don't you go find that and clip it so we can see it?
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. Which again, like I said, I might just be straight up wrong. I can't find it through my best efforts this whole time.
Hey, bro, let me help you out. So there's this old television show called Modern Marvels that was on the History Channel, and they would talk about certain structures and different building projects. But then in between the commercials, they'd have like a little 10-second factotum as they were changing into commercials. And one of their most famous ones was the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York City is built with the towers 1 5/8 inches apart at the top to account for the curve of the Earth. Wow, this is such a modern marvel. Cut to commercial. Now, here's the interesting part, dude. The bridge is hundreds of feet tall. It's made of steel and concrete. And the error margins of steel and concrete per span, 2 spans is greater than 1 5/8 inches. So they could not practicably build that bridge with the tolerances of 1 5/8 inches out at part at the top. Can't be done physically. Impossible. Yet these morons are putting this out on national television, claiming that this is a fact. Okay? That's what we're up against here. We're up against a bunch of retards who think they're smart, that just repeat nonsense that they've heard and claim everyone's accounting for the curve of the Earth. But when you actually look in the brass tacks, it's impossible. in these projects that they're claiming?
Yeah, I mean, I can't find this video, so I can see it on the video, but yeah.
I mean, or you could go and find a practical building methodology or any field engineer crew or construction crew that has the technology to implement steel and concrete on a local level with the precision necessary to have an arc across the level surface at the tolerances needed for the footprint of the building they're making. If you could find a company that can accomplish that task, by all means, send them my way. I'd like to hire them.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, I was giving you a chance to look and look and look. You didn't find it.
Yeah, I can't find it. I'm just straight up. I've already said that like 3 times, I think. So
that's fair. The largest skyscraper as far as foundation would be Saudi Arabia. It's the Burj Al Bayt clock tower.
Wait, sorry, what'd you say? Because it's from what I looked up, it was in Malaysia. So I think maybe
no. In Saudi Arabia, they have its foundation is 16 acres large, like big, wide, however you want to say that. It's called the Burj Al Bayt clock tower complex in Mecca.
Okay,
but that's in Saudi Arabia. Now that's not the largest floor though. But it's the largest foundation, which there is a difference. And I think your program you're trying to state is it would have to account for it in the foundation because it's going up. But there's this building in China that has it's 18.9 million square feet, but it's not a foundation in the sense of like how a skyscraper goes deep into the ground and then they build up out of the ground. This 18.9 in China. 18.9 million square foot building in China, a complex. Then they're just on the ground, so like the entire ground is like that wide of a base, if you will. But they're not going into the ground like to create a foundation. So it's the same. It's 2 different things.
Hey, let me ask this question. Let's all just use our brains. You guys ready for this? I don't know if you are. So if not, eat a snack so you got energy. So if the claim is that the Verrazano Narrows bridge towers at hundreds of feet tall and, like maybe a mile apart from each other or a little bit less, are 1 5/8 inches out at the top. 1 5/8 inches out. I want you to think about it. 1 5/8 inches out, that far apart from each other. And I don't know any skyscraper that's foundation is as wide as the Verrazano Narrows bridge. So that means the skyscraper is going to be less wide. That means that the maximum variance of displayed angles of the sides of a rectangle of a skyscraper would be less than 1 5/8 inches. So in order to build this tower to be splayed to the radials of plumb lines so that every part of the tower is plumb and not just plumb at a central axis, you would be talking about thousands upon thousands of an inch per foot. Now, I would like you to explain to me any building construction process that you've ever heard of or seen that can engineer something with that per foot diagonally and implement it in the field. Nobody who's ever built anything or has any rational sense and thought about it for more than 10 minutes would ever take it seriously.
No, nobody ever does.
Think about it. You think you could build a building where every floor is like 1,000th of an inch narrower at the top than the last one? When you can't even get a dude to read a tape measure the same as you? For goodness sakes, this is pathetically silly.
Yeah. It's simple. It's just everything's built plumb level square, bro. You don't need a program to tell you to make sure you have that column 1,000th of an inch closer than the other one. You're not even going to be able to
when
do
you're talking
that.
about very tall structures, that are like mandated to meet certain requirements, you absolutely will be doing that. I'm sorry, I have to disagree with that.
No, you don't.
Oh, really? You think so? You think so, dude?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm being serious with you.
They hire electricians when they don't even need them for like hundreds of dollars an hour.
I could care less, dude. Show me the technology, dude, to get that precision in the field when you're constructing with steel and concrete, for goodness sake. Show me that technology. Where is it?
And remember, skyscrapers have been around for more than 100 years at this point, bro.
And what we're trying to tell you is that, yes, they have to be engineered within a tolerance, but that tolerance is so much bigger by orders of magnitude than the alleged claims tolerance of displayed plumb lines that would exist if Earth was the globe, is what we're trying to tell you, dude. There's no technology, dude. You would literally have to have, if you had a 100-story skyscraper, you'd have to have a 100-story like laser rig on the side of a crane, like getting 4 axes laser pointing to the thing, and then you'd have to be waiting for the thermal expansion throughout the day. Have like a laser rig on the dudes that are putting the bolts in. This is not practical, dude. Nobody builds this way because you know why? Because they don't have to.
Yeah,
but here's the funny thing. They can't put the dot on the wall to show me where the Earth curve starts. So if you put a mark on the wall, horizontal line, and say that's flat Earth 5 foot, no glober can find that little magic spot he's telling you they account for. They can't go put the Sharpie dots on the wall to show for their globe elevation right underneath my flat Earth one, where their globe has to start below mine. It can't be at the same spot. Guess what he's going to tell you it is? He's going to put his Sharpie dot right at the same spot as my flat Earth dot, which is impossible. Isn't that weird? Same thing you're saying you account for, you can't account for all of a sudden.
So, could I ask this? Just remember, I'm still ignoring him because he hasn't apologized.
He did apologize, actually.
Well, probably
you
not.
were just busy. No, he was. He did. Him and Harp apologized. But you were talking over people like you weren't listening. But it's okay, though. It is what it is.
I usually don't listen to people who call me names. That's like I've already said that like 5 different times. So maybe you're not listening to me. Maybe that's what's going on here. But
you said unless he apologizes, and then
all right. Who cares? I could care less. Move on to the topic. If you guys want to hash out your personal difference, do it in DMs or at a therapy session.
Well, I think I was just more or less saying he should go for anger management issues. But my question.
Hey, whoa, kid. I'm not joking around.
Can I get to my question?
To the topic.
Yeah, I tried to, and then you interrupted me.
Thanks.
Yeah. I tried to, and then you interrupted me. But my question was, what, like, because I'm just curious, right? Like, I don't really talk about flat Earth that much. I debate on religion and politics usually. But what would be like the sort of thing that would prove to you guys that the Earth is curved? Like, what would be like just one simple thing? What would it be?
Water, bro. You know what water does? Water seeks a horizontal equilibrium, a flat level on its surface.
Okay, I'm going to turn you down a little. You're very loud. Sorry.
I'm sorry. But yeah, a flat horizontal equilibrium on the surface. That shit doesn't change. It doesn't change in a glass of water. It doesn't change in your bathtub. It doesn't change in your swimming pool. Like, if your swimming pool had a curved bottom to it, do you think the water on the top would rest curved? Or do you think it's going to rest level? That's what water does. It rests level all across the Earth.
That's because of gravity. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
What's so funny about that? What's so funny about that? It's because of gravity. Why is that funny?
I think.
Wait.
Just so I'm clear, I wasn't even paying attention because this is one of the people who's been quite rude in calling names. So I just ignore these types of people.
I didn't call you anything. I called you names. I literally called you names. They said, "What's the matter?" Names. I'm calling you names. Names.
Dude. All right, listen.
You're sensitive about that?
Hey, who cares?
So, well,
I'm just move on from that. For goodness sake.
I'm just asking for the people who are reasonable. What would be like the sort of? What would be the sort of thing that would prove to you guys that the Earth is really curved?
What?
Yeah, he's asking.
What would be the thing that would show?
Yes, if
not me, just in general, because I'm actually just curious. I'm not going to provide it. I'm just curious, and then I would rather go do something else.
Okay, so I'll answer since nobody seems capable. Demonstrable surface curvature. There you go.
What do you mean by that?
So you know a ball is curved everywhere, and so you can demonstrate that.
Yeah. Demonstrable. Demonstrable.
So you would just want like a demonstration of the curvature of the Earth, basically? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, yes, but actual validation, not some program claiming to account for it. Like it's absolute
I have an
garbage.
idea. Put a camera on a weather balloon, and then look the live stream of your camera, and look when the balloon explodes. The moment the balloon explodes, like stop the video and look, and we see the curve.
Curve of what? The curve of what, dude?
Of the Earth.
No. You see the curve of an image. You're inferring that that's necessarily the curve of the actual object you're looking at.
Okay. So
that's a big difference, bro. Let me explain. It's not as simple. I'm not being dismissive. Okay. All optics have distortion. Okay. So how do I know that I'm not seeing?
I'm sorry, Overlord. I didn't know you. Maybe we live in a matrix. Who knows? You know.
Dude. Okay, I'm being serious, and you're being foolish. Okay, so what is it? What is it going to be?
I'm not mad.
That's what I thought. Yeah, no, dude, that's what I thought. How about you be quiet and you let the serious people talk? How about that?
You know?
Okay, so here's how this is going to go.
Sorry.
I'm going to speak.
Everything is fine.
And you're going to be quiet. Okay, follow? That's the directions that you're giving.
Just brief, Overlord.
Okay, so you're going to go on mute because you can't keep your own mouth shut. I'm going to have to do it for you. Okay, then when I'm done speaking, I'll unmute you in case you have something wise or insightful to say rather than just mockery. So all cameras, right, all lenses, with the except of telecentric systems, which still have some, but it's much more minimal, have a distortive effect to them that adds what could be misconstrued as curvature into an image. So I need to know more than just this is an image and it looks curved. There's more information that I need than just that. And because I know these things about optics and the way that images are formed and the way lenses are and the distortions, I can't just take your word for it that what I'm looking at accurately represents the physical object that you're claiming is being represented as curved. Because I know optics can impart what appears to be a curve on otherwise straight objects. Now, that was entirely serious, so I'm going to give you a chance to respond serious or to make a mockery of yourself and how foolish you are. So here we go. Here's your chance to be serious. Go ahead and respond.
I'm sorry, Overlord. I'm not mad at you when you insult me. You need.
All right, so you're going to be muted because you're worthless. Thanks. You're absolutely useless to everybody here because you're not actually want to talk about the topic. You just want to talk about your feelings. So go to another room called 24/7 My Feelings. There you go.
What I will say is typically in like proper debate and like respectful debate format, you guys don't want to be insulting people and calling people names because it actually just destroys your own position. You can't actually prove anything to anybody. So because then everybody
that's
just
not true.
Like a veil over their face. Well,
no, that's not true.
It seems like true. People just have a veil.
Yeah, but that's not true.
You know, people ad hom, and I do think it like kind of destroys their own train of thought, right? Because it gets everybody thinking about the insult rather than what they were actually saying.
Yeah, it's depend. You're right. It's context specific though. Sometimes both parties engage in it in a tasteful way, where it's tit for tat, play for play, and they both don't let it overwhelm the scenario. It's the people who hyper focus on it, whether the offended or the offender, who take it away from the proper topic. What should happen is it's like a speed bump that nobody cares to notice, and you just keep on going. And the only reason to point out an ad hominem is to specifically point out that the person's dodging engaging with your point, not to make him apologize. That's the wrong way to go about it in a debate. But I think we lost that kid because I think he was muted and then he took it personal and bailed. Who was that kid that we were speaking to? Let me see. I don't know. Well, whatever. His claim was that a good debate cannot be had if there's any name calling engaged in the debate, because then everybody will be too stupid to recognize that name calling occurred and get over it, and they'll basically be hung up on it for the rest of the debate. Now, if you're hung up on name calling for the rest of the debate and are incapable of thinking straight after that, then that says something more about your mental condition than the person who did the name calling, in my opinion.
Hey AI, you know there is no curve, so there's like really nothing to get over.
All right. Now that we've all reached a philosophical next level of engagement, and we realize that there actually is content to be had after name calling, let's unmute picture of my arm because I'm a beta male and see if he has anything to say. All right, here we go, guys. It's your chance to say something intelligent. Go ahead.
So, I'm not mad. Everything is good. I forgive you for everything you've done to me, and I'm actually I respect you. Even even if you, from my understanding, don't understand simple math, or like.
Well, what math? What math did I demonstrate I don't understand?
There's a lot, because you believe the Earth is flat, right?
Oh, no. I asked you a question. What math did I demonstrate that I don't understand?
Okay, I did this already yesterday. There is a really simple example.
Okay, listen. I'm me. I am me. You are you. I'm asking you. When you told me I don't understand math, I'm asking you, what math have I demonstrated that I don't understand? Go ahead.
You have a flat surface, okay, and you take a triangle, a normal triangle. So how many degrees of angle has the triangle?
180.
180, right?
Right.
Okay, perfect. We agree on that. A flat surface, a triangle, is 180 degrees on angle, right?
Right.
Now, how much angle has like a ball, like a circle?
A circle? Well, I mean, a circle technically has infinity.
So imagine you take the triangle and you form it like a circle, like a little bit like a circle. Would it have more than 180 or less?
What?
Hold on. You want me to start again?
Dude, why don't you be more simple? Are you saying if I draw 3 dots on the surface of a ball and then connect those dots?
Right.
Right, but you'd have to be drawing the lines between them on an arc because you're drawing them directly on the surface of the ball, right?
So is it more or less?
Well, it'd be more.
Then here you have it. The Earth is curved.
No. See, what you just did was a hypothetical. If I drew these lines on a ball, that would be the case, and then you said, therefore, the Earth is a ball. That doesn't follow logically.
Okay, there's other simple examples. Let me think.
Yep. So listen, friend. What you attempted to do was tell me I don't understand math. I demonstrated to you in your own example that I did understand math, and then I demonstrated to you that your logic is flawed.
You still no, because you still understand the simple math behind it.
Dude. We already agreed. We both agreed on the mathematical principle that a triangle with 3 points on a plane is 180 degrees, angle sum property. And if you draw 3 points and connect them with curved lines on the surface of a ball, the angles on the other plane would be greater than 180 degrees. So we both understand the mathematical principle. That's fine. For example, 1 + 1 = 2. Now, 1 million + 1 million = 2 million. But does that mean I have 2 million in my bank account? Not necessarily. The math is correct, but the application of the conclusion could be false. So, now that I've demonstrated that I'm clearly much more intelligent than you, in spades, by orders of magnitude, why don't you explain to me how your quote-unquote math that we both agree on proves the Earth is a globe? Go ahead.
So, hold on. Okay. Imagine I believe what you said because it makes zero sense, but I believe what you said, okay? I'm not mad.
Believe what? What are you talking about, dude? How could you not believe what I said? We both agreed on it already.
Look. Back in the days, the Greeks, they thought that the Earth need to be very perfect place because
I don't care. Dude, you were asked to demonstrate the logic of your claim about the triangle proving the Earth is a globe. So please do.
So the Earth is flat in face of the sun and darken the moon. That's right.
Okay, so one more time to see how intelligent you really actually believe you are.
What do you believe, right?
You told me that I don't understand math. You then explained the triangles, and then you said the Earth must be a globe. So I'm waiting for you to logically sequence those together to where you reach the conclusion the Earth must be a globe. I'm waiting for that, so please give me that. Thank you.
Okay, again, on a flat surface, you take a body with 3 points.
I don't care. We already agreed to this. We don't need to rehash it. We already agreed that a triangle exists on a plane, and we already agreed that if you drew 3 points on the surface of a ball and connected them with curved lines, it'd be greater than 180.
I'm not speaking about the
frick, dude.
I'm speaking about the interior angle.
Oh my goodness, dude. Listen, dude.
It's pretty easy. It's
not that easy. Listen, Holmes. I want to be clear to you. I hope you get this. Just chill and relax and open your ears. Chill and relax and open your ears. I want to be clear, verbatim clear. Me and you already agreed, okay, to those 2 points. We don't need to go over them again. What you need to do is take those 2 points that we already agreed on and use them to prove the Earth is a globe. Go ahead.
Okay, once again, I try it.
Nope, you're done, dude. There's no once again, dude. So here, you're going to go on mute because we don't feel like going in circles saying the same thing over and over again that we already agreed on. There's no once again. We already agreed. A triangle where all the points are coplanar is going to have an angle sum property of 180 degrees. We already agreed that if you drew 3 points on the surface of a ball and connected them with curvilinear lines, as you must do, because it's along the surface, that those lines on those planes, which would be 3 transverse planes, would be greater than 180 degrees. Now, we both already agreed that. So if you're going to talk about that again, you're wasting everyone's time. What we want to hear is how those 2 points prove the Earth is a globe. So what you start with is, if those points we already conceded are true, then such and such and such, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's what you need to do, friend. So I'm giving you ample opportunity. I'm setting the stage to give you every chance possible. So we're going to unmute you, and hopefully you'd have used that time to think of a way to actually make a logical argument. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Overlord. I'm really sorry. You know, I just want to tell you, I'm not mad at you. I'm really not mad.
Okay. You could stay on mute till you apologize to me for trying to gaslight me into thinking that I'm doing something immoral by demanding of you, who insulted my intelligence on the get-go, by the way, can't even formulate a logically coherent argument after insulting me and my intelligence. Now I'm waiting on you to tell me you forgive me, because nobody wants to hear you go around in circles saying the same thing we already agreed on, and we want you to get to the point sometime this year because we all have finite lifespans, and we'd like to spend some of that time with our family rather than listening to you go around in circles. So, I'm going to unmute you, and the only thing you're going to say is I'm ready to present my argument. If you say anything about me, you're just going back on mute. Okay, so we're going to unmute you so we can hear your argument only. All right, you ready to make your argument? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I needed to laugh. I'm sorry. So, okay, if you don't understand this simple math,
all right, you lose. You're not intelligent enough to understand directions. I said, if you talk about me in any way, shape, or form, you're going right back on mute. So, I'm going to unmute you, And what we want you to do, please, is just present your argument. Your argument doesn't require talking about people at all. So if you talk about people, you're going right back on mute. All right, so compose yourself. Think about, I'm going to talk about my argument. For example, let me give you an argument. If something is a ball, it must be curved. If it's not curved, it can't be a ball. This object isn't curved, therefore it's not a ball. Now, I'm not talking about the Earth necessarily, I'm just talking about principles. But notice how I just made it about an argument. I didn't mention people, I didn't mention anything. All right, so now that you know what's expected, let's see if you can comply. All right, we're going to unmute you. We want to hear your argument. Go ahead.
Overlord, we're not mad at you, even when you're over 40, and, you know, there's...
All right, dude, so we're just going to have some dead air for a little bit so you can, you know, worry about how old I am. You know, maybe, I don't know. Anybody else got something interesting to say besides this guy who can't do anything but talk about people?
I would like an answer from a flat earther. I troll a little bit, like I'm a jokester, but like I am curious to seeing the truth. So like I'm not shut off, guys. Like give me your best arguments. Why do heavenly bodies appear spherical when you have a sufficiently powerful telescope?
Interesting. Why do they appear spherical?
Yeah. Is it just the lens?
Simplest, well, the simplest answer is because that's the way they appear, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
I take that.
Now that does sound silly at face value, but the reason why I said it that way is because what the heavenly bodies that are not the Earth look like is irrespective of what the Earth is. The Earth doesn't dictate what they are or what they look like, so they're severable. So the Earth is what it is, and they are what they are. The Earth can be what it is, and it doesn't have to be contingent or effectuous on what they are. So if they're spheres or cubes, it doesn't make the Earth a sphere or a cube. If the Earth is a sphere or a cube, it doesn't make them a sphere or a cube. So if someone says the Earth is flat, and someone instantly assumes that the person who's saying the Earth is flat is making claims about the shapes of the celestial objects, then I would say that that's a logic problem.
Yeah, no,
Make sense?
it's definitely a leap of faith to say, okay, these things we observe around us are a certain way, therefore the thing that we are observing from should be a certain way. I'm willing to accept that, and that's kind of why I still keep an open mind about this.
Yeah.
And like for the record, I do think that the government of any nation has a vested interest in controlling information. So like I don't disagree with you guys on a conspiracy point either. I think it's just like having taken an interest in space and rocketry and all this stuff. Like there's way too much information out there. There's way too much demonstrable like principle that like it's tough for me to just say, oh well, it can't be spherical, because so much of what we take for granted today relies upon the spherical model. And you can say, oh well, satellites are just weather balloons or whatever. I've heard that. I could accept that, save for the fact that like we don't lose tracking of giant storms like hurricanes when they come through. Even though if it was weather balloons, you would assume that you would have some sort of fudging up of the data due to the atmospheric conditions. It's a tricky question, but I also wonder. I guess let me make my official second question for you guys.
Before you go on.
Yeah. Sorry.
High altitude balloons reach beyond weather systems. You do know that, right?
Yeah, but I feel like if it was in atmosphere, you'd have issues with signal, because it's still got to. In the weather balloon theory, wouldn't it have to beam back down to a tower and then to the actual?
Dude, what sense is that? Think about it this way, though. Regardless of anything being above the Earth, before it reaches the surface of the Earth, it has to travel through the atmosphere. So if you're 100 miles above the Earth or 200 miles above the Earth, you're still traveling through the same amount of atmosphere before you reach the surface. So you may have something there, but at this stage, I don't think you thought it out well enough to actually make it into an argument.
Ooh, satellite lore. Awesome.
Now, I'm not saying this is true or not, but I could create a cascade of high altitude balloons that are intermittently controlled and active that would give the illusion of something traveling above the sky based on signal source location. Right? I could do that. It's not logistically impossible. Now, what I can't do is have a ball with no curvature on the surface. That's what I can't do. So one of those is logically possible. One of those is logically possible. The other one isn't.
You guys are about to make me go fucking bankrupt disproving this shit. Oh, fuck.
How are you going to do it, though? Why would you have to spend so much money?
Because I'm gonna have to travel, I have to triangulate shit, I'm gonna have to buy a million different lenses. Like, I just wish there was an easier way to answer this, man. That's all. I'm venting.
No problem.
Yeah, the Chinese balloon is the I agree with that, chat. The Chinese balloon was a huge red flag. Like, what the fuck was that?
Yes, but thank you for actually presenting an argument and being on topic without, resorting to having to talk about people.
That's why I post memes in side chat. That way I don't have to directly insult anyone.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Indirect is sometimes better than direct, depending on what you're doing.
I still I haven't heard a good argument as to why the Earth isn't raptor shaped, though. No one ever addressed that one.
Well, I mean, depends on what you mean by the Earth. If you mean the mapped surface territory that we know of in our general maps, if that's wrapped around a raptor, that might be unreasonable. But if you say the whole Earth is shaped like a raptor and we're just on a portion where the available territory is flat and planar and horizontally arranged with vertical perpendicular to the horizon plane, then yeah, maybe you'd have an argument there.
One thing I well, okay, side chat, calm down, because I was checking out Flat Earth back in like 2015. Okay, this isn't my first rodeo. But I would say, like, I never hear the psychedelic folks talk about this stuff. You know, they talk about DMT and spaceshipping out and talking to these entities, right? How come? And this isn't like something I'm expecting you to answer, but it's just like a little thought, right? How come, like, in our mythology and lore, we don't have this like more common? You know what I mean? People take the DMT, they say they see gray aliens and all this shit, but they never say that they like zoom above the firmament. You know what I mean? So like, is this like
Well, maybe they're not. Maybe when they're in the astral plane only extends far enough where they can't get an outside view. And in actuality, what they perceive is brought on by other agents which exist within the astral plane, who are the origins of the deception in the first place. For example, there is ancient documents that say there are spiritual entities that engage with humanity for the direct purpose of deceiving them. This has been written in the past. So supernatural agents, which are way more powerful than humans, which have access to the spiritual realm, and the astral planes and all of these things, they have a vested interest in deceiving humanity and the power to do so. So I find it entirely reasonable that when you step into their world, they're going to be in control. Like the train man. You remember Matrix and the Neo when he goes into the train and he meets the train man and he looks like a hobo and Neo's like, dude, you do what I want right now or I'm going to break your face. And guess what the train man says to him? You're in my world now, bro. I make the rules.
So that's exactly where I was going with this. If you're familiar with like that new show or the books, Three Body Problem, the entire premise is more or less that a sufficiently advanced race that wanted to maintain control, right, would be able to create supercomputers that would actually be able to fudge with our understandings of physics as well as our perception of the world around us. So like the Occam's razor shit that operates in my brain, I'm like, wait a minute. are things not making sense because that's reality, or are things not making sense because we're being jammed? And I think like if you look at the cost benefit, right? Why would the government hide all this shit from us of its own volition? I don't think it would, dude. I think we're occupied. But that's the end of my schizo take.
Look, my worldview bears the same. So I ascribe to the Judeo-Christian worldview in which it states that humanity was given the world by the world's creator, and that humanity lost control of the world to an agent, a spiritual agent known as the devil, who is the quote-unquote God of this world and deceives all mankind. So the document says this agent has the power and the ability and the desire to deceive all mankind against the actual creator, to deceive people into believing wrong things about the creator, even so much as attributing the role of creator to the devil himself, because the devil wants to be like God, right? So it's entirely congruent with my worldview, just like you said, that humanity and the world is under siege by hostile actors that are deceiving everybody.
Yeah, we just have different labels. Well, interesting tangent. Me and my wife are considering homeschooling, and I think this would be like an awesome project for the little one. Give me an argument as to the shape of the Earth. That'd be like a really good final, I think.
You know what's a really good one is test out the claims in practicable reality of some of the globe Earth claims. So, for example, ships disappear from the bottom up because of Earth curvature. Then say, could we go out into the world and witness something disappearing from the bottom where we know it's not possible to be Earth curvature? Or is it always exclusively something in the way? Because let me tell you, you can actually do that. It's possible to test that. The results are very interesting, especially for a child. Because even if you believe the Earth is a globe, there's rhetoric within the globe mythos that is absolute crap. For example, that you can always see things forever, and you have an infinite amount of propagation angles, right? Those are implicit claims within the model when people say that the only way I can't see the bottom of something is if it's obstructed by an object, which means the Earth must be curved. That's just false.
Yeah. We could pull that apart all day, though. I mean, we could rip all the way back to the ether model and talk about how atomism is a fucking farce. But like, at the end of the day, it has to be digestible and useful for everyday thinkers. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it becomes this like esoteric, classist, fucking like overclass that understands reality. You know?
That is kind of. Think about it. Most people don't understand that you can lose information in your field of view purely by optical limitations. It has nothing to do with geometry of objects whatsoever. They don't get it. And you tell them that it happens, they think you're talking, woo-woo. Even that even happened back in the Enlightenment era, the whole Enlightenment era where they had.
I was reading. Could you just repeat?
The Renaissance and the Enlightenment era, there was a lot of stuff that came out about the way in which our world works that now we take for granted, but back then it was almost like on the level of magic.
Yeah. It's strange. I don't know. A lot of people call you crazy for looking at the world in the way it seems a lot of flat earthers are able to. I call it the conspiratorial lens, but it's like, it's true. Like, any group of people given enough time and resources will form a conspiracy of one type or another, even if it's just to keep their part of the lake clean. You know what I mean? Like, it happens. So, I think the biggest takeaway from this conversation, if there's any skeptics left, is you are being lied to about reality, and it is being given to you as the truth. I think that's demonstrable, and I think we've demonstrated it a few times now.
Oh yeah, there's a real book. Hold on, I gotta.
Now I'm thinking about fucking curriculum. Jesus.
So there's a book called The Case Against Reality, written by Donald Kaufman, who I think is an evolutionary psychologist or something, maybe a biologist. But he goes in the circles of evolutionary biology and physics and all this type of stuff. And he's essentially coming up with that not only could there be deception at a grand scale, but there's a deception at an innate scale. Our own faculties, if it is the case that they evolved, don't evolve for truth necessarily. So our perceptions of reality is essentially an interface with the real reality, and it's filtered through our interpretation on a fundamental level.
Well, and that's always what's kept me skeptical of Holy Scriptures, is that like I've never taken for granted the fact that I'm not already in hell, I guess is the best way for me to say it. Like, I don't know, you see camouflage, you see deception, all these things in nature, and to say that the spiritual realm would be any different, I think is a little ignorant. And so the first, most obvious, most blatant truth, say worshiping the sun or whatever it might have been, I'm very skeptical of those things because my base presupposition about reality since I was a kid, the fuzzy feeling where you're like, like this is meaning, or I want to know what that is over that hill, that it for me it's always been that we're missing something. Something's going unsaid, something's going unseen. And going to church never fulfilled that for me. The Vedas never fulfilled that for me. The Bhagavad Gita, Taoism, Buddhism, following various cult beliefs and seeing what they were talking about, none of it captured it for me. And so like I think that God's plan for myself, lack of a better term, is to just continue being a seeker, right? And I don't know, end of my monologue should probably be keep searching, guys. Don't give up, and never be satisfied with your model. You can always improve it. Or just take a bunch of drugs.
Well, the worldview I ascribe to is that this level of reality is entirely a learning experience, an education, right? In our the nature of who we are and the nature of a creator, in which we need this context in order to understand the next level. Because we don't possess the qualities that the creator has, and they can't be given and like with a snap of the finger, because the experience is the understanding. You know what I mean? It's like, knowledge, like, oh, I know something versus I really know it. You know of something versus you know it intimately. And in my opinion, the creator wants us to know him intimately on a level which, because we're subordinate ontologically, we can't without this experience, without this context. For example, like good and evil. Like if you don't know what good and evil is, like how could you even explain it to somebody unless they've experienced it, right? It has no contextual or experiential power. You can't sympathize. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know. I do think like animals feel a lot more than we give them credit. Because I mean, even in the act of like birthing another creature, one goes through pain and one is given life. And if it's a social creature, there's probably a bunch of them around watching this thing happen. Like to me, like morality, good and evil, all of these things are self-evident in reality to one extent or another, considering the faculties that we've been given, right? That image of God thing. So, like, I don't really, I don't know. Maybe it's just like my soul, my life journey, or whatever. But I don't need to be pointed to God. You know, I just need to listen closely. That's kind of my attitude. I mean, I've always taken the view that, like, the Lord is so great, he need not beckon you to him, you know? There is no other path. And I've always been very weary of idolatry, you know, whether it's a model of reality or a building or a man with a costume. I try to
Hey, whoa,
look at it for what it is.
Wait a minute, bro. Are you trying to say that somebody's idea of their position in the world and what the world is structurally could be an idol in itself?
Of course.
Right. So that explains a lot. You see, we have a lot of globe-loving, globe pillow-humping zealots come into our different forums, and they're so in love with the globe that it's like it's their lover that they can't get over. And they act like it's their one and only truth, like the One Ring, like Gollum holding onto it, my precious. That makes perfect sense. It's essentially their religious idol. Perfect.
Absolutely, man. But we can do it with anything.
Right. But also your idea of where you are in the world and the nature of the safe zone and your boundaries and all of this is imprinted on your psychology and childhood development, right? So it becomes part of who you are. It's imprinted on you to the point where threatening it is threatening you. And the death of it is reacted to defense mechanism wise as the death of the self. Which, by the way, we've seen plenty of zealot level globers act that way throughout the years. I mean, crazy things they do.
Well, like, to me, because, like, I again, like, I don't take a hard stance on this, so I guess, like, the closest I come to experiencing that would be, like, when I debate, like, when we get into politics and I talk to statists, because, like, I'm pretty much just, like, a hardline moral anarchist. Like, I think that eventually we'll evolve to the point where we're like, oh yeah, morality, it'll be, like, as natural as a sense of smell. I don't think we're there yet, you know, but they get into this thing where they mistake human society, they mistake the state for human society. Like, they're so in love with the state that they're like, well, okay, so there's no government, like, what's to stop me from just killing you? I don't know if anyone's been in a room with another person, but it's not normal to just think about murdering them for no reason. Like, this is not something that the government gave you in the mail. Here's your license to not be a fucking psychopath. Oh, thank you, sir. Like,
yeah, but on the same token, we have an unlimited permutivity throughout human history of people being probabilistically evil, right?
I mean,
so whether they're going to be evil or not is essentially just a probability.
Yes.
And it's not a probability with a zero sum. It's a probability with a non-zero sum that actually is permutatively certain. In other words, every human being that's ever existed and that we ever know of and that we ever experiences will and has, and we know intuitively without being told, has done evil in their lifetime on some level, even if it's only breaking their own moral compass. So I would submit to you that this idea that eventually humans is going to evolve into being moral by nature is the folly, is the deception. The actual truth is that humans are actually evil by nature, and it takes great effort to be good. It's not the other way around, where we're good by nature and it takes great effort to be evil. However, we live in a world that is affected by agents who want to deceive us, but also by agents who are on our side, right? In the spiritual realm, the spiritual battle. So God is on our side, right? And the enemy, quote unquote, Satan is against us, right? So God is actually working in the world, sending forth his spirit, which is love, In my worldview, God isn't just capable of love or the greatest lover. He actually is love ontologically. That's part of his nature. So the presence of love in the world is a derivative from the source. So our ability to be good stems from him, not from ourselves. Because all of our faculties, all of our emotions, all of everything in its proper order is, caused by that agent. And like you said, being imprinted with that image.
I mean, it's what gives us will to begin with.
Yeah. And just like a game, right? A game that has a debug code that's bad. The designer of the game, creates update patches to fix the game better the way he wants it to be, right? And so on the God tier level, he's constantly doing updates, and he's eventually going to do an entire system reboot.
Yeah.
So the end in which humanity reaches goodness isn't going to be because we evolved into it. It's going to be because God wipes the hard drive, creates an instantiated copy, and then reboots us into a fixed system. And so it's his action that's going to cause us to be good in the end, not ours. Well, and so let's bring this back to flat Earth. Let's bring this back to flat Earth with this question, quote unquote, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth, right? Well, the question is, who are they? And what's the impact of the nature of reality in regards to who you are and who the creator is? It's a big deal, right? There's definitely paradigm, framing your perception and how you're going to act within it, right? For example, most people who are non-religious or non-spiritual, who, by the way, is not the majority of people. Majority of people are religious and spiritual. But most of the non-religious and spiritual people think that matter came first and sentience came later.
Yeah, that's a good one, right?
Yeah, but in actuality, even this guy that I said, the guy with the case against reality, he's basically saying in his peer group and the circles he runs in, based on quote-unquote scientific and quote-unquote evolutionary advancements in their fields of study, are leaning towards this conclusion, that the fundamental particle or the fundamental force of reality itself is not a particle, it's not an energy state, it's not a temporal state, it's consciousness itself. Consciousness is the matrix in which reality exists, not the other way around. The mechanical, physical structure of the universe is not where consciousness exists. It's the other way around.
Well, you'll never believe this, my friend, but when I learned about the slit experiment in high school, that was my conclusion. And of course, I didn't raise my hand because I knew what the zeitgeist of the public was. Is that's lunacy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
of course, matter presupposes consciousness. Why would you even? Are you a silly Christian? Are you one of those religious folk? I would never dare to say something like that in a public school. And I think it lends a lot of credence to your argument.
What about Berkeley? Let me ask you this question.
Hang on. Let me just finish. These are principalities we wrestle with. These are institutions, quite literally. It's so deeply ingrained in our policy and in the way we raise our children that, even I, someone who had a natural intuition towards the truth, suppressed it myself as a child. That's not a childlike behavior. It's as though I was possessed by something. Eh?
Yeah, no one had to tell you to suppress it. You knew that was what you were expected to do.
Yeah.
Now, interestingly enough, what if you had that same feeling, but you were attending Berkeley College? How about that?
Yeah, I probably would have written a paper about it and then been laughed out by a professional.
Are you sure? Let me. So I said Berkeley College specifically for a reason. Let me tell you why. Berkeley College is named after Mr. Berkeley. Mr. Berkeley is famous for a philosophical position brought on by the same reasoning that you just stated, known as Berkeleyan idealism, which is essentially that the world is essentially like a matrix-type simulation in its underpinnings, and it requires the knower or the present sentient mind as the experiencer to cooperate with the probabilities of information to render reality for the local environment, much like a video game. Berkeley, way ahead of his time, right? And he then said, well, if this is the case, if a tree falls in the forest, nobody's there to hear it, does it make a sound? His position would be that the tree isn't there. However, you still need reality to hold together when there's no humans or when there's no agents. So then what? How do you have an overarching matrix to exist within? Well, you need a unifying mind. He called it the overmind. And of course, he attributed the segue, this overmind is the source or God or the creator or however you want to call it. So the very man who founded the college, right, had that same intuition, which led him to an idea about reality that functions in a way that is not necessarily coherent with the quote-unquote standard materialistic assumptions. Kind of like the Donald Kaufman guy. He's going down that same route.
Like maybe my theology is a little dull, or my understanding of Christianity at least. But so like, is it reasonable for me to then assume, like, if I had these intuitions, being raised in a secular family, right, like as far from religious people as I could have, should I look at that as like a corruption of my view of the world, or should I look at that as me being called by God in a manner of speaking?
Well,
because I do feel like I recognize the truth about reality without prompt, like just with prompting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I would say,
or did I just get the proper takeaway from the quantum slit experiment? Could we flip this, play devil's advocate, and say, "Oh no, materialism is what opened my eyes"?
I mean, my point of view is that no matter what vein of inquiry you go down, you end up with the unescapable conclusion that sentience is first order reality and it must exist in an eternal state in order for subordinate reality, which includes matter, energy, and temporal states, to exist. I think no matter which path you take, for example, this Donald Kaufman guy, they took the evolutionary biology path and the evolutionary cosmogony path of the universe, and they arrived at sentience is the cause of everything, and it is what reality exists in. There's no other way. That's what they came to a conclusion, right? And it seems like all roads lead to Rome in that effect. So I think like it's all a journey. Like this, like I said, you experience the material natural world, and it seems very concrete to you. But then you come across this anomaly, it seems, and then you have to say, wait a minute. Reality is actually this way.
I think that the thing that keeps me so interested in the topic is just the fact that it's been so suppressed. We've been led so far from reality, man.
Oh yeah, yep. That's what. So let me bang on Kaufman's door another time. So he explains it like this: when you interact with a computer, you are in a way interacting with the fundamental functions of the computer. However, you're not aware of how it actually occurs. All that you do is interact with the end user interface, which is usually a graphics interface. You see a little graphics, you see a little mouse, you do your little thing. That's what you're worried about. That's what you're focused on. Now, if you tell yourself the graphics on the screen are the reality of the computer, you'd be wrong. But without engineering knowledge of how the computer is actually functioning on a core level on the inside, you don't know how it's happening, but yet you can experience the end user benefit. But it's actually much more complicated than just the simple graphics on the screen. And he's basically said this is the way reality is. So just like the computer is an interface so we can use the computer, our interactions with reality on the surface are an interface so we can engage with reality.
Holy shit, dude! I gotta pin this guy. Was he a fucking Jedi Knight? That was like, that makes Feynman look like a troglodyte. What the fuck? Hoffman?
Yeah, so in a computer it's called a graphical user interface. When he's referring to reality, he calls it I think he calls it an intermodal user interface or something like that. But basically, it's just like that. Like I explained, it's just a end user interface.
Wow, man, thank you. Yeah, that's a really useful image. I liked that. I've been looking for words for that. What's his name again? I wanna.
So his name's Donald Kaufman. He did a really cool interview with Lex Friedman, and he talks a lot about these concepts there. It's very good and entertaining if you're interested. So if you do Lex Friedman, Donald Kaufman, you probably find it. And I'm not too sure about his other speeches or anything, but that's the one that sticks out to me because he explains a lot of it in a conversational style, very easy to follow.
I'll check him out. Yeah, that got my goat. I'm gonna mute for a little bit, guys. It's been a pleasure. Oh, holy shit, dude. When the convo's so good, you need a cigarette? Wow. Wow. Sorry. Say something else, bro. Blow my mind again.
Let's see. Oh, I got one for you. I have a metal wallet card holder that holds 3 credit cards. And I did a scientific experiment live on the air to discover whether a McDonald's patty is thicker or thinner. And it's actually thinner than my 3 credit card metal wallet. And that's not a scientific experiment either, by the way. That was the whole point of it, was to make fun of people who think doing anything is science.
Those patties are getting thin, though.
Yeah, they be thin, though, man. I'd be using them for shims now. You think about it, they don't rot, and they have a little bit of squishiness to them, so it's kind of like a shock-absorbing shim.
Yeah, I'm going to start using them as extra armor for my motorcycle jacket, I think. Just let them harden.
Yeah. You might be chased by more dogs than normal.
Yeah, they call me the alpha. I would never ride a motorbike in South America, dude. Those street dogs, bro. That'd be spooky. Che Guevara's got some balls. They literally teach you that. I don't know if any of you guys have taken a motorcycle course. There's like special instructions if you encounter dogs. Like it's a common enough occurrence. They do cause quite a few accidents.
Dang.
Something about when you slow down to not hit them, they don't like that and they chase you. Run right back up under that front tire.
So should we unmute Muscle Arm Man to see if he actually has an argument now?
Yes. See if he'll answer what I asked him in the chat.
All right. Before we blow that other kid's mind so much that he can't put it back in his head, we're going to let the other guy relieve us with some comedic relief. All right, here we go.
Because he said we suck at math, so I want to test that on it.
Yeah, I'm typing it right now. I'm typing. Give me a second. I'm typing it right now for you.
If you're typing it, you can just read off of it and tell us the rest, right? It'll be way faster.
Okay. If you want to calculate the observation of the distance of the horizon, so you need the given height of the sea level and on the globe, right? So there's a specific formula for that, and that's named the Grimaldi of sphere. I think it's D Wurzel 2 RH plus H2. How I say in English that? It's like D in 2 RH plus H twice in a how say Woodson in English?
Distance is 1.22 feet. The observer's height.
A root, yeah. When you take a root in math, is it the? Okay, I think that's the direction. So let's take d is distance, okay. R is radius. H is the height, okay. So you take the Earth radius of 3,959 miles. How you said? Because I usually use kilometers. You know, my country like had imperial system like 500 years ago. We got over it and we adopted the more.
That's fine.
Okay,
That's
you know.
okay.
So
yeah.
and the observer's height is 1 foot. So then we need to convert like the observer height from the feet to the miles, right? Since 1 mile is 5,080 feet, right? So so you take h, like the height. So h 1 divided 5,280, right? Now we can plug these values into another formula, right? So the distance, right? Distance equal the root 2, 2. I think it's 2 times 3,000. The radius of the Earth, 3,959. Multiplied by 1 divided 5,080. That's the height, and then plus 1 divided 280. How is that? Like twice, you know, twice, like the small 2. How do you say in English? Quadrat. How is it in English?
Squared. It's
Square,
an X.
right, square. So, where was so d root 2 times 3,059 multiply, because I'm writing it as well same time. So 1 divided 5,080 plus 1 divided 5,280 squares. So let's compute this step by step. Wait 1 second. So 2 RH equals 2 times 3,959 times 1 divided 5,280, right? So to calculate like the height square, so height square is then 1, what I said, 1 divided 5,080 squares, right? So we add them together, right? Let's just add them together. So root 2 radius height plus height square. So then the calculation. Now I need the calculation. I need to calculate it. I cannot calculate that. So the calculation would be for 2 RH. So it would be like 2 times 3,959 times 1 divided 5,080 equals 1 point. It's like equals 1.5 miles. So then you have the height squares. So let's calculate the height squares. It's like 1 divided 5,280, and then this squares. Okay, and then this in miles is then is like 3.58 multiplied to 10 time periods minus 8 miles. A very small value, very small. Like it's gonna be very small value. Since like the height square, it's negligible. So okay. Then we need still the distance. So this distance stays still. So distance. Let's calculate the distance. So we take root 1.5 because we said 1.5 miles is so, and then it makes 1,224 miles. Route 1.5, it's 1,224 miles. So therefore, when you have observations from the horizon from an observer with 1 foot high above sea level, it would be maybe around 1,224 miles. Right?
What? I was just asking for you to give what the distance of the horizon would be at 1 foot per globe.
It's 1,224 miles.
From a 1 foot observation height?
Well, so it's for me it's 1,969 kilometers, but I divided I divided it to miles, so it's 1,224. The answer is 1,224 miles for 1 feet.
I don't think you understood that at all. I don't think you're sure of that. You should not be sure of your math right now.
What?
The horizon distance from 1 foot is 1.22 miles.
Yeah.
On a globe.
Approximately.
Right.
Yeah.
Not much.
Yeah, I don't know where you got that big ass astronomical number from, but I mean, I think I just proved my point here. And
No,
you came
it's
to
like
chat. Hold on.
an easy formula
You
to calculate the distance.
You came in the
radius
chat
per height.
saying that we don't know how to do math, right?
Yeah, yes.
Along those lines. And so I put you to that test. And so I think you owe us an apology.
I'm sorry, Jenna. I'm so sorry. I'm not mad at you.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at you either. I'm just, we're adults here and we're having a civil conversation. But in the chat, you had said something along the lines of, when math gets brought up, Flurps can't do it. And I brought up something very simple.
No.
And I got this astronomical number from you when the answer is actually 1.22 miles. That's how far you would see to the horizon from 1 foot observation height on a globe. And I don't know where you got all of those other miles from.
No, he almost had it. He did almost have it, just he
almost
messed up at the end where he, instead of getting the decimal point, he ended up in the thousands. So he had 1,000.
Oh yeah, I had it in thousands.
It's 1.2 miles, not 1,200 miles.
Yes. Of course, yeah.
Understood.
I'm using a calculator, so.
So now here's the thing. We can see, we can resolve, we can take a camera out at 1 foot, at a 1 foot observation height, and we're able to resolve beyond 10 miles. So you see the issue?
No,
it's not curving. It's not curving. That's the issue. Is if we lived on a globe, you should only be able to see about 1.22 miles out to the horizon from a 1 foot observation height. But we're seeing 10 miles out, man, from a 1 foot observation height. It's not curving. The water's not curving. Oh,
I can give you a bit of insight, Alpha. I can give you an insight of what's going on. The better the optic, like the zoom, I guess it's the focal length. So it's optical. If you are able to zoom in and resolve the information that was, because it's in ratios out to the horizon, that you have so much information in such a small portion, the information is lost. So if you're able to have a wider focal length and you're zooming in with your camera, the horizon goes further back. So it tells us that the horizon isn't due to Earth curvature, it's actually optical and the limitations of optics.
Bingo. Thank you for addressing that. Let's see.
You got it. Good to see you again, Jenna.
Good to see you too, girl.
Maybe if we talk to each other, more people will be able to differentiate between us.
You know, I was thinking that the other day. I was like, you know, Flatsy and I don't really like talk enough in the same VC for people to really get an ear for the fact that we definitely sound different. I do have a bit of a country twang and too, but yeah.
Yeah, I like my country twang and I like yours as well. But yes, very distinctly different.
I agree. I agree. So you see, Al, we've got some awesome technology to where we can resolve a lot further than we should be able to if we lived on a globe. So that's a big globe buster right there.
I mean, you need to calculate everything, like the optical effect, the weather conditions, probably.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a factor. So, if you're, especially when you're looking out over water, if you have a lot of, if the water is a different, like let's say it's the temperature of the water is much different than the temperature of the air, and you have turbulent water, it completely your visibility is very limited, much more limited than on like a day that's clear and the water is calm and it's about the same temperature as the air above it, and it's less.
Oh, and the atmosphere as well, probably.
Yeah, the clarity is much better on those days, and that was what we did on or that was what was done for the Black Swan. It was on a day where the temperature of the water was only 2 or 3 degrees off from the temperature of the air, and you were able to use the optics to zoom in where your eyes couldn't necessarily resolve all of that information close to the surface.
Let me Google what is the
resolves
atmospheric
solves a lot of that, and it pushes the horizon further back because the ratios are zoomed in on, so you're able to see much more than you would normally see with just your eyes.
So there's the atmospheric refraction we need to add. We cannot have this. This is a.
Well, that would be something that you would need.
I don't know. I don't know the formula of that. So
I would say refer to Snell's law for refraction.
That's not a distance formula. That's like I'm not astronaut. I'm not like I didn't learn that.
Astronaut.
I mean, probably I need to learn the atmospheric refraction, the formula of it. But let's just find it.
If you apply standard refraction, it still doesn't. You could never explain that observation that we have.
Yes, you do. So
no,
let's just let's just start where I stopped.
You would have to. No, listen, I'm going to tell you this. You would have to. You would have to apply it after the fact. So you wouldn't be able to predict anything. You would need the observation and to just modify refraction to meet the radius of the globe. So you would be assuming that it's a globe and assuming that light bends just perfectly around it.
Hold on. The atmosphere refraction is,
Right.
is a specific formula.
No, wait. She's right, because that to appeal to refraction is to ask us to accept your base premise on which the refraction is based as being just automatically true. And it's the thing being falsified, right? The radius, the curvature of the Earth. So that doesn't work for us. Sorry.
So yeah, then if that doesn't work, then I mean, if you guys don't accept that I need to take that into account.
You don't understand. You don't understand, right?
Oh, you don't understand.
Not understanding.
Because I explain you something and you say it's not. You not believe so. So
it's not. You don't understand. It's not an opportunity. It's not an opportunity, right, for you to try and make excuses for why we're seeing what we're seeing. Excuses. Yeah. That's what refraction is. It's an excuse. Well, that's because, right? That's because. Right, that's moving past the thing. That's moving past the thing.
Because we have an atmosphere in the Earth, so there is refraction. That's just logic sense.
Yes, but no, you don't just get an automatic. Listen, you don't get an automatic pass on light behaving exactly the way you need it to through the single medium of air to justify the observation on a ball when it's not matching what you expect and what you predict. So you have to go back.
I'm speaking about
this isn't an opportunity for you to try and justify the observation. It's an opportunity for you to go back and justify the radius, the thing that is being falsified, right? And show us how, no, this part of the equation, the 3,959 mile radius, this is solid, this is true. So now I can start exploring why the observation isn't matching the claimed geometry, right?
I mean, I just did it.
No, not with refraction. You have to forget refraction. You have to go back and justify the radius.
I actually gave you the answer how far you can see, but when you add like a refraction and I don't know.
No. You see, you're not getting it. Forget refraction. Forget refraction. The thing that's being falsified.
I cannot.
Yes, you can.
No. Why should I forget for refraction?
Okay, because you're accepting the base premise of 3,959 mile radius to be true automatically. Period. That can't be argued with. Right? That's what you're saying to us when you say refraction.
No, stop.
You're saying that the other. Yeah, you are.
She started with that question, not me. I just answered the question.
Right. So you got to go back and fix your radius value. You got to look at that. That's what's in contention is the claimed geometry. And if you say refraction, right, you've thrown out all the ideas of boats going over the physical geometric curvature of the Earth, or the sun going down behind it, the moon.
I mean, I'm probably if you did the total distance, if you like calculate the distance of the observer plus the distance of the object, you probably get around like 20 kilometers or 25 kilometers. And that's actually what you see when you go on a beach and then go on the ground and then 1 feet and you look out, you see like maybe 20 kilometers out, like 16 miles. You know?
No, you don't. You see about three miles. What is that? 5 kilometers, roughly.
I say 20 kilometers. See, like 20 kilometers.
No, not for an average observer height. That's not what they predict. That's not what they predict. Not even with the standard refraction formula.
I mean, if I put
not even with their standard refraction.
Yes.
No. It's about 5 miles.
Yes,
it's about 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers, not 20.
3.57 root the height. So if
give you 20 kilometers. It does not get you 20 kilometers.
Let me do that again.
20 kilometers, you'd have to be something like
okay,
200 feet in the air.
To include
or have
the refraction. So the distance of the horizon. So I do it in kilometers because it's easier, and then the height of the observers. Yeah, in meters.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
D equals 3.57 root root
1.5 meters.
One foot is 0.3048.
No, stick with your metrics. Stick with
Yes,
your metrics.
I do.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So root 0.3048. So equals equals 3.57 times 0.552 equals 1.97 kilometers. Okay. So this matches in the calculation that I did previously. So then
No, it doesn't match. Match the observation.
Hold on. So let's consider the visibility of the object above the sea level. Okay. So if you want to see something that is like 30 meters tall, okay, then for example, you then calculate. So you take the D, like the observer, D observer for observer. So 3.57 root 0.3048, and then equals 1.97 kilometers. So, and then to calculate the object, then you need to say 3.5.
No, we're not talking about objects.
Yes, because you need the object.
Talking about objects.
So
no, I'm not talking about objects. Nope, not talking about objects. We're talking about the horizon distance.
Yeah, calculate the object's horizon distance. Sorry, the object's horizon distance. What I'm talking about.
No, nothing. No, not objects. Not objects. Just the distance to the horizon. You can use an object like an island or an oil rig or a boat or whatever.
You see to something. Are you looking at something or are you closing your eyes?
Listen.
No, you're not listening.
Listen. I was halfway through saying something. So you can use things like objects, right, on the surface as distance markers, right? But you're only going to use that to gauge a rough idea of distance to the horizon, which, by the way, there isn't such a thing as distance to the horizon. It's not a physical location.
Out of plane here, dude. Just breathe a little bit, okay? So
now we're talking about distance to the horizon.
Yes. So you take something that's 30 meters tall. So let's take that.
I'm not talking about things that are tall. Don't care about that.
So
your horizon must conform to the claimed geometry. If it doesn't, then the claimed geometry is false and falsified.
Because you look at something. Are you not looking at something when you look out at the horizon? You look.
I don't care. Yeah, the horizon. Yes, the horizon, sir.
So if you look at something that's like at the horizon that's 30 meters high, okay, just S.
I don't care how high something is,
dude. I need to calculate. If you say you look,
I don't care.
Dude, what the fuck? How am gonna tell you how far you're gonna see them?
Isn't about heights of objects.
Tell me where you look at.
Dude, stop. This isn't about heights of objects. It's about
not about height of objects. I just made an example. You need like an example of an object that you're looking at the horizon where you point your eyes on it.
You don't even need the height of it.
Don't forget object. Forget object. The point where you point your eyes on it. Okay. Okay. Let's just go for that. And then you root 30. So it's 3.57 root 30. It's here on my calculator. It's 19.54 kilometers. So now we add both together. So the total distance. So distance the observer distance, right, and the object distance, right? Not the object. Let's see the point you're seeing distance. Okay, so you point 1.97. Is it one? Yeah, 1.97 plus 19.54, right? So it is 21.51 kilometers.
What are you talking about, dude?
3.5
No.
kilometers. Yes. Yes.
The horizon should, dude. The horizon should be at the geometric plane distance.
So it probably can significantly increase the visibility. So that's why. So that might be, you might be see objects like.
I know you're making it. See, there's your excuses.
11 miles away. That's normal. That's their fraction. Yeah.
Not normal. It's not. It's way beyond the standard.
Not normal, way behind the standard. What?
It's not normal. It is.
Yeah,
that
it is
something like that. No, something like that is very far beyond, outside of the parameters of the standard.
Dude,
the standard model.
Please, dude,
doesn't comport.
I'm sorry, dude. I forgive you. Okay, everything is fine. I forgive you. Okay, everything is fine. But
if you're at 0.3 meters,
you go ahead.
Observation height. If you're at 0.3 meters elevation above the surface of the water, and you're looking out, and you see something, you see a horizon that's 14.5 kilometers away, you can beg the question with bendy light refraction all you like, but it is outside of the standard parameters of the modeling system that they use.
Actually, we just calculated farther.
Well outside.
21. You just said it's 21.51. It's not 14. It's like 21.51. But then you have the weather conditions, the water moving, and you said what she said. The water is moving, the things. Then the heat. That probably you see less. So maybe you see 18 or 17 or 15. You know, because everything you need to count everything. You know. So yeah, probably technically you see like 20 out. But then if you count everything, like the everything, the effects, the weather condition, the line.
So what you're doing? Yes, sun. Right there. Stop. Right there. You're asking us to accept that the original premise to be true, the thing that's being falsified.
No, I just showed you exactly. That's even farther away, mathematically. And
yes, by asking us to accept the original premise. What's the original? What's the baseline premise? What is the base premise?
Hold on, dude. Don't get mad, okay? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
No, I'm asking you. What is the base premise? What is the base premise?
I'm really not mad at you, dude. You know that? Everything is good.
Can't answer, can you? Do you know what the base premise is?
Stop crying, please. I hate that.
Everything is good. Everything is good.
No. It's not good. It's in the topic.
Do you not understand? No, hold on, Negros. Hold on. Do you not understand what I mean by base premise? What is the underlying foundational necessity for you to make these conclusions? Do you know what that is? I can tell you if you want.
Sorry, I'm on push to talk. I spoke with someone. What you just said? Sorry. Can you go again? Sorry.
Understand what I mean by base premise?
Dude, I really it's a little bit annoying, you know. But I try to be cool. So I would forgive you. Everything is good, Will. All cool.
My goodness, sir. Why are you talking about me? I'm asking you a question. What is the base premise?
It's all good.
Listen, if you don't understand what I mean, that's okay. I'm fine with that, and I'm willing to grant some patience if you just tell me that you don't understand what I mean, so I can help you explain it in a better way.
I'm understanding what I mean. Apparently, you're not understanding what you say, and you're not understanding.
Asking you if you understand what I mean.
Okay, calm down, dude. Okay, calm down. All good, breathe.
Oh man. Hubba.
Jeez.
Intense.
One day maybe. Breathe. Just breathe, okay?
Underlying base premise for your conclusion is that Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles or 6,371 kilometers. That's the underlying base premise for all the things that you're going to base your conclusion on. Beyond that, with your bendy light refraction and temperature changes and atmospheric blah, 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 all that is based on that. And we're saying that base premise, that underlying information that you're using to calculate all this other stuff on top of, is not true. You need to justify that because the observation isn't showing that that's true.
It is. I mean, there is an atmosphere, there is weather, there is a sun, there is optical effects. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. So let's get this straight logically.
It's like you have.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on.
No. But
if the Earth, no. If the Earth is a globe, there would be weather, atmosphere, and optical effects. There is weather, atmosphere, and optical effects. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Would you agree with that argument, friend? Let me unmute you so you can agree or disagree. Oh, he bailed. My bad. I apologize for not letting you guys hear the 7th time of him saying the exact same thing.
Got his ass.
I mean, I just got it, but the way he was speaking, I just wanted to mute him, man. But I was like, I'll let you guys decide instead. How to handle him. But yeah, the apologizing. I don't know what do you want to call it. Apologizing every time for him. That was kind of funny.
Actually, he was forgiving. He wasn't apologizing. He was forgiving.
Yeah, that's why. That's a tactic, so you teach your children, especially if you don't have a dad in the house. If there's nothing wrong with you, son, it's only everyone else that's bad. And so whenever you get into a conflict, just tell them you forgive them because it's obviously them who did the wrong, not you.
Yeah, it's kind of condescending when they kept repeating it like that. That was kind of annoying.
It's gaslighting, dude. It's a narcissistic tactic.
Yeah. Sure.
Well, he was just like saying, "I can fix this. Just let me fix this." I trying to pick up Humpty Dumpty off the floor.
Please let me help you, Swan. Oh my god.
Yeah, he was going to be the one, guys, and AI run him off.
I just muted him so he could be asked a question, unmuted him to answer, right? That's it. Oh my goodness, man. This is why we need dads in people's lives, friends. If you know a family who's missing a dad, and you can volunteer to be at least a male pattern archetype so that the children can bond with consequences and responsibility from a masculine presence, by all means do it. Otherwise, we'll end up with more kids like him.
Oh, he typed in the chat instead. Yes, tell him we forgive him. for being ignorant.
Tell him I forgive his mother for not being cognizant enough in his well-being to have a good relationship with his father, so he could actually have a male pattern archetype throughout his life. Do you guys know there's a technical name for that type of behavior? So when a woman ends up with the children by themselves, and then rather than get the child a male pattern archetype, they attempt to become that archetype, or attempt to have the child fulfill any portion of the role of a partner when it comes to responsibility, accountability, or any of that. You guess what they call that? I bet you'll never guess. But this is what it's called: covert incest.
Good Lord.
Yep.
For real? Wow.
For real. Because you're forcing a child to take on the role of a partner while depriving them of a mother, because if you attempt to be a father, you're going to be a crappy mother and you're going to be a crappy father. So you're basically having an entirely crappy situation where the relationship can't be resolved and you have to rely on your children for emotional support that would normally come from a partner. So you're actually abusing your child emotionally. So you're having an incestuous emotional relationship with your child. It's also called Jocasta complex. Yeah, it's pretty powerful stuff once you start seeing the patterns of it, man. It's like it's reeking in our society these days.
Even in a like older cultures, and in some modern day cultures, like where there may be a loss of one parent, there's always a community of family around them to fill in that gap. So a grandfather would step in, or an uncle, right, as a role model, unfortunately it doesn't always occur in modern day Western society.
Part of the problem in Western society is that people are told that they can actually do it on their own, right? Especially women, because women inherit the children the majority of the time in these situations, and the woman is told, well, you have to be the mommy and the dad to the kid, right? And that is a recipe for disaster, because women can't be dads. And when you're trying to be a dad, you simultaneously become a bad dad and a bad mother. So you're depriving the kid of a good mother and a good dad by attempting to be both, when you could have just been a good mother and actually accomplished something. There's no instinctual pattern archetype for masculine authority from a woman. It doesn't exist in the psyche. The woman's role in the psyche when it comes to a child is the nurturing side and all of that. So if you're depriving the kid of that by being the masculine side, then the kid is going to be really confused about how to interact with people. I mean, it's an unpopular opinion today that men and women are unique and they have unique things to offer the psychological development of children that cannot be transposed from the other. Right? You're depriving the child by attempting to do both. But you know what? Most people could care less about depriving children, right? It's all about them. Me, me, me. I'm going to break up the family because I don't feel excited anymore. Or transversely, the man might say, I'm going to break up the family because my wife got fat, right? So what they both do, they both neglected their partner. The woman neglected the partner to be contributing to the excitement, and the man neglected the partner to contribute to her health, right? They both neglected each other because they both said, oh, it's not my position to tell you what to do and to try to direct your life, even though we're spouses. Like, in what world are spouses not allowed to tell each other what to do on some level? That's ridiculous. The idea that you're going to be married, become one, and then you still have to like beg the other person to take their responsibilities and duties seriously. Get real. If you wanted to be an autonomous unit with self-serving interests that are severable from your partner, then you should have never got married. You should have stayed boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah, that's true. It only makes sense, like, if the woman has a set routine of duties that she performs every day, she needs a hand, and she asks the male for a hand. It's only natural that he's not going to like be familiar with that routine, and he's going to have to take instruction on what exactly the wife wants him to do, and vice versa with the male out in the paddock or whatever. Hard labor, needs a hand. She's going to have to take instruction from him.
Yeah, versus the alternative, which is you as a man are expected to know everything a woman intuitively knows, and the woman is expected to know everything a man intuitively knows, and to perform the task without being asked. That recipe is ridiculous. What's wrong? If you don't know, I'm not telling you. And if you don't figure it out, I'm divorcing you.
Actually, my husband and I are we are 8 years strong as of the 8th. Was that yesterday? Yeah.
Oh, since you stopped taking natural showers?
What?
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, I understand we're talking about a context, but if I just had that clip and I put it in the context of talking about not showering anymore, like going a breatharian, you're strong for 8 years.
I want
So are you on his team? Or do you have your own agenda?
I'm on his team.
Exactly. As soon as you derive your own agenda, the teammate dissolves, and then it's basically an arbitrage for the foreclosure of the team, right?
Well, I do have my own personal agenda outside of what we do, like together, and that would be like studying scripture and that kind of thing. But he supports that in his own way, and what he does, I support him. He's the breadwinner, and I am the nurturer. I take care of the kids while he works and all that stuff.
Cool.
My son is saying that he wants to do his way. Mama, if only you knew how cute that was to me.
Yeah. That's basically my rules now when it comes to women. It's you're either on board with my agenda or you're not, have nothing to do with me. It's my way or the highway. Period. End of story.
Oh, I don't know about all that. Maybe that won't.
I know about it. This is how it works. This is how it works. If a woman isn't on my team and on my agenda, then she's not with me. It's that simple. That's how it works. It's very simple.
So just no individualism.
I mean, we're going to be one, or we're not going to be one. So if you're signing up to be one, then we're one, or we're not one.
You are still one if you're okay. I don't know exactly what you're trying to say, but I'm not so sure I agree.
Well, you don't have to agree, but that just means you're disqualified from being my partner. That's all. No big deal.
I
Nothing
got
wrong with it.
you disqualify, and I happily disqualify. I'm already on someone's team.
Well, that's the point. So the point is that if you want to get married under certain conditions, right, then you need a partner that's going to accept those conditions. But a lot of times, see, the problem is that when you get involved at the beginning, the one partner lies that they accept your conditions, and then they pull the "I didn't accept your conditions" after you're already entrenched in all of those trappings of marriage and everything, right? So they essentially deceive you into hitching your wagon on their horse, you know. And then they punish you if you want to unhitch your wagon for their deception, you see. So that's one of the reasons why you got to be very careful with who you marry, right?
Yeah, I agree. I would say that the only parameters that were set for our relationship was to be unadulterated, like no adultery.
Okay, but the thing is that, I mean, that is a great thing to have, but I actually think that there are worse types of infidelity than sexual infidelity, and that there are spheres of efforts that a partner can put into another partner that are much greater importance. And if compared to those things, sexual fidelity is actually petty. So, for example, it could be the case that people have been completely sexually faithful to each other, but never actually had sex in the past 4 years and never actually done anything as a team for the sake of their family, and essentially are fighting all the time. But they can rest on their laurels that they're faithful to each other when their families are shambles. I mean, there's things that are way more important. Not that that's not a good thing, don't get me wrong. For example, the upbringing of the child, right? If the wife and the husband are going to be contra terms to the upbringing of the child, where they're constantly going behind each other's back to distort the child's views against the worldview that the other is teaching, to me, that is much worse than if my wife touched another dude's pee-pee head. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I would say this. Our that was just our initial. Sorry, my son is driving me. Okay, in 20. That was our initial agreement when we were first together. It's like kind of like bloomed and grown since then. There's other things now that we agree on.
Yeah, but part of my point is that the term fidelity has been isolated to the sexual sphere and severed from the other spheres when it actually belongs in all the spheres. You see what I mean? So being contrapositive to the will of the family and the upbringing of the children is being unfaithful. It's breaking the fidelity of the relationship, right?
Yeah, I agree. Got to be on the same page with the children.
Because I'd rather be alone than have an enemy, you know, sleeping with the enemy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the children see us as a united front. We're not divided, and we don't divide the children against each other. That's not a thing.
Yeah, that'd be a good way to find yourself out on the street if you were married to me. If I come home and my child tells me that when you left, our mother tried to counteract what you taught us intentionally and then told us to keep it secret from you, I'd be like, well, I guess it's time to throw her over the balcony into the river, Thames, or whatever rivers on the balcony of Venetian houses. I mean, that's just a hardline position that I've developed over the years in my dealings with women and in my spheres of control, and seeing the disaster that can happen when you allow someone to be in a position to where if they were your enemy, they could destroy you and your efforts. And the cost benefit analysis is often the case that women ain't worth it. What women have to offer just ain't worth the risk majority of the time.
Yeah, our discussion.
In my younger, go ahead.
I was gonna say our discussion about how to run the household ended up like me not having a job anymore, because my job, I would have had to have spent all the money that I made on childcare anyway.
Yeah.
And it makes more sense to just stay at home and take care of my child myself instead of, just scraping by enough, maybe a little extra here and there, but not really. Hold on. But yeah, just taking care of our child.
Yeah. Plus, not to mention that taking care of your child is your duty, and by skirting your duty for material gain and offloading it to other people who the children are not their progeny, nor is it their God-given duty to raise, that it would actually be, in my opinion, a moral bad thing to do, to deprive your children of their natural mother.
Yeah, I agree. I would rather just do without maybe the extra few bucks here and there.
Yeah, you got it.
As a remainder from childcare, than stay at
Right.
home
So
and watch my son grow.
yeah. So
myself.
Yeah.
Because I know him better.
You can watch your son grow. You can watch your son grow throughout the day, or you can look at a picture of him throughout the day at work. Which is better? Right? But that's another good point. Like if a woman told me that she wants to offload our children's upbringing intentionally onto what's essentially daycare workers, I mean, that would be a mark in the no column. That is a 100% mark. So in other words, you're not for me. You're done. Now that doesn't mean if we have to, she could do that. But if that's her heart, if her heart is, I want to raise our kids by offloading the raising of the kids to somebody else while I go to make money, like that's a no. You're done. You're not a woman in my eyes. You're not a mother in my eyes. You're useless to me.
To those daycare workers, robots.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, look, we kind of have to do it that way because we don't have an ideal system. But what I'm saying is, if that is your intention in life, to offload the raising of your kids to other people so that you can enjoy material pursuits while foregoing your children, it's like in my eyes that maternal instinct that I would value in a woman isn't there, and so the ability for that woman to impress me as a woman would be so diminished that I could never be in a relationship with them. Because in other words, in my eyes, they're not a functional female. They're dysfunctional to a egregious level. Which, by the way, is a much different conversation than, hey, we're kind of in this financial position. We both have to work now. What's the best situation for having the kids being taken care of? Let's figure that out. Those are two entirely different conversations, right?
Where I live, we have a lot of immigrants here, so their whole family moves into one house, right? So they got the grandma, the grandpa, the great grandma, they're all living under one roof. So like obviously like the majority of the family can work while the grandparents look after the children. So that's what they're doing here.
Yeah. And then you get the benefit of all the knowledge that the grandparents have learned from taking care of kids, from being in the world. You trust them. Yeah, and you're within the same family ethos. Like, that's so good.
Yeah. And then there's the white people that are just like, well, you're 18, time to get out of here. You know, that was my life. Time to figure it out. I always going to the Boys and Girls Club after school every day and yada yada yada.
I take joy in raising at home while he works, and he comes home and has fun, hanging out with us, and then does his own thing to relax. And I'd cook him a nice warm meal, and It pleases me when he tells me that whatever I cooked is good. I like it.
Oh, there was a time in history where people would actually take getting married very seriously. And they would, have suitors and they would vet the suitors through their family, their ability to provide, their ability to deal with certain situations, right? They wouldn't just marry because they got high off of endorphins because they saw somebody's peck twitch. You know what I'm trying to say here? Like it used to be a societal, familial, structural, tribal merging that actually took an effort to come to a conclusion.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, I live in like a remotely like brown area, Indian area. I had a white friend of mine got married to a brown chick, and the weddings are really big for them, right? So he has him and his white friend have to wear turbans at the wedding. Pretty funny.
Yeah, so also in the thing I just described, all the other people who were involved used to be called witnesses, right? And they were actually tasked in the marriage ceremony. They were tasked with being responsible to the couple. So their responsibility was to help that couple stay married, stay providing for their family, stay with their children. That was a community responsibility. So, for example, if the community saw that one of the partners seemed to be straying away from providing for the family, or they were straying away from being faithful to the family, like they started seeing them pursue other relationships, they'd be like, hey, you need to stop that and get back to your family. And they actually cared about the impression of their family to where they would actually listen, right? Instead of just, oh, you go girl, you go divorce, or you go guy, go get rid of your wife, That was not the type of advice you're supposed to be giving. The type of advice you're supposed to be giving is you have a duty to your marriage, a duty to your children, a duty to your spouse. And I'm going to slap you senseless if you think you're going to upskirt that duty foolishly on my watch.
That's me. That's what I'm going through with my buddy right now. His relationship. I'm like, bro, you gotta make it work, man. You got this. 'Cause 13 years together and having a little breakup, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
like, I'm that guy right now.
Well, so that brings us to bringing it back to flat Earth. So now that we've realized that that's a duty, does that mean that if you find out your wife's a flat earther or a glober and you're the other, that's the end of your relationship?
No. I wouldn't say so.
Interestingly enough, friend, when I first came into flat Earth and I started watching people's videos that were just like themselves, they didn't have a channel for the sake of promoting flat Earth. They just, just with their own personal channel talking about their lives. There were a lot of that I came across that they came into the flat Earth concept. They all of a sudden started researching it, and then they were like accepting the proposition, thinking, you know what, the Earth's probably flat. And then they were talking about how their families disowned them.
Oh yeah, that
crying.
part, yeah.
Like I remember distinctly, people were like this one guy I remember so vividly. He's talking about it. And he's just tears are just pouring down his face. Like he's like, why in the heck is my family disowning me over this? Like I don't have brothers anymore. I don't have a family anymore just because I believe in an alternative cosmology. Like what did I do so wrong?
Yep, I went through the exact same thing, brother. That's what I went through. With my work though. With my own, luckily not with my own family, but like it was with my work. All like half of my work friends were no longer my friends anymore and talk shit about me after I said that. Yeah, it is a big societal thing for people. Like it's almost like what you don't agree on the world view, so like my kid can't be around you, like like it's like yeah, it's kind of like that. And I think it's an ego thing, the whole they can't accept that. Oh, I'm in a relationship with a flat earther, like they think it's so absurd, right? And like I don't know. I don't. If my girl wanted to believe in the globe, like I hope she wouldn't. First of all, I hope she wouldn't. Like, but I don't know. Is anyone's like girl here like a glober and like they just don't like can't be convinced and don't like so their own, right? But I'm just curious.
I'll
Me and
say
my
that.
wife talk about
I'll,
it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if my wife thinks about that.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'll say this right here. When I became a flat earther, I had no fear of like my husband thinking I was a nutso crazy lady that he had to leave me, or I never had any of that fear, and I had no reason to because once I told him, he took it nonchalantly, like, "Oh yeah, it was fine." And then he started seeing how my friends started uh, distancing themselves away from me to the point of where they never hang out with me anymore. And it kind of made him angry. He's like, it doesn't matter if you think that the Earth is some a cube or whatever. Your friends should be your friends through no matter what. So I think that was it's all about character and integrity.
Like suddenly, your friends, all their speculative ideas about reality, they're not crazy, right? One might have like this idea that, that they've been abducted by aliens, right? They expect you to be there for them, to support them through their ordeal. Oh, my abduction. I seek psychologist now. Therapy.
Mic check. Can you hear me? Am I coming through?
You say, look, the surface of water at rest is flat. They're like, away from me. Where's my pitchfork?
You were coming in loud and clear, by the way.
Cool. Thanks. Yeah, I was just gonna say, on that subject, my marriage basically ended the day I told her I was a flat earther. I didn't know it at the time, but we pretty much just drifted away ever since then. And yeah, so we're no longer together. I tried to stick with it. We made it an additional 4 years, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm done. Leaving." Didn't want to hear about it. And then with the Rona thing, that made things worse because she was going along with the program. So, yeah. I'm just looking forward to starting over and building something better this summer.
Sorry to hear that, brother. I would
Yeah.
hate. I would hate for this subject to break up any family. It's heartbreaking to me. Now, I know we all have experienced some sort of being ostracized for this subject matter in some form or fashion, and mine was with one of my really closest friends. She's no longer my closest friend, and I'd been with like through so much with her and her problems and things like that. It stuck with her, and even if I couldn't help her, I would just sit there with her, you know. And it just really, yeah, it hurt that after all of that, this one little thing could, you know, make her not want to be around me. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane how common this is for flat earthers to just lose their families for this.
I didn't
Longtime
experience.
friends.
I didn't experience any of that. Most of my friends that are globies are pretty proud to tell people they got a flat Earth friend. They're like, I got a flat Earth friend. I got a flat Earth friend. All my buddies are like, I got a flat Earth friend. And I would say at least 30% of my friends are also flat Earthers. Flat Earthers are like gays in the 40s and 50s, bro. You're sitting next to one right now, almost guaranteed.
Yeah, that's cool. I'd say you're one of the lucky ones. So I know a bunch of people who have lost longtime friends, like friends since childhood of a flat Earth. They just stopped hanging out with them.
That's funny, dude. You're like the token friend. You're like, we're in our group. We've got a flat earther. We've got a black guy. We've got a Muslim.
I think that'd be cool to see that trend come with token flat earthers. Like, hey, listen to what he's got to say.
That'd be a great That'd be a great South Park episode.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, "Hey, token, get over here, token," and then the black kid comes over, and they're like, "Not you, the other one,
the other one,
the flat earther one."
What I have noticed about my internet friends, though, is that if I'm whooping their ass on any topic or debate, and it gets to the point where, like, I'm clearly beating the shit out of them, they'll be like, "Okay, are you a flat earther?" And then, like, boom, I just lose whatever right there. That happens.
Yeah, while my family's accepting of like my flat Earth stance, it has come up in arguments like where we're discussing a different topic, and I've expressed a different viewpoint on that topic, and they've mentioned, you know, as if it's some sort of disqualifier. My opinion isn't worth much because I'm a flat earther. Right, that has happened.
Well, they get mad at him. Well, he's a racist. They're like, okay, well, what did he say? Like, like, you ask them 2 questions about what they're saying, they just spiral out of control, especially what they're talking about. Like, I felt bad because one of my good friends at work, he's still my good friend of the day, but he was totally on the anti-Trump. And I was just trolling him. I asked me his question, and by the end of it, he had no response, and his face was red, and he walked away. I felt bad because I was his friend. I was like, oh shit, made him mad.
Oh, did he try to get you fired from your job?
I had more seniority than him, so.
That's good.
I used to work for the government once upon a time. Not anymore after the whole.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I used to be in the CIA.
CIA? How many days?
Yeah, legit. Legit.
I'd still be in there.
Nah. I have my reasons. I only say that to tease people because sometimes I get accused of being a plant agent in the flat earth. You know, because sometimes I'll stress flat earthers that their stupid arguments, or I'll teach them proper logic, and they'll be like, "Oh, you must be against me, so now I'm going to accuse you of being an agent." So I tell them I was in the CIA, which is true. However, it wasn't that CIA. It had the same acronym, and it was a government military position, but it's not central intel. It's counter intel.
Any secrets you'd like to share with us?
Some of these flat earthers do need a wake up call and someone to hold them accountable on our side, because some of them do hold really dumb arguments, or they don't understand a subject and they'll be really obtuse about you trying to correct them.
TikTok flat earthers.
I used to get caught in like the globe argument. Like I would be telling my flat earth truth, and then the globe would just bring their crap, and then it would just confuse me, and the topic would go nowhere, and I wouldn't know how to respond to their nonsense. Obviously, after training and hearing this for years now, it's pretty easy to pick apart those things. But at the start, you get kind of confused because they start bringing out numbers, and they sound kind of smart. You're like, oh, you're saying some things, but it's not really registering with me. I have to look into this. Like, stops the whole conversation. Anymore.
Well, most of the globe arguments are logical fallacies on their face. So once you understand the nature of the logic they employ, it's like most of the arguments you could dismiss simply by asking them to prove the first conditional, which is, you know, the proposition that if the Earth was a globe, then such and such and so and so. It's like, okay, just prove the Earth's a globe. How about that?
That was the easiest part for me. It's just like, it's so easy to demolish any of their plans. And they come with so many of them, right? They come with all angles. They fail one, they move to the next one because they can't get that one through. And it's like, seen all the tactics now. Kind of just destroy them easily.
Oh, my old favorite one was, if the Earth was flat, then the horizon would always be exactly at eye level. If you get high, you're looking down at the ground, so the horizon is below you, therefore the Earth's a globe. And if you reduce that logically, it becomes the ground is below you, therefore the Earth's a globe. It's like, what, dude?
And then it's
like, I'm 6 feet tall. I'm 6 feet tall, so the ground is 6 feet below me, right? 6 feet below.
Understand math and logic. back to you, and it's like, oh my god.
Man, T-Dub, you're fired. No, T-Dub, I got a new, wait a minute, who's here? That's
He
Twad,
didn't.
dang it.
Did he miss to refill the snacks in the back?
No, it's Twad. Wait a minute. Is Twad T-Dubs by a
Twad
different
and
name or is
T-Dub
T-Dubs?
same person.
Yeah, it's the same.
Are
Same
you
person.
sure? Prove it.
Yeah.
Video or it didn't happen. Well, then who the heck's the other guy then?
Which other guy?
Hold on now.
Timbo? You thinking of Timbo?
Timbo.
Yeah,
See, I
he's
always
the
put it. Yeah, but think about it this way, friends. I always put in the beginning of my monikers when I change them the letters AI, so you always know it's me. Now, if I just changed my moniker to Bartholomew and changed my picture to a daisy, could you tell it was me right off the bat? Probably not. Until I started talking, maybe. Then we got these Australian jerks that conspire to gaslight us into thinking that they're different people when they're actually the same dude. Freaking liars, man.
Man, I know all of you by your voices from the home server. I can tell who's talking without looking all the time. I guess some of these new guys that I'm not used to from the home server, I need a little, I gotta take a little look, see who's talking, but for the most part, I know who all of you.
I was going to tell T-Dub all about my new rig, AWP. It's got snap clap side pouches, so you can fill it with screws, and then it's got like a metal wire that you just snap it shut, and the screws won't fall out. Oh yeah. And it's bright lime green and black. Those are sweet. Well, anyway, all this conversation reminds me of the story of Job, which, by the way, is very relevant to the flat earth conversation, which is God telling Job, who the heck are you to try to tell me how big the earth is, sucker? Now, I'm pretty sure that's from the We Was King's James version. So don't quote me on that. But yeah, so in the other part of that was that after God schooled Job, and that Job has no clue about the nature of creation and how it was created or the size, shape, and locations of things. After that, he told him, after he suffered a great loss, in the end, he was actually rewarded sevenfold, if I'm not mistaken. So some of his children died. I think his wife left him, or she died. But in the end, he got a better wife and more kids that actually were on board with his. They were more loyal, more faithful, more in tune with his. Let's just call it spirituality, right? So yes, maybe now people have lost things, but like this other friend said, I lost a spouse, but I'm hopeful that I'll find one that's more in tune with me, and maybe that'll be the case. Which is why, Flatsy, that my rule is if you're not in tune with me, you're not acceptable, right? Because why bother getting involved with somebody just to make do? You know what I mean? I would like my wife to be I choose you rather than you'll do for now. It's like, hey, you want to marry me? Oh, that's so romantic. Be like, yeah, you'll do for now. Right? You'll do for now. That's not very romantic, is it?
No, and I dropped the handkerchief on my husband, so it's not like I don't know. He didn't. actively pursue me in such a manner that it was like he asked me and then I say yes. It was more like I dropped the handkerchief and
Oh yeah,
picked it
that's
up.
a classic, dude. That's a classic woman move from antiquity. They drop it and they see which guy is gonna pick it up and bring it over. You know. You could have said, "Miss, you dropped your handkerchief. I'd pick it up for you, but equality and all." Then what would you have said if he did that?
Well, I would just have to move on, I guess.
Now, personally, I've never experienced any direct derision or severance of relationships because of flat Earth. It's been the opposite. I've increased my relationships because of flat Earth. Or I've increased my ingratiation with my friends I already had because of flat Earth, because with my body of knowledge on the subject and tangentially religious and theological subjects, I kind of got a niche of being a consult when people are struggling with their family members in a religious context or in a church context with this topic, right? Because it is controversial, right? At least at some level among people's peer groups. So because I kind of know both realms, I can offer them some insight from a third party neutral perspective where they're not having to fight with that loved one. You know what I mean? So in that way, I've actually had a lot of inroads because of it. Which, by the way, and man, what are we server? Aren't we in politics and religion server? That's right. Pretty sure. Let me double check. Yeah, politics and religion. See how apropos.
Why'd you guys move over here?
What's that?
Why'd you guys move over here?
We moved everywhere. Everywhere that will offer us a venue, graciously we'll accept and staff as much as we can.
Spread the word. Spread the good word.
Flatsy, I'm emptying out my tools out of my truck so I can turn it into family truck time. So I can go on a trip down to see my son. I don't know what they call it. It's not a graduation, but it's like when you quit 8th grade, you go to high school, whatever they call that ceremony.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what do they call? You know what they call that?
I don't remember, but
Graduation.
I think it is.
Yeah, but it's kind of like that, but it's
Something
promotion ceremony, maybe. I think it's promotion is what they call it.
Well, if it is what they call it, they should call it that because it's kind of what it is. I would be doing my child a disservice to send him to kindergarten because he's miles ahead of any child his age. So I would be having to.
But yeah,
that would be a disservice.
Kindergarten is for schleb mothers that are forced to work like slaves and they don't have anywhere for their kids to be. That's what kindergarten was made for in the initiation of its creation. The whole premise is rooted in Nazism, right? And guess what they did? Guess what they did in that culture after you were encouraged to go to work and turn your kids off to the 24-hour daycare kindergarten? Guess who staffed it? Officers of the state whose purpose was to indoctrinate your children while you weren't looking. So you wouldn't be just doing them a disservice to send them to kindergarten. You'd be depriving them of their, like we said before, their natural mother. And it's like, what, you're not rock stone retarded that you can't teach your kid how to tie their shoes and their ABCs, right? I mean, you're not that inept, right? I mean, think about it. They want to convince the majority of women and men that it's better to send your kids to somebody who had to go to college to learn how to teach a child ABCs. Think about that. Be too dumb to teach child how to count to 3 and say ABC, so I have to go to college. Wow.
Yeah, but my son already knows. Like, I mean, for kindergartners, they are just learning their numbers and letters, and maybe some. I don't know. Maybe they teach them a little bit of math, but my son already knows.
Nothing you can't do, right?
Yeah, my son already knows a ton more math than any of the kids his age, and he's already picking up on linguistics and stuff like that so much quicker. He was a little slow going at picking up that kind of stuff in his earlier years, but he made up for that in such a short amount of time that it's almost like he never even had any kind of slow period, if that makes sense. And I'll tell you, when he started progressing further is when I became a flat earther.
Yeah, man. Kids grow up so fast. You don't notice it when they're young, but as soon as you realize that they're old, you realize how fast it went. Oh man. In no time, man, he's gonna be driving, going back in time to kill John Connor. Oh man, he's progressing.
He's so silly. Oh man. I'm excited to see him grow up, but it's bittersweet. It is. Tell you what though, kids are really when they're young, they're so creative, and it's so fun to watch them be creative on their own and do their own thing. It's a lot of fun. And a lot of the times when he interacts with other kids, and if they're mean to him or something, I don't do anything. I just let him kind of deal and cope with it on his own, so he can figure it out. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I try to teach my son how to reason through those things and to get him to speak up for himself. So, so he's not always like, oh, I can't handle this. I have to run away and find someone else to handle it for me.
But yeah, well, he's still 5. He's only 5, so I don't. I mean, I plan to teach him how to, because I have that kind of a gift ability to somebody that doesn't agree with me. I can get them to calmly discuss something with me without getting heated or anything like that. I have a cool, calm, collected way about approaching things with folks, just from bartending and having to you know, like if there's some sort of tense situation, I'm able to release the tension, if that makes sense. Yeah, speaking of that, I thought that I had really gotten off to a pretty good start with that old buddy that you were talking to earlier that ended up leaving because you muted him. I thought that what I said was pretty comprehensive and easy to understand. I'm surprised he didn't. He seemed like he was getting it, and then he went off the rails with refraction. And I tried to get it back and get him to understand that. And I thought T-Dub, when he took up the reins, he said it better than I did. But dude was not doing it.
Yeah, Kev was too busy forgiving T-Dub for being a man.
Like, yeah, you should.
I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you.
He was saying no hard feelings. There's nothing wrong here. I don't have any hard. You shouldn't. You're discussing a topic online with a bunch of strangers. Nothing should be personal. If you're getting heated in a discussion, doesn't mean that you can't just like strike up a conversation later and be cool.
Man. T-Dub, they got Milwaukee down there? Milwaukee. And one of these days I'll have a work vehicle and a private vehicle instead of just combo vehicle.
Well, my family, we have to deal with just one vehicle. So my husband's at work, we're at home. And I don't have any friends anymore, so no one's willing to lend a hand these days.
Can you imagine having like, I mean, if you weren't making much money, if you had like a brand new vehicle nowadays, like if you had two, one for each person, it's like almost $1,000 or more. And then you got to add the insurance. You're like $1,200. You might as well just buy a second house.
Yeah, we can't afford any of that.
Dude, I've got like two regular payments and then the final payoff payment. And then I'm done with this trip for payments. Then I'll have that free money.
I'm happy to always do without because I'm not your typical girly girl, I guess. I don't want clothes. This kind of, if anything, I want comfortable clothes, and I have a bunch of that. And if I don't, I just wear my husband's clothes.
Yeah, that works. What's wrong with that? Nothing.
Exactly. He's got more than enough clothes.
Like I've got a lot of clothes in my closet, all right? To a degree, not too much compared to other people, but like I literally wear the exact same clothes all week. You know, it's like I wear this one shirt when I'm not wearing work shirts practically every time. And the winter is different because you got to have warmer clothes, but like I practically wear the same thing and then I just wash it and wear it again. Like I ain't got time to look through the closet
Well,
for what I'm gonna wear.
My husband, he's a big fan of music, so when we go and see any kind of live music, or we support the artists and we buy their merch. So it always ends up that we are inundated with band T-shirts or artist T-shirts and hats. So there's no shortage of T-shirts and hats in this house. So I don't ask for clothes, and I don't need
You
them.
got any flat Earth hats?
No, but my husband custom made me a flat Earth shirt.
Oh,
It
really?
says Earth or the Earth on it, and then it has the music symbol for flat.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it is. It's because I'm also a musician.
Little iconography right there. Yep, I liked it.
Yeah, it's pretty
He
cool.
thought of that. He thought of that all by himself.
He did. Isn't
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty great. Just saying.
Flat Earth. Yeah, get it.
Yeah, I did come up with another idea of a shirt. I'm trying to remember what it is. If you'll just give me a sec. I know it had to do with putting second lot on it, and then oh yeah, it was second lot on like the front, and then on the back, outer space is fake.
I got one. You ready for this one? It says Earth is F dot 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 dot, and the dots go all the way around the side, all the way to the back. So when the person approaches you, they say Earth is F, and then they go, "Oh, you're a stupid flat earther." And then on the back of the shirt, it says "Ucked," with people like you living in it. You like it?
Yeah. I don't want I don't necessarily want any shirt obscenities on it though. So, but I
There's
get
no obscenity, dude. Where's
I
the
get
obscenity?
yeah, you spaced it out enough.
That's right. The commonly understood rule is 7 ellipses equals a non-obscenity. 6 ellipses, and you're getting fined by the FCC. Yes, for friends, the ellipses is those little dots, not not ovular circles.
It's like when you say no swearing when somebody says asterisk.
Let's see. So, what do you think of the final experiment?
You mean the non-experiment? And no, I don't actually don't subscribe to that kind of way of thinking. Going to Antarctica for some sort of proof for something. All they would have to do, it's simple, prove the curvature of the Earth. I mean, going to Antarctica isn't going to prove the Earth is curving.
But what about flat earthers who think that if they see the 24-hour sun, that it means the Earth must be a globe?
I would say that those flat earthers are very narrow-minded and need to they need to go back to studying basic logic.
Logic like what?
Like not drawing conclusions from something that you're presented with without more information. Like, say, the direct measurement of curvature and drop over distance.
So what you're trying to say is if the Earth is flat, and not curved, then no matter what you think you see in the sky or interpret it as, it doesn't change the fact the Earth's not curved, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Now that kind of makes sense. Although then again, I'm not sure if I could trust your reasoning because you are actually a mentally deficient flat earther after all.
Right, right. So take it to hold on. Let me think about my response for that. Oh yeah. Take your line of reasoning to the trivium. There you go.
Hey, I thought you said no foul language. Okay. How dare you abuse me with your vernacular?
Wait, is it the southern drawl part or the word I used?
Oh. Ugh. Holy crap, this saw's so heavy. Oh. Oh. Whew. Ooh, that thing's heavy. Do you guys know how like rear view mirrors tilt in so you don't bang them on the side of the car?
Yes.
This car has a rear view mirror that tilts, but when you tilt it, it's literally it sticks out the same amount. Because you know how it's the thing is curved, and the part of the curve that's sticking out, when you turn it the other way, it's still sticking out.
I don't have that kind of commodity on my vehicle because it's a very standard model of a Toyota where all of the locks and windows are manual. Oh, and the lights come on automatically, so you don't ever have to remember to turn your lights on. Most reliable car that I've ever seen anyone around me own, though, because I've had it since I was 15, 16, and I'm 32 now. So,
All right, Flatsy, I'm gonna throw you under the bus. We haven't been on topic that much, and it's all your fault. I'm just kidding.
I will take a server mute only if somebody gives me image perms.
I don't know, man. Well, I think I think some homeboys are in here right now that could give you image perms. If we trusted you to be responsible, which we don't.
You're going to have to give me some sort of evidence that
That
I've
you are irresponsible?
worthy with image perm. Go.
Evidence that you're not worthy? Oh, so you're trying to flip the burden of proof here, is what you're trying to say.
Well, I've only ever presented myself to be able to moderate myself. If I accidentally find a GIF or GIF, whatever you call it, that was inappropriate, I immediately delete it because I just didn't see it upon clicking on it and posting it, and then I delete it immediately when I realize that it's not something that should be posted. But that rarely happens. But I'm able to self-moderate.
All right. So a GIF that says, here's your test. So the GIF flashes through a bunch of shots of the horizon, and the text says, if the Earth was a globe, the horizon wouldn't be at eye level. But if the Earth was flat, it would always be at eye level. Therefore, the Earth is flat. What do you do with such a gift?
I would not post it.
Oh, okay. All right. So your second part of the test is you pass that part. The second part of the test is where did I put my drink?
Where you last left it, maybe in a cup holder.
Man, I'm sad now because that was delicious.
You put it back to the left.
Back to the left. All right. So there's the left side here. Left.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
No, that's water, dude. That's not my drink. That's just water.
Okay, so it's a drink, but not the right one.
It's a Celsius Live Fit Dragonberry.
Okay, dragon fruit.
Yeah, strawberry slash dragonberry or whatever. Man, where did that go? Maybe I drank it. Yep, here's the evidence. I drank it. Rats. Oh,
That was going to be my
all
next
right,
game.
Flatsy, you're off the hook.
You're off the hook. His drink has been diminished to nothing. It was where he left it last.
Man, I'm off the hook, but I still got no image perms.
I think it's maybe only Heretic, the owner of the VC, can do that. I guess give rolls. Could ask him. You okay there, AI? What the hell is that?
I'm unloading all my tools.
Wizard's never late.
Do we got any Globers?
Yeah, you.
I'm not
I'm
even
on to
gonna
you.
try. I'm not even gonna
I'm
try.
on to you.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm not even gonna try to role play as a Glober. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
You just need to write a script, like a web script that all it does is it just Googles the first 5 search results, screenshots it, and then sends it. And then you can pretty much be a Glober.
Right. You could. I told him that you can. You can just make him deny reality within 3 seconds. Just say I'm going to get a ball. I'm gonna pour water on it.
They're like, no, but if you had another type of ball, well, what's size ball? Well, see, that's our problem. See, you want to actually get a real ball and see what it's going to do. You don't want to just use your imagination.
What?
They don't. They get mad at me. They're like, see, that's the problem, you flat earthers. You want to do science with real balls and the real stuff. You don't want to just fucking imagine so big. You know what I mean? It's like, man, it's
That's fun.
so
Dude, that's
big,
funny.
so big science, brother. It's just awesome. And then they were trying to argue with you about they could find the billionth of the nth of the billionth degree of the nth degree of nothing of a curve. But then when we say point it out in the water in front of you, and they say they can't do that. So they calculate for the curve, but they can't show you water curving. But they calculate for that water curving. How are you?
Man.
It's only zero. Their calculation is so minuscule, it's always zero. Then they add a correction. A correction for what? What's the correction for? What?
You went wrong.
Yeah, to make it a wrong answer. They add a correction to make the answer incorrect. You already had a horizontal line plane of reference, and you've already got the angle and the distance and the. Or what the fuck are you at? What would you need to add to that? If a flat piece of paper is itself entirely, its distance matches its distance for one. What? And you can put everything on it. What do we? What's the correction?
I'd say the step is to argue with other people about the word flat. We could do that.
I'm still waiting for somebody to accept it. That was my debate challenge, didn't I? For the people that are the not flat earthers. You know what I'm talking about?
Hold on, you kind of broke up a little bit. Say it again.
Do you know the not flat earthers?
Yes.
Like they go around and they're like, the Earth's not a globe, but it's not flat.
Oh.
Yeah, them guys.
Oh, you want me to debate them?
No, I want to debate them, but I would let you be my debate partner.
Oh, yeah. I'm down. Bring them on. Bring them on.
I'd just rest my case after 2 minutes, and then I'd just let you be their punishment for the rest of the 2 hours.
Oh, man. Hard. They would love it so hard.
Let me know the time and place so I can witness it.
Listen, I want to debate Professor Dave. I really do. I want to debate that arrogant, goofy, mop-headed person. I do. I really do.
Flatsy, this is how stupid these people are. Check how stupid these people are, Flatsy. So I put out a debate challenge, right, in a channel that the person's banned from. Yet he knows of the challenge because he stalks the channel and listens. And then he DMs me. How am I supposed to debate if I'm banned from the channel? And I'm thinking, you're DMing me right now, you stupid. Accept the debate via DM. Like, what? How are you going to debate me when you can't even realize that you can accept the debate via DM rather than you don't have to be present in the channel to accept the debate? I mean, good grief.
Yeah, it could be a private debate to where he doesn't have to get smashed in front of everybody. That might be nice for him. So you mean the true earthers now? I think they are now, or something. The real
I don't
earthers.
freaking know what they call themselves, man. They just like to go around and be like, flat earthers are liars because there's hills.
Huh?
Yeah.
So
So it's kind of like globe earthers. Globe earthers are liars because there's hills, right? I mean, get real.
That's what I was going to say. Like, so, th- so, so mountain. Everything's debunked. Mountain.
Yep.
They'll be in court like Exhibit A, a mountain, the peak. It's a tip. I'll be like, bro, but like most of topography, and if it's mostly water, and you think you live on water world, it's even if it's even 51% water, I'm good with not a ball flat because the water's horizontal and it's flat, and it's a flat base of realm of reference, really. So I don't give a shit what they're talking about. We live on a
Yeah,
flat
brother.
oriented realm of reference. The elevation is flat, the voltage is flat, and the water at rest is flat. That's good enough for me.
You want to know what's funny though? If you think that horizontal is horizontal and the surface of water at rest is horizontal, but then you want to mock flat earthers because you think that their arguments are bad because of hills. Well, guess what? You can have horizontally flat water on a globe. Did you know that? Guess how? It's very simple. It's so
Yes.
simple. Once you
Yes.
hear it, it's going to blow everyone's mind. Think about it.
No, I know
If
you
you had a
can.
giant globe, but up is up and down is down, so it's not a radial. There's one up and one down. How could you have flat water on the top of the globe? It's very easy. One answer, one word with 3 syllables. Containment. All that you need is the water to be contained so it doesn't pour off the sides, and you can live on a giant globe with horizontal water.
Yep. Big mud puddle earth.
Yep.
But then you'd still have to prove that you could go down underneath the dirt or water, still in the same aspect of being like curved and dropping down below yourself. That's really the thing that we don't have. We don't have the ability to get somewhere where somebody's dropping below our feet right in front of our face without hitting water or dirt. Like no one's kamikazeing anywhere without hitting dirt or water. They want you to believe somebody can kamikaze down somewhere and not hit dirt and water. That's what the Globers tell you, and to me, that's just crazy as fuck.
Oh yeah.
I just challenge all the Globers to get in that very object and kamikaze down. Just kamikaze it down, brother. Just get in that mug and free fall straight to the ground or water, but just miss it and go down past the curve. And they'll say, we can't do that. Then how are you getting down around? How are you going anywhere then? You can't find the curve. You can't go anywhere on a ball.
Oh.
They can drop their drone down 6 inches to not get it wet. They could have a guy standing there with his arm sticking up, sticking straight out at your face to where it's actually sticking right to your nose to where you can't see his palm. And it's like the Lauterbach guy or the big guy or the Stay Puft Marshmallow. It's just a big guy with a hand, right? You push it away or your buddy puts it down in the water 3 miles away from you. And you zoom in and you look for the word, it's flat on the hand. On the bottom of the hand, it's going to say, welcome to the globe, right? But if you can't see welcome to the globe on the bottom of his hand, then you know it's flat. So the guy, if he's pushed away from you like a big floaty on the water, if he's pushed away, after 3 miles, his arm should be tilted like 32, like, I don't know, definitely enough. After 1 inch or 2 inches, you should be able to read the word. So that's just our principal amount. So anyway, After 1 mile to 3 miles, you should be able to read "Welcome to the globe" on the bottom of the palm or the bottom of any object, like a board sticking out. Or if it tips back and tilts up, you know what I mean? That's what you're looking for. If it doesn't tilt back or tip up, then you're on a flat Earth. I mean, it's that simple.
Yeah, so that is the truth. I was talking about the horizon, slope of the horizon, zero, flat, straight line, end of story, and it's amazing. It's like the end all be all. We're on a flat surface. No matter how high you go, no matter, you could even just say this. You could simplify it to simple terms and just say, no matter where you go, you always see the horizon. And the horizon is always apparent. And so everyone in the world experiences this phenomenon. So I just want to get to the good juicy part of the steak here. So are we, can I do that? Can I just get to the juicy part of the steak here?
I don't know, bro. This is a family show.
Well, I was keeping it real. I wasn't
All
going
right,
too
all
crazy
right, all
with it.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Put a little
checking,
bit of mashed
just making
potatoes.
sure.
Yeah, metaphors here
Keep it
for
PG. That's all. Just PG, brother.
you guys. I feel like I could say the same thing. Come on, you. That's all. It's always funny.
Hey, we're
I'm gonna
doing
be
that.
honest.
We're doing
I'm
that.
gonna be honest.
PG all the
It's
way.
funny. It's funny. No, I agree. I agree. Sincerely, I do. I think curse words bring curses to your life. That's why I really do think
Well, I
there's
don't think that. I just think PG in the way of like not being a dirty-minded person, not really slipping up with a cuss word here and there or a bad word. You know what I mean?
I mean that is still it's I mean is it good for us to curse? I wouldn't say so unless it's like emphasized for genuine. I don't even that. I don't know. I
I
think
don't. I don't think.
certain times.
I don't think it matters. I think. It's. They're all language words. Certain words are shunned. Certain words are. Certain words aren't. There are more. There some
They
curse
cast
words.
spells. You told me
No,
this, Demonk. You said this. You
no,
said
no.
we call them spelling. We spelling words
Any
because they cast spells.
any writing is spelled out or a spell or an incantation once you put it in the form of spoken word. Yes, 100%.
Yeah,
I didn't disagree with
yeah.
that. What I'm saying
Right. No,
is,
I'm sorry. I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying like you were. I was just saying. I was saying it's just crazy how that
I'm
is.
just saying,
But
some words
sorry.
like you
Sorry.
stub your toe, you cuss, you say the word poop or the
Yeah.
other one. It's not really like
Yeah.
someone's gonna look at you and be like you're the worst person. You just said a word,
Right.
right? So now in the aspect, sorry, go
Is
ahead.
it more masculine? Let me ask you this: is it more masculine to scream rather than swear?
Come on,
And then
guys.
is
You
it
can't
even
promise
more
us steak. You
or is it
can't promise
even
us
more
steak and then feed us Weetabix.
Sorry.
Then you can't promise us steak and then feed us Weetabix.
Oh, that's true. Okay, so no, you're right. Amen to that. He's right, 100%. I would never disagree with that. So the juicy part of the steak is just so at the end all be all. Why would they want to hide the creator? That's really where that's it. That's the punchline. That's the uppercut. That's the knockout. That's the final flash.
Can
What is that? What? Why?
can't hide the creator. You can't hide the sun and moon. You can't hide the earth. You can't hide the water. You can look at the clouds outside.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right, Demark. But I mean, like, why would they hide the understanding of God? I
It's
mean,
not
I
so
don't know
much they're
if I
hiding
can
it, it's
say the
just
word.
misdirection, right? Like a magician just
Complete
misdirects the
so
audience.
misdirection. It's like looking at somebody and there's a cliff and then there's not a cliff and you look them in the eye and you tell them the cliff is the right direction and then they don't even know where they're going and that's an issue.
They want to be your middleman. They want to say, "Hey, go to us for your answers. We'll tell you when the sun's going to come up tomorrow. We'll tell you when it's going to rain. We'll walk on the moon."
So they're hiding God because they want to be God, essentially. Is that what
They
like? Is
want to
that
be
like?
your. They want to be your the Pope Daddy.
Well, I don't
They want
like
to be
it.
your
I don't like
king.
that at all. I don't like it. I don't like
I'm just
Mister.
saying
Like,
they want to be
I don't
your
like.
Pope
direct.
Daddy, you Jupiter.
No, I don't like.
They
I
want to
don't
be
like
your director, brother.
lies.
Like your military, your dad, your helper, your hospital, your school, your religion, your mommy, your daddy. They want to be all
It
that.
worries me. It worries me how many people are um resistant because because I think it could save people. I think because I don't think that like I think everybody does need a realization that there's something greater than us, and that's the ultimate form of humble.
Hold on. No. That's not right. I don't think that's true.
Why not?
Why don't you say we are the greater thing with the thing that's great? Because once
I
you
mean,
reduce,
I would love to say that. I do want to say that. Of course,
once you reduce
I don't
yourself,
know. I
you've
don't
done.
know. It's kind of like I don't. I used to think that I could face every part of my life, but like I don't know. There's just
Well, you got to be able to, brother. You're not giving
there's.
anything you can't handle. That means you're a bad mammer jammer. The more
Wow,
shit.
that's true. Amen. Hey, that's a Bible. That's
Oh, listen to
biblical. You
this,
just.
brother.
I'm trying.
The
I'm trying.
more stuff that you go through, and
Yes.
you persevere through it, that the
Mm-hmm.
next man can't handle. The reason that is because you can handle that. And all these
Mm.
people, and you say, "Oh my God, their life, they're like for some reason, for that's what they're supposed to be handling. That's the
Yeah.
part. That's the part they're at, right? They're supposed to be
That's their
handling that.
pain. That's their struggle.
Yeah, they
That's
built
their
it.
mountain to carry.
So you stop saying you're not good. You're not. It doesn't matter how weak you are compared to the next strong man, or how smart you are compared to somebody you think might be smarter than you. That's not the
That's
thing.
right. That's right. I love. Listen, Demon. I do love life, but at the same exact, like I love it so much. I could tell you want countless blessings, but then I hate it at the same exact time. Like I love, like a coin. It's like a coin that's constantly flipping. It's
Yeah,
like
but then
I
when you lose
love
that
and hate it
coin, you got to
so
worry
much,
about it,
so
right?
much.
Then you got to pay for the coin. You got to hope nobody steals it. You got to make sure no bullet takes
Oh,
it.
so
Got
what
to
are you
keep it
saying? What do I
calm.
do? What do I do? Do I just? I can't just focus on one side, can I?
Got
Because
to
I then I'll be in delusion.
you got to equal everybody out. Everybody has to be equal. You
So
have to be equal to them.
everyone's a walking noodle.
No, 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 no. Everyone's walking 100% everything. Everybody is everything. When you smack
Right.
them, you're smacking yourself. If you kick somebody, you're
Yeah.
kicking yourself. You punch yourself, you're
Right.
punching them. You kill
Mm-hmm.
yourself, you're killing society. It's you are them, they are you. And once people realize that, then when you do stuff, it's like such a fucking crazy scale that like just
Yeah.
mountains get moved for
Well, that's
real.
biblical. There's a verse that says that if you those who you bless, I will bless. Those who you curse, I will curse. You like if you bless them, I will bless you. If you curse them, I will curse you. So it's like karma and then instant. People have instant coffee. There's instant
Well,
karma.
people they
But yeah,
get karma, they bring it on themselves. You ain't got to give it to them. You
that's
ain't got to bring it
true.
on them. They bring it on
That's
it.
true. That's true. The Lord says don't seek revenge. That's true. I don't. I think that's a very important thing. Like on the side for real. Like that's like a genuine side lunch. Like we just got like a Roadhouse side burger, and we're just like that's. It's important to realize. To what was I saying? I'm a little. What was I saying? Anyway, sorry guys. I know this is a panel and everything, but like I'm just like trying to figure out if somebody's hot micing.
What up? Got any new people in? Any newish people in? Or any people who want to ask a question? Start a debate. Tell us level is curved. Who we got? Pagana. I think I spoke to you earlier. You still there, Pagana? You've been in like all day. Must have heard something you like. Manufactotum, a fixture. Come on, Manufactotum, tell us levels curved or something. FES, FE Science. I spoke to you. Just kicking back. What's up, just kicking back? Come on, guys, someone kick the Globies. They're asleep. All right.
They're afraid of Denmark. They're not. They don't have the emotional constitution to endure such verbal violence.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, you've got them in line there, Mark. Almost 2 in line. Now they won't talk. Maybe if we promise them that Denmark won't call them names, they'll speak.
Maybe we can trigger some globers. The Earth is not a planet. Outer space is fake. There are
That's the
no
right
balls
idea.
in a vacuum of space. Earth doesn't move, doesn't revolve around the sun. Anything triggering them? Nothing?
I think from now on, we should all agree that instead of saying vacuum, we say vacuum. There is 2 U's after all.
You. Yeah, that's not bad. That's a good one, though. Motion of Earth around the sun. Anyone got any evidence for that? Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. That's one of the main things. Dear me. Does anyone believe in the moon landings? That's not that controversial. Just kicking back. Oh, you're at work. I just read it in the chat. Damn. Hitting up that FE chat at work. All right, I'll keep my eye out.
They are hiding other lands.
Yo, I'm on the other server, the 24/7 flat Earth one, and they're interviewing the world's youngest flat earther right now. It's hilarious. He's like 12.
I'm literally about to go jump in there.
Yeah, he's
Oh well, hold on.
he's smart too.
Hold on. If he's, yeah, I mean, yeah, but the problem is if he's like 12, then he has to be banned because that's a violation of terms of service.
Yeah, his voice is very like it sounds like a kid. Like he's blatantly a kid.
Some people
Oh, so
use
nobody knows his age.
memes to troll.
No way. Like he sounds like a kid. Like everything he's saying, everything's going by. I mean, it could be a lesbian. I don't know.
What the?
I'm pretty sure it's good. He's answering all the questions. I asked him. I'm like, what's your biggest like globe buster thing? And he's like, oh, like the second law of thermodynamics. I'm like, holy crap! It's like, how do you know all this? He's like, oh, my dad's a flat earther. I've been homeschooled my whole life. Interesting. I don't know. He's checking out on some categories. Like he's pretty funny.
Oh man. Yeah, but just keep in mind, like over there, like, we got pretty strict rules, not to mention TOS rules. So a lot of times people think somebody's a kid, and so they start harassing the kid about his age, and then immediately we just got to ban them.
Right.
Because as soon as it's out in the air that he's not 13, then he's got to be banned.
Let's see if he's 13. I didn't get his exact age. He could be 13.
Oh, that's the point. You don't want to. Like a
Yeah.
lot of people will try to pry because they think it's their responsibility to find out the age, but unless it's blatantly obvious, right, then you err on the side of that they're cognizant of themselves. Obviously, if the person sounds like a 8-year-old, you just ban them immediately, no questions asked.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone was sounding kind of young the other day. I was like, whoa.
So what is the protocol? Obviously, like if you've got some young kids on here and you've got especially the Globies who like their cussing and calling names and things like that. What do we do to kind of reconcile the two there?
Well, I mean, if it's just a decorum issue, you can just tell the person to stop using the language, and if they don't, you just kick them. Or if the kid is too young beyond terms of service, then you just ban them.
Yeah.
Or you say, where's the adult?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, we don't even mess around. We just ban them. Insta ban over at 24/7.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's any suspicion that they're underage, banned.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not worth the risk.
in actuality, too, like even though technically, there's no way for you to know unless they're really telling you or speaking. Like they can rejoin with a sock account and engage in chats if they're really so determined, but that's on them, not on us.
100%.
Once they come out, once they come out openly that they shouldn't be there, then they just got to be booted immediately. The question's asked.
How can you see? Sorry, but how can you see clouds in front of you if you're looking at the horizon? It's supposed to be, and the boat's going down. Like, how could you still see beyond that point? Clouds like up in the air still, and not all down, like going downward, like when you look at the clouds, man, and they look like they're stair stepping, like do 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 do, but not like spherically, but like out over like a horizontal reference, like it's weird. And then like some pop back up, so it's stair step, stair step, stair step, stair step, but all lined up with each other. It's crazy. But they none of them follow the attribute of a sphere, like going down around a sphere. Like, how come your horizon is clear of clouds in a way after that level? Shouldn't there be like a wall of clouds around everyone? At all, everyone's horizon shouldn't it be like lots of clouds going down around? I mean, what's a tilted cloud look like? What's a diagonal cloud look like when it's tilted around the horizon? Like,
It looks like Mario Brothers world.
But anyway, Overlord, we need to pick back up our conversation from the other Saturday sometime again soon. I've been thinking about some of the things we talked about. Are you still here?